A whispered word. Our MC instantly wonders what that sound could be. Suddenly, a wave of confusion washes right over him. He jolts awake, finding himself in a stark, unsettling void. A throbbing agony in his head makes him groan aloud. Then, a foul, alien stench assaults his senses. It's the sickening reek of decay, of something utterly rotten, where times is times he pushes himself up, bewildered. He finds himself precariously perched atop a towering building. Peering over the edge, he's utterly horrified by the scene below. A closer look confirms his deepest fears. Something is terribly, horribly wrong. He recoils in terror, a chilling realization dawning. They're times zombies asterisk. Our poor boy stumbles back, adrenaline coursing through him. Petrified, he desperately tries to comprehend this nightmare. Just moments ago, his world was perfectly normal, perfectly safe. He frantically pats his pockets, searching for his phone. He needs to get online, to understand what cataclysm just occurred, but it's gone. His pocket is frustratingly empty. All he discovers is a bag of chips, a forgotten supermarket purchase. This paltry bag of chips is literally all he has left. After this, he might as well just lay down and embrace oblivion. He just wishes he'd at least gotten a girlfriend first. Suddenly, with a creak, the rooftop access door swings open. A mysterious woman steps onto the roof, seemingly from nowhere. As she starts to walk, our MC quickly ducks for cover, desperate not to be seen. He wonders, how did those horrifying zombies climb all the way up times here, asterisk. This is it, he thinks. He's a goner. But then, she jams a knife into the water tank. She begins to use the gushing water to vigorously wash herself. Apparently, she's absolutely filthy, covered in grime. Our boy is baffled and furious. A zombie doing times that asterisk? As she scrubs her face clean, the MC gasps. She's just a regular human. But then, he accidentally steps on a loose rock, creating a sharp noise. The girl instantly snaps her head up, preparing to strike. In a flash, she lunges directly toward his hiding spot. "Hey," he stammers, only to instantly be met with a brutal punch to the face. She shoves a gun right in his face, her voice a snarl. "Start talking, now." He screams, begging her not to end him right here. Her eyes narrow in indignation as she demands to know who he is. Our boy is a complete bundle of nerves, trembling before her. His body breaks out in a cold sweat. He's utterly frozen, clueless. The girl absolutely boils with rage at his pathetic reaction. She doesn't hesitate, delivering a stinging slap across his face. Then, her voice rising to a furious yell. She declares she'll kill him. The boy's nerves shatter, and he desperately pleads with her to stop. Suddenly, a hideous creature appears from behind the girl. It's flying straight for them, and the girl instantly braces for impact. But with lightning speed, she dodges out of its path just in time. The monstrous thing narrowly misses our MC, sending chills down his spine. He's absolutely furious. Then, a powerful blow rocks the creature. The girl unleashes a barrage of bullets, opening fire on it. She grimly reflects. This mutated zombie is incredibly resilient. And those bullets? They barely faze it. Not since she wounded its eyes. Though, now, it just stumbles blindly, pacing back and forth. The space is unbelievably tight, with absolutely nowhere to hide. This means they might just attract even more zombies. With its massive body and a severely injured leg, it's no wonder this monster moves so agonizingly slow. The creature lets out a chilling roar, and the girl expertly draws her sword. This blade boasts several incredibly sharp teeth, specifically crafted to decimate the undead. From the other side, the monster begins its slow, terrifying lurch toward her. Our MC shouts a frantic warning for her to be careful. The girl charges in, tearing the creature's arm clean off. All in one lightning-fast move, the monster crashes to the ground. She then swiftly wraps her weapon around the monster's neck, finishing it off. She then scoops up a glowing blue stone, commenting on how exceptionally good this zombie's core looks. She then grumbles about getting dirty again, right after taking a bath. Turning to the MC, she demands to know why he's being such a wimp. Then, she presses him, asking which faction he belongs to. The boy is absolutely freaking out, exclaiming that this is insane. He figures it must be all those horror movies he watches. This has to be a dream. He nervously starts munching on his chips. Suddenly, the girl snatches his bag of chips. She then asks who he is and how he possesses that precious elixir of life. Our MC, confused, asks if she also likes chips. But the girl sharply reminds him she asked a question, demanding to know exactly which faction he's from, and why he holds such incredibly precious food. The blades on her skin finally make him realize this is terrifyingly real. The MC starts screaming, frantically introducing himself as Qin Shuang, just some random guy who bought those chips at a supermarket. Suddenly, A searing bullet pierces the girl's leg. She whirls around as several shots rain down from above. Thrown to the ground, Qin Shuang anxiously asks if she's okay. The girl grimly reflects, realizing she has no idea why these mutant zombies are after her, but someone must be orchestrating this whole thing from above. From above, a man remarks that the girl possesses incredible skills, and that sending the zombies after her to finish things was an absolutely genius move. Another man agrees, hailing him as a genius. Yet another man grows worried, asking the leader what they'll do if she actually comes after them, but the leader dismisses it, saying it's no problem at all. That bullet carries a corpse toxin that will swiftly end her life. Qin Shan is deeply concerned about her leg, which now looks horribly strange. The girl confirms the bullet was poisoned. Even though she's immune to the common zombie virus, that new, insidious type of corpse toxin virus is far, far worse. She's definitely going to die. She quickly explains their attackers hail from the notorious 17th faction, and they desperately want the zombie core she just secured. If they're caught, it's a death sentence for both of them. A terrified Qin, panicking, asks what they should do. The girl declares she'll hold off the shooters, giving Qin a chance to escape. He quickly asks, "But what about times you asterisk?" She gravely explains that with her current wound, a wound only miraculous penicillin can cure, she won't make it out, doomed to turn into a zombie soon. But Qin must find her sister and ensure she escapes. Qin's mind reels in utter confusion, wondering how simple penicillin could fight a zombie virus. The girl snaps back, frustrated, reminding him penicillin is incredibly rare here. She plans to shoot later, creating a vital distraction, but Qin must escape through the rooftop door, while the smoke still provides cover. She reveals her sister's location, urging him to warn her immediately. The girl presses a folded piece of paper into Qin's hand. With a fierce resolve, the girl opens fire, and Qin, clutching the paper, seizes the opportunity to bolt. He agonizingly realizes she's sacrificing her life just for his escape, and he's leaving her behind asterisk. Yet, in his world, penicillin is practically everywhere, so easily bought. Suddenly, a holographic system window pops into existence, asking if he wants to initiate the dimensional transfer protocol. The girl, seeing him frozen, yells, "What are you doing? Run!" Qin urgently asks the system if he'll ever be able to return, after going back to his own, normal world. And the system, with a digital chime, confirms. Then Qin, with newfound resolve, declares he wants to return to his world immediately asterisk. Suddenly, and without warning, he jolts awake in a pristine hospital bed. Outside, the city is chaotic. Even the hospital hums with frantic energy. Doctors and nurses rush through the bustling, frantic halls. Qin bolts through the hospital halls, desperate, searching for penicillin. Meanwhile, back in the other, grim dimension, the girl is slumped on the floor. She weakly reflects that Qin should be finding her sister by now. The man who attacked her sneers, noting her ceased gunfire. She must be severely weakened, then commands his men to move in. He grins. "It's time to collect our rewards." Meanwhile, back in the bustling, normal times world, a concerned nurse calls out, telling Qin not to run wildly through the halls. His eyes widen. He spots several vials of precious penicillin on her cart. The boy snatches as many as possible, and bolts straight out. He screams, "Dimension switch," and just like that, he pops back into the other world. Right beside the girl, he pokes her, heart pounding, asking if she's somehow still alive. The girl, startled and furious, shouts back, demanding if he's insane asterisk, telling him he should have left already. But he hands her a vial of penicillin, declaring, "I brought this for you." Utterly shocked, she gasps, "How did you even get that?" Qin cuts her off. "Don't ask, just know, it's real penicillin." He assures her she won't die. No way. They're getting out of here, together, alive. He hands over the medicine, and the girl, though hesitant, nervously takes it anyway. Ken asks, "Feeling any better now?" Soon, the girl feels a surge of strength as the toxin vanishes from her body. "Impressed?" she asks Shin. "What kind of penicillin was that?" Suddenly, a loud noise rattles the rooftop door. The girl shoves Ken, yelling for him to hide. "Now!" The boy tumbles ungracefully into a hidden hole. He grumbles about his aching back, realizing just how strong she is. On the rooftop, members of the infamous 17th faction burst in. Their leader barks orders to find that girl. He adds they can have their fun if she's still breathing. There she stands, sword gripped tightly in her hand. "Are you looking for me?" she coolly asks. "I've been waiting," she declares with a dangerous glint. The leader is stunned, wondering, how is this girl still alive? Immediately, everyone starts scrambling, fleeing in terror from her. Ken muses that he probably doesn't need to worry about her after all. He then spots a peculiar notebook lying on a table. What the heck is this on the cover, he wonders aloud. The title? An adult diary. Oh boy. Reading through it, he concludes the writer is definitely not normal. On July 21st, 2080, the diary's owner spied on a girl in the house across the street. She was washing clothes, and apparently, absolutely beautiful. Just the next day, July 22nd, the company's new manager sat right beside him. She had an incredible body, as the diary proudly notes. Then, chilling rumors of a new virus began to spread. But just gazing at that new manager, he found himself completely unafraid of any virus. Later, that very manager transformed into an enemy. She became a terrifying zombie, now actively hunting him. The entire company building went into strict quarantine. He, too, was locked away in his office, absolutely forbidden to leave. By July 24th, 2080, our virus had ravaged most of the population. He was down to his absolute last food pack. On July 25th, 2080, he reached his breaking point and decided to venture outside. He had to find food for himself, no matter what. He stepped out. The streets were utterly deserted. Inside stores, it was chaos. Fights erupted in supermarkets and pharmacies. Everyone had gone utterly mad, grabbing anything they could get their hands on. He finally managed to snag some precious food and medicine, and then, he saw someone get bitten. Right there, in front of his eyes. By August 3rd, 2080, he wrote that the TV signal had been dead for 2 days. The anchor's chilling words declared they were all doomed. By August 17th, every last morsel of food had vanished. Yet, stepping outside that room meant almost certain doom by bite. He was already wasting away, teetering on the brink of collapse. Then, from the house directly across the street, a woman's terrified scream tore through the silence. He watched, horrified, as she shrieked. Under attack, her own husband had brutally taken her life. The boy's mind reeled, trying to comprehend the man's actions. Then, a horrifying realization struck. Her husband was devouring her flesh. The man looked utterly starved, and the boy instantly gagged, then vomited. By August 19th, 4 grueling days without food had passed. He was slowly, agonizingly, succumbing to starvation. But just as despair threatened to swallow him whole, a faint knock echoed from his door. It was someone desperately asking if anyone inside had penicillin. That person offered a massive bounty of food for the life-saving drug. It appeared this miraculous medicine was highly effective against the virus. On August 21st, he witnessed something unthinkable. Someone eating a dead zombie. He couldn't help but wonder if such a thing was truly edible. Then, on August 30th, he was robbed, and all his precious penicillin stolen. That was his last shred of hope. Shattered. By September 1st, he made the desperate choice to leave his house. Even though the outside world teemed with ravenous infected, if he stayed strong, he could keep scavenging for vital supplies. Or perhaps, he could replicate what he'd seen the other man do. The moment he encountered a zombie, he brandished his knife. It was a brutal choice, the zombie, or him. And then, the diary entries abruptly ended. It was as if he never made it back home again. He likely perished, leaving Kin with a clearer picture of that harrowing world. The infected transformed into grotesque, flesh-eating zombies. Another crucial revelation, the immense power of penicillin. In that ravaged world, it's literally worth more than gold. Yet, while they desperately scour the land for that medicine, in his time's world, he can acquire it with absolute ease. This means he's practically a king in that devastated reality. Suddenly, the leader of the 17th faction levels a gun at Kin. He declares that Kin possesses a box full of penicillin, but specifically, the one that saved the girl's life. The leader snatches a bottle of the precious medicine. He asserts that if Kin brings it to the faction, Kin will skyrocket in rank. Then, the leader vows to finish Kin off. But Kin desperately shouts that he has even times more asterisk. The girl bursts into the room, screaming for them not to shoot him. Asterisk, seriously asterisk. The leader snarls for her to stay back, or Kin dies. Weapon in hand, she fiercely warns that if he dares harm Kin, she'll personally sever his head. She then declares that their reckless brawl has already drawn countless zombies. But if he lets Kin walk free, they just might find a way out. Lingering here means certain death for everyone. They scramble back to the rooftop. The villain still has Kin firmly in his grasp, and the girl, absolutely fuming, roars at him to let go. The man snarls, addressing her as Xiao Yunlin. He accuses her of wiping out too many of his loyal men, and declares she's about to pay the ultimate price. Swiftly, he fires a grappling hook, latching onto the nearest building, then shoves Kin directly towards Xiao. As he makes his getaway, the man taunts, promising their next encounter, he'll turn her into nothing but zombie food. The girl's fury absolutely boils over. Meanwhile, Qin, ever the opportunist, relishes being wrapped safely in her arms. Xiao asks Qin exactly how long he plans to keep that up. As night falls, the streets below swarm with countless hungry zombies. Xiao gazes out through a grimy window, and comments that they absolutely must escape this zombie-infested trap. But first, a quick rest is in order. Before that though, she has a few burning questions for him, like his true identity, and how he seems to possess such impossibly rare items. Qin reflects that Xiao, surprisingly, seems rather kind in this harsh apocalypse, but he absolutely must be careful with what he reveals. For now, he needs a solid excuse. Qin dramatically tosses a bottle of penicillin directly to her. Xiao is utterly speechless. The boy explains, it's a gift, a token of payment for her heroic act of saving him. Qin declares that if she agrees to stay by his side, she'll reap incredible benefits. The girl, incredulous, asks if he's serious. Qin urges her not to be shy, insisting she simply accept his offer. In fact, he boasts he can acquire many times more rare treasures. Xiao is visibly impressed, and Qin confirms his claims are absolutely true. He promises he can obtain all kinds of delicious, hard-to-find food. The girl is clearly tempted, so she sharply tells him to stop talking about food. She declares she won't agree to protect someone for a few rare supplies, especially since he could be a spy, or from an enemy faction. Qin quickly asserts that he's not affiliated with any Times faction whatsoever. The boy then says she can simply think of him as someone who enjoys the lavish luxuries of a utopian land. The girl reflects that Qin truly does seem like a remarkably wise individual, and his penicillin worked wonders. She realizes she owes him her very life. So, she agrees, vowing to keep him safe from this moment onward. But, she warns, if she ever finds out he lied, she'll happily kill him herself. Qin, seemingly delighted, tells her she can call him Brother Sean. He asks if, now that their deal is sealed, he can finally ask her a few questions of his own. The girl readily agrees. Sean was about to launch into a critical lesson on the apocalypse. A devastating virus swept across the globe, infecting 80% of all humans. It unleashed an unimaginable global catastrophe, slashing the world's population from a staggering 9 billion down to a mere 1.5 billion. Only zombies remained, twisted creatures with unsettling plant and mineral characteristics. But here's the twist. These zombie cores can be ingested, transformed into powerful potions, or even stored as crucial backup energy. Evolution potions are a game-changer, categorized into 3 distinct types, each offering a tantalizing 20% to 35% chance of triggering incredible evolution. As an energy source, the core can be utilized individually or woven into a powerful matrix. The new R virus adapts at lightning speed, effortlessly shrugging off modern antibiotics. Ironically, older antibiotics like penicillin still prove remarkably effective. However, manufacturing them became almost impossible, making them incredibly rare. After the world's collapse, humanity splintered, forming groups reminiscent of ancient tribes. Among them, 3 prominent smaller organizations stand out: the 17th Faction, the Steadfast Earthbuilders, and the Adventurous Climbers. The ruthless group they encountered earlier? That was the infamous 17th Faction. They are violent criminals, notorious for seeking rewards, preying on women, and even indulging in fresh human flesh. Truly monstrous. Qin reflects, realizing he's finally starting to grasp the terrifying reality. Xiao comments, her voice grave, that this area is absolutely swarming with zombies, and since she has no choice but to carry Qin along, they absolutely need to find a secure place to rest. Then, gently, she tells him to go to sleep, promising she'll keep watch. The girl remains still. Qin reflects, just by looking at her unwavering face, it's instantly clear she's a truly formidable survivor. The boy urgently asks the system to transport him back to the 21st century, and just like that, the dimensional transition is swiftly initiated. Qin's eyes snap open. It all happened incredibly fast. A woman looks at him closely, a wave of relief washing over her that he's awake. The boy jolts upright, startled. The girl in front of him gently asks him to be careful. He calls her landlady, completely bewildered, asking what she's doing there. She explains he ran off like a total madman, but the doctor confirmed he'd be perfectly fine. She even put herself down as his emergency contact, and is covering all his treatment costs. The girl asks if he's upset, then insistently tells him to let her feed him. Qin is speechless. She giggles, declaring she'll make him some delicious noodles. The girl notes he has absolutely no food, and she's got a plan. She's off to buy supplies and asks if he has any requests. The boy quickly gives her a list. Once he's left alone, he intently examines the mysterious primordial system. It seems the cursor mysteriously appears on his arm. It's surprisingly straightforward. He sees options for storage, dimensional jump, and power on. But he needs to figure out how to activate that power on function. He wonders, does it need a quick charge perhaps? The girl returns, absolutely laden with shopping bags, and playfully complains about how utterly exhausted she is. Ken springs up, eager to lend a hand, but the girl quickly warns him not to budge. But he's still a patient, after all. This girl is none other than Jiang Luxue, a dazzling, wealthy heiress. Even a blind man could see her undeniable crush on him. But Ken's pockets are empty, and he feels he can't possibly make her happy, so he simply can't return her affections. But now, he wields the power of the primordial system. By seamlessly traveling between both worlds, he can grow stronger, amass immense wealth, and perhaps, finally, they can truly be together. Just then, the door swings open, and someone enters. Jiang Luxue is startled, demanding to know what her Uncle Xiao is doing here. The man declares her father sent him to bring her to a dinner. She furiously retorts that she already told them she's not going. She's busy, she explains. But the man remains utterly unmoved. Xiao roughly shoves her out, stating it's a direct order from her father. He dismisses her, instructing her to wait downstairs. She demands to know what he's planning to do, but the man slams the door shut in her face. Xiao then turns his gaze to Ken, who boldly asks if he needs anything. Sternly, Xiao declares they thought everything was already resolved, but Ken is still clinging to Jiang Luxue. Xiao asks if the money he gave Ken simply wasn't enough. He tells Ken to be honest, if he wants more money, but warns him never to go back to her. The girl's father will never allow the two of them to be together. Ken then asks what would happen if he became incredibly rich. Xiao replies that he knows every man has his dog days, but judging from what he's seen of Ken so far, Ken will probably never reach that height. Meanwhile, in the other world, Ken's expression turns deadly, serious. Xiao wakes Ken from his thoughts. The sun has already risen, and they desperately need to get out of there. It should take about an hour to reach the base. The two of them navigate swiftly across rooftops, expertly avoiding all the zombies lurking below. After some time, Xiao announces they've arrived. She expertly throws a rock at a nearby gate, and it immediately swings open for them to enter. Xiao proudly declares, "This is our base." Ken quickly realizes it's an incredibly well-hidden place. From the outside, it doesn't even look like anything is here. But Xiao walks ahead, urging him to hurry up. Xiao speaks to a heavily bandaged person named Ruyu, triumphantly announcing she's back with the penicillin. Ken is utterly surprised it's Xiao's sister. Pure excitement. Xiao tells Ruyu to take the penicillin, promising she'll get better soon. Ken asks if that's truly her sister, and what exactly happened to her. Xiao drops a bombshell. She was just attacked by a zombie. She'd ventured out, bravely confronting mutant zombies, desperate to trade their cores for life-saving penicillin, but instead, she walked straight into a deadly ambush. A frantic Ryu asks, "Were you ambushed too? Are you hurt?" But Xiao reassures her, insisting she's perfectly fine. She's even got a friend who secured that precious penicillin. Ryu, overwhelmed, thanks Ken, telling him he saved her life. Ken, flustered, awkwardly mumbles she doesn't need to thank him. He muses, thinking that for these two girls, who've endured so much, this is nothing short of a miracle, even as zombies still shamble ominously outside. Xiao arrives with some food, and Ken's face lights up. He's absolutely starving, digging in with ravenous excitement. But then, immediately, he spits out the absolutely horrible food. Xiao asks, bewildered, "Is it really that bad?" Adding, "I didn't think it was anything out of the ordinary." Ken's jaw drops. "You normally eat times stuff?" Confused, she asks why. He looks like he's about to cry. "Is it really that awful?" Ken says, "No." He just feels overwhelmingly sorry for them. He tells her, "Stop eating that garbage right now. Wait a second." She's confused, muttering, "It was hard to even get times that asterisk." He digs into his pocket and tells her, "Open wide." Ken gives her a mysterious treat to eat. She finds it utterly delicious. That fresh milk aroma, so sweet, such a pleasant taste. Ken asks, "Are you okay? Why are you frozen?" The girl makes an ecstatic sound, showing how much she loves it. The boy immediately says, "I have more." Xiao practically begs him, "Please, give me everything." She devours everything he gives her, a whirlwind of bites. But she ends up biting Ken's hand right along with the food. She lets go, gasping, "It's just two times good," then immediately asks, "Do you have any more?" Ken, chuckling, dumps all times the sweets from his pocket onto the table. An overjoyed Xiao immediately hands one to her sister, Ryu. Ryu adores the taste, asking, "What is this?" Xiao replies, "It's a cream candy the boy gave me." Ryu eats it, sighing. "It's so good. It even makes me happy to be alive." Excited, Xiao tells her sister. "Eat slowly. There's more." Ken, watching them, tears up, thinking how utterly heartbreaking all of this is. He then showers them with even times more times tasty food. Xiao is absolutely stunned. She gasps. "These are snacks we've only ever seen in books." And impressed, Ryu asks, "All of this is really for times us asterisk?" Ken confirms, reassuring her not to worry. "I have even more." The girl blushes, then hands Ken something. It's a bag absolutely overflowing with zombie cores she collected. Ken senses a strange phenomenon as the zombie cores draw near. An intense burning sensation ignites the mark on his arm. Could there be a mysterious connection here? The boy, accepting his fate, declares his agreement, yet questions if she truly wishes to part with such valuable assets, especially something so incredibly precious. Chio explains that the penicillin he provided saved both her and her sister, and the supplies he brought far outweigh the worth of mere zombie cores. She promises to compensate him for the remainder over time, but Kin declines, his only concern being the location of the bathroom. The girl gestures towards it, and Kin quickly makes his way. The bathroom is shockingly simple, a mere square with a deep hole. Kin observes just how incredibly profound that hole is. Nevertheless, he decides to use it while meticulously inspecting those zombie cores. Indeed, a clear connection exists between the cores and his arm. As a core melds with his skin, the system thrillingly announces that his dimensional jump has been upgraded. He can now execute up to 3 jumps, a significant improvement from the previous 2. Excited, Kin decides to add a few more zombie cores. But, distracted, the precious cores tumble down the toilet hole. He finally charges up to a whopping 9 dimensional jumps, then resolves to save the remaining cores for later. However, a quick glance at the bag reveals a shocking truth. It's practically empty. Where could his precious cores have vanished, he wonders. Then, his eyes drift down to the gaping hole in the ground, and a terrible realization dawns on him. Kin is utterly speechless, a profound sorrow washing over him. He sadly emerges from the bathroom, and Chio immediately asks what's wrong. But Kin, crestfallen, replies with nothing. Outside, the area is absolutely swarming with grotesque zombies. At mealtime once more, Chio serves them that same awful food. Kin asks why they're eating this when he provided so much delicious food. The girl, bewildered, asks how he could consume such precious food so quickly. But Kin reassures her, telling her not to worry. He still has more. Confused, she asks if he didn't hand over all his provisions earlier. The boy thinks using the system now would undoubtedly seem strange, but he needs enough food to sustain 3 people for several days. Kin declares he's a merchant, always with new goods arriving. Chio questions why he didn't disclose this vital information sooner. He frankly admits he hadn't trusted her yet. The next day, Kin departs, stating he's off to retrieve his goods. Chio stops him, pressing a tiny pistol into his hand. The boy asks, perplexed, why the gun is so remarkably small. She explains that size is utterly irrelevant. It's all about power, and that one is incredibly potent. As he prepares to leave, she asks if he requires company, but Kin politely declines, promising a swift return. Meanwhile, he quietly makes his exit. Ryu springs to her feet and immediately calls for Xiao. Xiao is stunned to see her sister standing tall. Ryu declares the penicillin worked like a charm. Ryu instructs Xiao to discreetly shadow Ken and find out where he's headed. His actions and appearance simply don't belong in this world. He doesn't even seem aware of the fundamental rules governing this place. Even if he has been exceptionally generous, he simply cannot be fully trusted. After covering some distance, Ken believes he's finally far enough. He then activates the dimensional jump, returning to his normal world. He bolts upright from the hospital bed, determined to make his exit. He simply can't afford the skyrocketing hospital bills any longer. Once on the street, he pulls out his trusty phone. He hasn't had a proper job in months, perhaps even longer, and his bank accounts are practically bone dry. Even though he once believed himself to be rich, he's still just a broke guy, even now. He desperately needs to head to the market, to procure items that are incredibly scarce in the apocalypse. Food and medicine are absolutely vital in this apocalyptic world, but he has no established channels to sell his goods. The 17th faction would undoubtedly just strip him bare. Ken quickly moves all that food through the register. Jo Ellen, after all, is incredibly skilled, but her protection is limited strictly to zombies. She did mention another faction nearby that could prove useful. The cashier tallies it up to 1,054 yuan, and Ken returns home. These items ought to fit perfectly within the system's storage. He'll seize this opportunity to pack some extra clothes as well. Since every single dimensional jump comes at a steep price, he absolutely must minimize his expenses. He feels a pang of sadness, recalling how he lost his other zombie cores. Back in the zombie world, Jo wonders how Ken managed to vanish so completely. She questions if her tracking skills could possibly be so terrible. She decides to remain vigilant and await his potential reappearance. Suddenly, Ken materializes back in that world, a box clutched firmly in hand. He opts to carry everything himself, hoping to avoid any suspicion. But then, he realizes the entire area is now swarming with zombies. Ken frantically wonders what's going on and why so many zombies are gathered here. He assesses the vast distance between his current spot and the nearest rooftop. It's far too distant for him, so Ken immediately considers retreat. However, the relentless zombies begin their terrifying climb directly toward him. A monstrous figure lunges forward, closing in on him rapidly. Terrified, Ken stumbles and crashes backward. He desperately latches onto a wire, as zombies around him plummet downwards. Ken frantically demands a dimensional jump, but the system incredibly asks if he'd like an upgrade. Specifically, by unlocking the quick climb skill. The boy cries out that he can't possibly hold on, pleading for a jump. Boom! The system just announced he's got a whopping 7 skill points. And guess what? Activating this epic one only costs a single point. Our boy Ken, baffled but curious, demands the system initiate the upgrade immediately. Whoosh! The system instantly activates his brand new skill. Now, he can effortlessly suspend his entire body weight with just one hand. He's literally walking on a wire as if it were solid, unyielding ground. Ken is absolutely ecstatic, practically vibrating with Spider-Man energy. Embracing his inner wall crawler, he glides with ease across the wire. But wait, suddenly, Xiao's eyes lock onto him. She's utterly shocked, realizing he's far from the ordinary guy she once thought. But now, his incredible skills are undeniably, spectacularly powerful. Ru Yu's gut feeling was spot on. Her suspicion of him was totally justified. With a swift, silent landing, he touches down on the adjacent building's rooftop. He gazes down, only to see his original escape path utterly swarmed by zombies. Time to go vertical. He needs to scale higher to scout a fresh route back to base. And just like that, he unleashes his awesome wall-climbing prowess. Effortlessly, he starts to scale the sheer faces of the towering buildings. He's buzzing with excitement, knowing even more epic abilities await unlocking. Peering inside the very building he's clinging to, he spots a horde of zombies, who instantly erupt into a frenzied rage upon seeing him. Ken casually observes their futile thrashing, playfully mocking the trapped zombies, because, clearly, they're hopelessly stuck within those glass walls. Hold up! A chilling sound. The glass begins to splinter and crack. He freezes solid as the glass explodes inwards under the zombies' combined weight. And now, the grotesque horde surges forward, rushing straight for him. He slams a vicious blow to one's neck, and its head detaches with a sickening thud. Ken, absolutely stunned, wonders when he gained this much raw power against zombies. Bare-handed. But wait, another ghastly zombie lunges from directly behind him. Without hesitation, he delivers another devastating strike to its neck as well. Just as he finishes it off, he realizes he's utterly swarmed by these vile monsters. Quick thinking, he executes a desperate leap to safety, landing outside the building. Phew, that was way too close. This world is a death trap, seriously dangerous. Ken suddenly feels lighter. A quick check reveals his backpack is gone. It's vanished. His precious backpack has tumbled into the zombie-infested room below. A wave of despair hits Ken as he cries out, "How could this possibly happen? All that effort, completely wasted." He's lost not just his backpack, but his vital supplies. Seriously, he poured every single penny he had into those supplies. A fierce resolve ignites in him. This is his only shot at striking it rich. No way he's wasting this. Ken sprints back to the broken glass, a plan forming. With a bold move, he deliberately grabs the attention of the ravenous zombies. As they mindlessly lunge, attempting to chase him down. Chaos. They're tripping. They're tumbling. A huge number of them plunge out the window. When Ken peers in, a grin spreading as he sees most of the room is now blissfully clear. He charges in, swiftly grabbing his precious backpack with a triumphant smirk. He muses, realizing just how surprisingly fragile these supposed monsters really are. But then, a flicker. Something unexpected snatches his attention. Did he truly see a shadow? Or was it just his mind playing tricks? His imagination? Or was there really something lurking in the dark? Then, a monstrous, terrifying creature materializes right before his eyes. It grins a ghastly, predatory smile. It's unbelievably fast and impossibly massive. Frozen in terror, Ken watches as the creature lunges, The monster hurls him with brutal force against the unforgiving wall. Reeling from the impact, he desperately attempts to escape its grasp, but the creature simply lets out a chilling, mocking cackle. Ken realizes with a jolt that this zombie is impossibly swift. It was a blur, too quick to track, completely catching him off guard. He could flee back to the safety of the real world, but he'd just be forced to return. Sooner or later. Ultimately, he has to make a choice, has to confront this head-on. So, he orders the system to channel every last zombie core into an immediate upgrade. He blasts up to level 6, unlocking powerful new skills, fearless focus, and firm base. With newfound agility, Ken skillfully weaves past the attacking zombie. Now, he can perceive with crystal clarity. Every move laid bare. He's unlocked lightning-fast reflexes and flawless attack timing. He continues to deftly evade the zombie's relentless, frenzied pursuit, yet it relentlessly presses its assault, never letting up. And even after pouring all his precious skill points into upgrades, all he can still do is run. Ken boils with frustration, and despite his enhanced speed, his stamina is rapidly fading away. He won't be able to keep this up for much longer. If he falters for even a single second, it's game over. The boy hits the ground, panting, and locks eyes with the monstrous foe. The zombie is bearing down on him with terrifying speed. Ken snatches a jagged piece of wood and fiercely plunges it into the creature's body. But the impaled zombie merely convulses, letting out a grotesque, defiant laugh. Ken groans in disbelief. It's still not dead. Outside, the horde of zombies are growing increasingly restless and agitated. Ken quickly searches the zombie's lifeless form and finally locates its precious core. He's utterly drained, but a surge of triumph washes over him. He actually managed to accomplish something after all that. Sometime later, Ken makes his weary return to the base. Joe watches, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, wondering how he possibly escaped. His combat skills? They might just rival her own. The base's gates creak open, and Ken bursts inside, brimming with excitement, announcing he's brought back some seriously cool stuff for everyone. Joe's sister then steps into view. She's already looking much better, and asks, "Is Brother Sean back yet?" Confused, Ken blinks. Who times you? Because now, the girl has no bandages obscuring her face. She smiles brightly and replies, "I'm Rue, of course." Rue's eyes widen as she notices he's utterly covered in blood, and she asks, worried, "Are you okay?" He quickly assures her, "It's just zombie blood, really." Rue shakes her head. "Don't lie to me," and insists, "Let me take a look." He reluctantly agrees, and as she draws closer, a wave of unexpected happiness washes over Ken. The girl declares that if he's truly unharmed, then she's utterly relieved. Then she adds, "But you're absolutely filthy. I'm going to get you cleaned up right away." Ken is utterly bewildered by the mention of a bath. Rue patiently explains that their water supply is critically low, so they must conserve every drop, even under the shower. Rue is calmly washing herself, while Ken is a bundle of nerves. She pressed, "Why are you stalling?" and pondered if discovery would lead to his demise. Confused, Ryu questioned why her sister would be angry. "We usually bathe together too," she added. Then, she urged him to stop dawdling and jump in. Ken nodded, then cautiously stepped into the rushing water. He was stunned to see the girl beaming with a smile. But then, a figure materialized directly behind him. It was Xiao. She challenged. What did Ken see? He quickly retorted that he saw absolutely nothing. Claiming terrible vision since childhood, he insisted, "I can't recognize anything, even centimeters from my face." Later, desperately trying to change the subject, Ken proudly showed Shell what he'd brought back to base. He revealed a fruit, assuring them of a balanced diet. The girl's eyes widened, utterly amazed by the banana. Ken asked if she liked the fruit, telling her not to be shy. "Just eat it." She devoured the banana with pure joy. Shell then got incredibly excited, declaring her love for bananas. Ken got nervous. Ryu remarked, "This is so much food. It feels just like a dream," she sighed. Xiao questioned, "Is Ken really giving us all of this?" Adding, "It's extremely precious." Ken assured her he'd given his word. If she kept him safe, he wouldn't let them down. The girl reflected on keeping her promise, but earlier, when he was in grave danger, she had merely stayed hidden, watching from afar. The boy declared he'd spent all his savings, and now, he needed to find a way to make money, fast. A confused Xiao asked, "Why do you want money?" Stating, "It's just old paper, good for nothing but wiping your butt," she scoffed. He quickly clarified he meant gold and treasure. "My business trades supplies for things like that." Jeff stood up, grabbing something she used to prop up the table, and handed Ken 3 gleaming gold bars. "Will that work?" she inquired. The boy was confused until he realized it was actual gold. The girl shrugged. That's what it's called, apparently. But it's useless here, she added. Is that what you call treasure? If so, she had 5 or 6 more stashed under the tables. She told him to take them, as they were worthless to them anyway. That night, the boy drifted to sleep, overjoyed by his newfound wealth. Suddenly, someone began walking toward him. Qin thought, I'm finally rich. Now I can be with Jiang Lushui. Ruyu raised a glinting knife, aimed directly at Qin. She brought the blade down, fast and merciless. But someone abruptly seized her hand. It was Xiao, who questioned, What are you doing, sister? The girl coldly replied, If we finish him off now, every last thing he possesses will soon belong to them. Shell sharply reminds her that he's the one who saved them all. They wouldn't even be alive right now if not for his life-saving penicillin. How can they possibly repay such kindness with such a vile betrayal? Rudy retorts, asking if her sister's forgotten how they landed in this mess. Who exactly did Shell wrong in the first place? He earned their trust, then shamelessly sold them out to the 17th faction. If Shell hadn't stopped her back in the bath earlier, she would have taken him out right then and there. But Shell insists that Qin is nothing like that treacherous man. He had absolutely no reason whatsoever to give them that penicillin. Not even all their money combined could buy a single vial of it. Qin suddenly jolts awake, bewildered, asking what on earth they're doing there. Dodging the topic entirely, Ruoyu cheekily declares she wants to sleep with Qin. He's utterly confused, but surprisingly, he agrees. Xiao then pipes up, insisting she wants to sleep there as well. He reluctantly accepts, but makes it clear he'll be sleeping right in the middle. The night passes peacefully, with Qin happily nestled in bed. The 2 girls are sound asleep right beside him. Suddenly, Ruyu snatches a small sickle, ready to strike Qin, but Shu Yunlin swiftly bats her hand away at the last second. Qin wakes up startled, his leg having been unexpectedly hit. He asks, utterly bewildered, Seriously? What exactly are you trying to do? She boldly declares she wants to sleep alone with him, and only him. From now on, she'll sleep with him to ensure his absolute safety. The boy agrees to this, and the next morning dawns. Ruyu, ever curious, asks Qin if he's involved with something called Shuang. He's puzzled, asking what she means, insisting he's just a normal guy. She leans in closer, then directly asks how he escaped that terrifying building. Confused, Qin asks how on earth she even knows about that place. The girl winks, simply stating she has a very sharp nose. I smelled it, she declares, with a confident smirk. That building is absolutely terrifying. Only the strongest can ever survive it. You must be strong too, she says, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Qin modestly says he just got lost, and has Xiao Yunlin to thank for her weapon. It was her weapon that ultimately helped him escape. Yunlin walks over, a proud grin on her face. Well, that means my aim isn't so bad, huh? She then invites him to practice some shooting together later on. Cut to them, now standing ready at a bustling shooting range. The girl asks, a hint of a tease in her voice, Are you actually aiming? Or do you perhaps have a little eyesight problem, Ken? She gently takes his hand, guiding him on how to properly grip the gun close to his body. She instructs him to relax his arm and avoid being overly tense. He needs to maintain his calm composure while aiming. Then you can shoot, she says, and the bullet almost hits dead center. Ken's eyes light up with excitement, and then the system's notification flashes. It's notifying him about unlocking the incredible long-range shooting skill. The boy looks utterly confused, as the system then asks if he wants to upgrade. Qin realizes with a sigh that he's used up all his precious zombie cores. He desperately needs to save up more for those crucial dimensional jumps. So, he turns to Yamlin, asking if she knows where they can grab some zombie cores. She quickly confirms, and she tells him about a trade outpost, just 2 kilometers away. An excited Kinnan instantly declares they should head over. The 2 quickly head out, and the girl raps sharply on a sturdy gate. A man's voice from within calls out, telling them to enter. As they step inside, they're met with a man pointing a menacing gun right at them both. The girl casually asks if he's still spooked by zombies. The man lets out a chuckle, then quickly apologizes. He admits he's far more wary of humans than the undead. He then asks what they're after. Qin cuts straight to it. Do you have any zombie cores? The man, now serious, asks what the young man has for trade. Qin calmly places several cans of food directly onto the counter. The man's eyes go wide, utterly shocked by the sheer quantity, especially since it's 21st century stock, making it incredibly rare out here. Qin quickly snatches the cans back, and declares he wants to see those zombie cores first asterisk. The man lets out a laugh, admitting Qin might look a little silly, but he's actually quite the sharp one. The boy retorts, reminding him he was the one who said, humans are scarier. So, it's just smart to be cautious. The man steps away, returning moments later with a whole sack of zombie cores. He only has 11 in total. He explains that normally, cans are worth 2 cores apiece, but since these are pristine, 21st century cans, they're worth times 4 times each, so he should give 12 cores, but only has 11 on hand. Kin, unfazed, tells him not to worry, and hands over another times can. But then, he smoothly transitions into a rather unusual request. He asks the man to take a closer look at his gold bar, and see if he can recognize its quality. The man shrugs, admitting he's no expert. But it certainly looks like genuine gold. Kin's eyes light up. He quickly points out the man seems incredibly well connected, and could help him acquire more times of this precious metal. Kin is ready to trade his invaluable food supplies for gold. The man is utterly bewildered, asking why Kin would even want gold, since it's practically worthless out here. Kin simply smiles, telling him not to worry his head about it. Just focus on getting as much gold as humanly possible. They'll trade whenever the man has it ready. Kin recharges the system, now boasting a whopping 24 skill points. He immediately requests to upgrade long-range marksman 4 times. And just like that, he unlocks a brand new effect, Calamity Shot. He's now left with a mere 9 skill points, but his next time's upgrade will demand a hefty 16. The boy swiftly grabs a gun and immediately begins firing. He effortlessly hits every single target with uncanny precision. Kin then asks to activate the powerful Do Bullet effect. The system promptly informs him he can only use that incredible effect for free times once per day. Kin, undeterred, asks how else he can activate it. The system demands, "You must shout Doom Bullet." Kin groans. Ugh, that's incredibly humiliating. Puzzled, the system inquires, "Do humans not enjoy yelling?" It insists it designed the trigger perfectly for his tastes. Kin mutters, "This system is absolutely infuriating." He nervously glances around, his face flushing. He snatches the gun, then fiercely raises it high. "Doom Bullet," he roars, as the shot rockets forward. But outside, Ryu and Yumlin watch, utterly bewildered. Kin is ecstatic, marveling at his incredible new power. Yet, he's bewildered. The bullet didn't touch the building. He ponders. Was it truly just an ordinary shot? Back at base, he decides he needs to thoroughly analyze that bullet. Meanwhile, the 2 girls are already gathering Kin's provisions. Startled, he asks them, "Do you need any help?" Yunlin replies, "Oh, it's not heavy in the slightest. This is absolutely nothing for us." She adds confidently, "They're evolutionaries." Kin is visibly impressed. The girl clarifies that ordinary survivors simply can't compare. Indeed, very few people successfully achieve evolution. Curious, the boy inquires, "Is there a specific requirement? And, do I even have a chance to become one?" Yunlin seems a tad perplexed by his question. She then elaborates on the 3 paths to becoming an evolutionary. First, by getting infected with the virus. If you survive, you might just evolve. However, that was far simpler before the virus mutated. Second, by consuming a zombie core. Assuming you don't spectacularly explode afterward, there's about a 10% chance of evolving. Third, by taking an evolution potion. This offers up to a 30% chance of success. An excited Ken immediately asks how they can acquire these potions. Yunlin explains she can take him to the Builders Alliance. They prioritize trade, so as long as Kin has something to offer, they'll make a deal. Kin tells her to take him there tomorrow. Kin asks why Ryu isn't joining them. "It always feels like she dislikes me," he adds. Yunlin clarifies, Ryu isn't coming due to her vision issues. Outside, as always, it's teeming with zombies. The girl muses, "Why are there increasingly more zombies surrounding the base?" She reflects, "It's definitely time for some serious cleaning." At the shooting range, Ryu is diligently training. She grumbles that she still can't manage to finish off King Shuang. Suddenly, she notices movement outside. It's the very building Kin targeted earlier. It collapses. Ryu is utterly bewildered. She can't comprehend why the building just spontaneously fell. In a dark alley, a lone zombie approaches. Yunlin lands a lightning-fast strike right on its head. The girl explains, "This is the central road, and it's absolutely swarming with zombies here, so it's best not to shoot unless absolutely necessary." She expertly crouches down and swiftly opens a garage door. Ken asks, "Is this place yours too?" Yunlin replies that she has many vital supply points established. "It's far better if we drive from here." The duo speeds off, tearing down the road with hordes of zombies hot on their heels. The boy notices they're being relentlessly pursued by those monstrous creatures. The girl coolly tells him, "Don't you worry." She then asks, "Are you really sure you want to become an evolutionary, Ken?" and gravely warns that even the best evolution potion can prove deadly. The boy admits he's not sure if he wants to drink it just yet, but he definitely wants to buy one. According to Yunlin, the Builders' Earth Alliance is more like a powerful, formidable guild. There's no guarantee they'll be kind to you, so don't reveal too much right away. Suddenly, a hideous zombie slams into the car window. Ken screams in terror. Yunlin grimly states, "They're red zombies," and wonders aloud, how did so many of them appear so suddenly? She urgently tells Ken, "Shoot them down, now!" The boy starts firing, but then, one of the zombies smashes right through the car's roof. A frustrated Ken demands, "Why can't I kill them?" The girl quickly explains that ordinary weapons just don't work on red zombies. Grabbing the zombie's arm tightly, Yunlin tells Ken, "Drive as fast as you can while I handle them." The girl agilely climbs onto the car's roof. She charges directly at a zombie, wielding her sharp weapon, and slices the enemy cleanly in half. But many, many more are rapidly closing in. Yunlin expertly defeats them, one by one, with brutal precision. She slashes viciously through their bodies and heads, but then, one unexpectedly snags her by the foot, and hurls her violently off the speeding vehicle. She crashes hard onto the unforgiving asphalt. The zombies are closing in, fast, a ravenous tide. Yunlin closes her eyes, all hope seemingly lost. But suddenly, Ken appears right in front of her. Glowing with raw, surging power, he roars at the zombies, "Don't you dare touch my bodyguard." Yunlin is utterly stunned. Ken just annihilated all those red zombies. Just moments earlier, the boy had been in utter, helpless panic. He almost didn't make it to her in time, but a minute before, he'd seen Yunlin plummet from the car. He flung open the door and swiftly leaped out. The boy sprinted at incredible blazing speed toward the monstrous creatures, and with swift, decisive movements, he took down each and every zombie. He even mocked them for being too slow, too weak to dodge his powerful bullets. Ken laughs maniacally, declaring, "I'll blow all your pathetic heads off." Yunlin is utterly shocked by Ken's sudden, immense, terrifying strength. Our hero is buzzing, eagerly collecting zombie cores. But suddenly, a tremor rips through him. Looks like his body just can't keep up with that high-speed action. Ken's now bewildered, missing one of those crucial zombie cores. Yunlin screams his name, yelling at him to look around. They're completely swarmed by a horde of zombies. He shouts, "Where did so many of them just appear from?" Yunlin snaps back, "I have no idea." She urges him, "We need to get back to the car, now." The two bolt back to the vehicle, Ken firing wildly. Yunlin shouts, "Conserve your ammo. There's an overwhelming number of them." Zombies claw their way onto the car, completely swarming it. Yunlin, furious, floors the gas pedal. The vehicle surges ahead, crushing the monsters beneath it. Grizzly Zombie remains rocket from the exhaust. Ken questions, "Why has the car stopped moving?" She clarifies, "The zombies are jammed under the car. They're totally weighing the car down. And now, the car is completely engulfed." Again, our hero asks Yunlin, "How many bullets do you have?" She sighs, "Not many." He declares, "I've got 10. 10 bullets are utterly useless against such a massive horde." His last resort, his only hope, is his doom bullet skill. Ken checks in with the system, seeking confirmation. If he truly gets one free doom bullet every single day, the system affirms, yes. He then inquires, how many doom bullets he can purchase with his current skill points. The system answers, 1 point per bullet. He swiftly purchases 7 doom bullets, giving him a total of 8 doom bullets. His weapon glows, charged with pulsing purple energy. Ken opts to reserve 2 points for emergency dimensional jumps. If these 8 bullets don't do the trick, he can jump back to his world, leaving this nightmare. But then, Yunlin flashes through his mind. She wouldn't stand a chance getting away by herself. She would definitely die if left behind. Yunlin reassures him, "This car's tough. We're safe for now." Ken fires off every single one of those 8 bullets. Yunlin protests, "You shouldn't have wasted all your bullets." She urges him, "At least save one for later." She insists. "It could be useful," Ken retorts. "Why save just one?" Yunlin answers, "You always save the very last bullet, because no one wants to be devoured alive by these monsters. That final bullet is for times you asterisk." In this harsh world, death is just a common sight. She's constantly prepared to meet her demise, but she prays for the least painful death imaginable. Ken stands there, utterly silent. Time slowly ticks by. But Ken's shots meet only silence. No reaction from the horde. He burns with fury. The zombies are still just. Asterisk there, asterisk. Suddenly, the sky opens up, and rain begins to fall. The young man mutters, "At least we don't have to run times from the rain." Now, they can only pray for something times to distract the relentless undead. Yet, the zombies remain, rooted to their spot, soaked by the downpour. Ken recoils, a disgusted groan escaping his lips about the smell. The girl explains, because zombies are made of decaying flesh. When it rains, it creates a truly horrific stench. The deluge shows no sign of stopping, relentlessly pouring down. Buckets in the back of their car rapidly begin to fill with water. It's almost time, she says, to patch that hole. She remarks, it hasn't rained like this in what feels like ages. If it keeps pouring, we might just see something interesting. Kin asks, curiosity piqued. What kind of interesting thing? The girl clarifies. Zombies are essentially just undecayed, undead. But with this moisture, their skin will start to rehydrate. It's the lack of moisture that makes them so shriveled and wrinkled. Their skin will begin to swell, puffing up. They'll even start to resemble how they looked when they were alive. But it's only a temporary illusion. They'll keep absorbing water until their skin distends and cracks open. They won't die, no. But they'll look even more grotesque. Kin groans, a wave of nausea washing over him at the thought. Yunlin suddenly urges him. Look outside, quick! They already look human again. She gazes at a zombie pressed against the window. I wonder if she looked like this when she was alive. Maybe even around our age. If she were still alive, and the world was normal. Ken asks, what would you do if the world was normal? Yunlin. The girl looks puzzled, admitting, I've honestly never thought about that. If there were no zombies, and everything was still normal. She smiles wistfully. I'd love to be the head of a pastry shop. Then she asks, a hopeful glint in her eye. Do you think that suits me? That Kin says, yes. Just as lightning begins to crackle across the sky, Kin reflects, a fierce resolve in his heart, that he can't leave her behind. There has times to be away. If I just rest, I could use my speed to escape with her. A much more intense lightning strike suddenly rips through the air. The girl is stunned, whispering, I've never seen anything like it. The bolt plummets from the sky, striking a nearby tree with explosive force. The flash is blinding, momentarily stealing their sight. Then, with an earth-shattering boom, another strike hits their vehicle directly. The impact sends zombies scattering, and Ken is momentarily confused. Then, he's utterly shocked. The creatures are collapsing to the ground. Every single one of them has died from the lightning's overwhelming impact. The girl urgently tells him, help me move the bodies out of the way. Kin mutters, they're boiling. A morbid observation. As the sun begins to rise, they finally finish clearing their path. Kin's relieved he made it, and the girl completely agrees. Time flies, and they finally reach their destination. Suddenly, a lookout reports a car is approaching. He quickly tells someone to alert the boss. The gate guard rushes to wake up their leader. The man grumbles, complaining it's far too early for visitors. At the gate, a figure suddenly appears. He sharply orders the two to exit the vehicle. He interrogates them, asking their origin and if they seek shelter. Kin calmly explains they're only there to trade supplies. After the pair enters, the leader eagerly asks what Kin has brought. A subordinate places the item Kin offered onto the table. The leader scrutinizes it. It's a can of food. He opens the can, and the girl starts complaining. But Kin says it's okay, explaining the man is testing the product quality. The leader smiles, and his subordinates grow hungry from the mere smell. The man takes a spoonful, and the guards eagerly ask if it tastes good. Yunglin complains he ate the entire contents. The leader grumbles, noting it was gone before he could even enjoy it. Calmly, Kin reassures them, saying there's no need to worry. He's got more, and he continues to eat. Yunglin complains again, exclaiming, he's already eaten 8 cans, and they could have traded that for a lot of other goods. Burping. The leader admits it's not bad. He claims he's about 30% full. Then tells the guards they can eat the rest. They immediately start fighting over the nearly empty cans. The leader declares it delicious and says he'll take them to the Lord. He tells someone to escort them to the waiting room. A soldier leaves the pair inside the bustling settlement. Everyone seems peaceful, and vendors are everywhere. Kin asks if all the houses are occupied. The soldier confirms, yes, refugees taken in by the Lord. Without him, they would have been zombie food. Suddenly, a girl is thrown to the ground, and a man starts attacking her. He's shouting that she stole medicine. The girl begs him to spare her, promising she won't steal again. Worried, Kin stops the man and asks why he's being so violent. Furious, the man asks if Kin knows what she did, and explains the girl stole medicine. Medicine is far rarer than food, and stealing it is a crime punishable by death, when the Lord allows it. That girl has stolen from him several times. Fortunately, he caught her this time. The man yells at the girl to hand over the medicine, The soldier accompanying Qin says he doesn't need to worry. In this city, they have their own systems to punish thieves. Qin and Yunglin follow the soldier, while the man grabs the girl, and says he'll take her to the justice office to decide what to do with her. They arrive at another bustling part of the city. The soldier informs the boys that the Lord is quite occupied today, and won't be able to grant them an audience. So he hands them a key to a room, telling them to wait until tomorrow. The duo heads off to their assigned quarters. The very next day, right in the heart of the city, an elderly woman halts a man, frantically asking if he's seen her granddaughter. He denies it, but even so, the old lady keeps pressing, prompting the man to start arguing with her. Full of worry, the old woman explains, her granddaughter hasn't shown up since the previous day. She desperately asks if anyone has seen her. Ken quickly observes that the lady's granddaughter must be the very girl from yesterday. The soldier confirms it, but tells him not to fret, as she'll be notified soon enough. Even so, Ken decides to go speak to her directly, revealing her granddaughter was taken to the justice office. The old woman instantly becomes desperate, asking if her granddaughter was captured. She screams that it's all her fault, as she's the one who truly needs the medicine. The soldier quickly takes Kin with him, saying it's almost time to meet the Lord. The old lady hurries away, murmuring that she absolutely needs to get to the justice office. Inside a massive, opulent hall, a man announces to the Lord that the merchant Qin Xiang is arriving. Let him in, the Lord commands. The Lord, shirtless, is surrounded by women and an abundance of lavish food. The young man looks utterly confused. The Lord then states his rule. He only trades with people he knows. But they say Shin has some very tasty goods, he adds. Shin confidently declares he has fresh meat that everyone who's tried it has loved. He asks if the Lord would like to try some himself. A guard brings the cans over to the Lord. He opens one of the cans and takes a bite of its contents. The taste absolutely stuns him. The man grabs the other cans, devouring them desperately. He shouts, "It's unbelievably delicious, 1,000 times better than the meats." He usually eats. He tells Qin to give him all of them, declaring he'll make the trade. Qinan beams with an excited smile. The Lord asks what he desires in exchange. The young man states his wants: zombie cores, evolution potion, and gold. The Lord gets confused about gold, so his guard explains what it is. Excited, the Lord declares he'll definitely make the trade. The Lord orders his guards to bring Qin everything he wants. In exchange for those precious cans, the young man, however, has one more request. The Lord, intrigued, asks what it could be. Qin reveals a secret. A girl stole medicine yesterday, and is now held at the justice office. He offers a trade. Medicine. If they'll only release her. The Lord verifies with his guard, who confirms the story. He muses that since Qin's offering medicine to compensate, they won't face any loss. He then declares that after the trade, his guards will escort him to the justice office to release the girl. A relieved Qin profusely thanks the Lord. Moments later, the guard delivers a hefty 10 kilos of gold, 100 zombie cores, and 2 precious evolution potions to Qin. Qin muses he can gain many new abilities from this haul. His main priority? Return to the real world and sell all that gold. The young man has no idea how much he'll get for that gold, but he suspects it'll be an absolute fortune. Then the guard presents Qin with a release order from the city's lord, and says he'll personally escort the young man to the justice office. He glances back, wondering, where is Xiao Yanlan? She was supposed to be waiting for him right here. The citizens are all gathered, a tense crowd, murmuring in despair. Some are bleeding as people just watch. Qin wonders why so many people are here. At the very entrance of the justice office, a soldier barks at them. Get out of the way, and angrily demands, what are you doing here? He threatens to make the Lord give them more work, just so they have something to do. Then, a voice cuts in, telling them to stay right there. He declares Times was the one who called everyone there. He proclaims, it's time for people to witness the consequences of stealing in the Lord's city. He then tells everyone to look closely. They'd only survive in this post-apocalyptic world, thanks to the Lord's city. Everything in this city belongs to the Lord. Defying his authority? It's a capital offense. The girl's grandmother is on her knees, openly weeping. Qin is utterly shocked by what he sees. He crushes the release order from the Lord, held tightly in his hand. Behind the man, the body of the girl who stole the medicine hangs grimly. The young man questions, what kind of sick joke is this? He stares at the hanging girl, then starts shouting furiously at the man. Qin grabs his uniform, demanding, what do you think a human life is? The boy cries out, she only stole for her family. The man scoffs, saying he's never seen Qin before, and assumes he must be a mere merchant. Then, he seizes the boy's wrist, and brutally twists his arm, breaking it. Qin recoils in terrible pain. The man declares that since Qin is from another city, he's going to be forgiven. Kin's accompanying soldier confirms his identity, a merchant. Then, he apologizes profusely for his errors. The man then brings Yunlin forward, questioning if she was with him too. The boy is utterly shocked, demanding to know what just happened. The man coldly states she was caught attempting a prison break. It seems she absolutely flew into a rage because of the thief's execution, and he's truly unsure, should they release her, or just end her life right here? A soldier quickly interjects, pointing out they brought vital food supplies to the city, and putting an end to them now would mean the Lord would never again savor those incredible delicacies. Seriously, the man retorts, he only needs to keep ×1 of them alive. Kin quickly instructs the system to upload all the zombie cores. Suddenly, he's awarded 200 more skill points. With that, you can level up a staggering ×3 . The boy immediately requests to proceed. The system then utilizes 28 points, boosting him to level 7, and 50 more points are instantly used to heal his injury. Kin's mind races. The man genuinely plans to kill Xiao Yunlin, and if he managed to capture her with such shocking ease, he must be incredibly powerful indeed. His best option is to unleash extreme speed, grab Yunlin, and escape. He should be able to maintain it until they're completely clear. The boy instantly activates his high-speed ability, surging toward the girl. He streaks straight past the man and snatches Yunlin. As he streaks past the nearby guards, Kin shouts, "Take a break already!" The boy is absolutely thrilled his ability can last even longer. Yunlin shouts out for him, but the boy quickly tells her not to worry, insisting they need to escape first. The pair races onward, beyond the city walls. They finally come to a halt deep in the forest. Kin's energy is utterly drained. The boy reflects on what an incredibly close call that was. Yunlin immediately apologizes to him, but he insists she did nothing wrong. He believes he should have acted sooner himself. Yunlin insists there was no way they could know the man would act so fast, and she admits she's far too weak, unable to even fight him. Kin questions if Justice Chief Kichi is truly ×that strong. She confirms he must be a level 5. He's completely confused. Level 5 is considered ×that powerful? The girl clarifies that an evolutionist begins at level 1, and leveling up is incredibly difficult. She recounts it took her a full 10 years just to reach level 3. Every faction employs an evolutionist for their essential protection, but still, level 5 is considered exceptionally rare. Some speculate a level 10 could even obliterate an entire city, in a single, devastating move. Kin reflects that even in this apocalypse, there are still unimaginably strong people out there. He genuinely thought that, with the system, he could utterly dominate the entire world. That will be difficult, suddenly. Just as Chief Kichi closes in on the two of them, Yunlin urgently warns Kin to be careful. But Kin is struck down directly by the man's brutal attack. The young man cries out for his position, and Kichi relentlessly rains down a flurry of blows upon him. Kichi even mercilessly lands a devastating punch to the boy's face. Yunlin screams, her voice laced with serious alarm and terror. Kichi snarls, demanding if they were ever given permission to leave the city. Kin collapses to the ground, severely injured and barely conscious. Yunlin attempts to charge at Kichi, fueled by desperation, but he viciously strikes her too, leaving her hurt before grabbing her by the neck. Then, Kin dramatically pulls an evolution potion from his pocket and gulps it down. A searing, burning pain erupts within him as Kichi watches, intrigued. Yunlin, now filled with dread, gasps, asking if he just drank an evolution potion. Kichi bursts into uproarious laughter, releasing Yunlin from his grasp, while Kin screams, writhing in agony on the ground. The Justice Chief laughs so hard, tears stream down his face as he approaches the boy, and mockingly asks if Kin would rather destroy himself than ever lose to him. The man sneers, declaring the boy looks like a mere writhing insect. Kin lets out a primal scream of desperation, as he suddenly remembers a poignant moment from his childhood. Someone had once asked why he always seemed to get into fights, yet the little boy had declared he wouldn't tolerate his classmates' presence if they continued to treat him so terribly. On that particular occasion, his father slapped him, sternly telling him to stop fighting at school, and to stop embarrassing him. The young boy had bitterly thought they say he was born but never properly raised. His father simply walked away, clutching his beer. Years later, his superior coldly informed him not to come to work anymore. Kin questioned why, and the manager coolly replied that it's perfectly normal for the boss to invite interns out for drinks, and Kin should never have interfered. Now, he should just mind his own business. One night, Kin was walking alone and witnessed a man attacking a girl. He approached the men, demanding to know what they were doing, but the man shoved him away. Yet, the boy bravely insisted, doing absolutely everything he could, to stop the men from attacking the girl any further. The attackers decided to flee, fearing the police would arrive any moment. The woman profusely thanked Qin and urged them to go to the hospital, but he refused, walking away silently. He simply told her to leave that dangerous area immediately. Chasing after him, she called out, asking him to wait. The girl then asked if he had somewhere to go, and surprisingly invited him to an apartment she owned. Qin admitted he was indeed looking for a place to stay, and cautiously asked about the rent. Smiling warmly, the girl assured him it would be incredibly cheap. Back at her home, she had nursed Qin, offering him comfort and food. Now, he found himself back in that apocalyptic world, relentlessly beaten by Kichi. Kichi snarled, declaring Qin looked no better than a dead dog. It seemed his evolution had utterly failed to awaken within the boy's mind. He was almost completely lost, ensnared by the echoes of his past memories. The odds of him evolving to level 2 were now infinitesimally low. That monstrous candidate had truly gone too far this time. In his mind, Qin told Zhang Luxu, the girl who had helped him, her cooking was divine, and she absolutely had to open a restaurant. Beaming with delight, she replied that if he truly wished it, she could cook like that for him every single day. The boy's face flushed, as a wave of nervousness washed over him. She then gracefully rose to retrieve the cake she had bought earlier. The girl gently placed the beautifully decorated cake on the table. Qin took a bite and exclaimed how incredibly tasty it was. She proudly replied that she'd heard the chef who created it had won countless prestigious culinary awards. Then, he remembered Yumlin once saying she dreamed of becoming a pastry chef. He flinched, startled, and Zhang Luxu immediately asked what was wrong. He mumbled that he felt like he was forgetting something vital. Meanwhile, Kichi had kidnapped Yumlin, who defiantly screamed for him to just kill her already. But Kichi, with a cruel grin, declared he wouldn't grant her that mercy. Her face, however, was far too pretty to waste. He could simply sever her tendons and present her as a delightful gift to the Lord. Suddenly, a blood-soaked hand shot out, grabbing his shin and sending both Kichi and Yumlin tumbling down. It was Qin, rising from the carnage, his entire body soaked in blood. His eyes blazing with furious rage, Qin declared, "You're not going anywhere." He violently grabbed Kichi's clothes, then slammed a powerful fist into his face. The man immediately crumpled and fell to the ground. Then, Qin unleashed a relentless barrage, pummeling him with furious punches. Yumlin watched, stunned, as the once mighty Chief of Justice lay defeated on the ground. Despite their victory, the girl's eyes filled with worry for Qin. Against all odds, the boy had successfully evolved. Yumlin, now smiling, said she truly thought he had died back there. He laughed weakly, reassuring her that it wouldn't be that easy to take him down. But suddenly, a crushing blow slammed directly into his chest. Kichi's hand, still monstrous, had pierced clean through him. Yumlin let out a heart-wrenching scream of utter desperation. Qin was violently lifted, dangling helplessly in the air. Kichi sneered, acknowledging that the boy's evolution had indeed been a success. Kichi boasted that even with Qin's evolution, he was still only level 1 and stood no chance of defeating him. Qin gritted his teeth in agony, but then, something utterly impossible began. Something utterly unexpected began to happen. Kichi watched, utterly shocked, as Qin's body began to float, suspended in midair. The monster gasped. How? How is that even possible? Qin possessed the legendary Golden Abyssal Physique, a power only achievable by a level 10 being. Consumed by fear, Kichi immediately spun around and began to flee. He activated his full-speed ability, desperate to escape. The man questions how Tin could possibly wield the Golden Abyssal Physique. When just evolved, it's exactly like the last time he witnessed this power. But Hidden's entire body erupts in a blinding golden glow. With merely a flick of his finger, he unleashes his power, and the attack surges relentlessly toward Kichi. The man is struck. The explosion is colossal, leaving no chance of survival. Inside the city, the Lord wonders aloud about that peculiar vibration, and if some incredibly powerful figure might be passing through. In Faction 17, even the chief feels the distinct vibration of that immense force. Meanwhile, within the climbers' support group, the women are suddenly startled deep in the forest. Qin collapses unconscious, but Yunlin swiftly catches him. The girl is utterly desperate, fearing for the boy's critical condition. She desperately tries to staunch his bleeding, but he's losing an alarming amount of blood. Suddenly, his body inexplicably begins to heal itself. The girl is utterly shocked, then immediately scoops him into her arms, determined to rush him to a doctor. The Lord swiftly makes his way to the forest, but the powerful aura has already completely vanished. He ponders why such an immense aura was ever so close to him, and fervently hopes he hasn't somehow offended its owner. Then, at a hidden hideout, someone furiously pounds on the door. A woman opens it, only to be forcefully shoved back by Yunlin, carrying Qin. She grumbles that if the girl smashes her door, She'll absolutely have to pay for it. A desperate Yunlin tearfully begs the doctor to save the boy. The woman observes, noting how utterly strange it all is. Yunlin anxiously asks if Qin Shuang will be okay, and she replies that his vital signs are incredibly weak. She honestly can't ascertain his current condition. Upon scanning his organs, she discovered a vast area of metal miraculously covering the wound site. It appears this mysterious metal is what saved his life, but she's truly never encountered anything like it before. Evelyn eagerly asks if that means he's going to fully recover. The woman cautiously says she can't promise, given how utterly strange it is. The girl, frustrated, demands to know what exactly is happening, and the woman simply tells her to leave him there for a few days. Elsewhere, the chief of Faction 17 bizarrely orders his subordinates to beat him. They're utterly confused, but the man declares he's humiliated them enough. Now it's finally their turn to exact their revenge. The man assures them not to worry, as he won't turn on them. The group exchanges glances, then begins fiercely punching their chief. After the brutal beating concludes, the man muses that his subordinates didn't even hesitate to strike him. He then knocks on the doctor's door. She opens it, her expression grim and serious. The man informs Dr. Xiao that he's, once again, sustained injuries, and promptly requests her to treat him. The woman dramatically complains this is his third visit this month. Seriously, he's getting hurt far too often. He coolly shrugs it off, saying it's all just part of the job. Suddenly, Yunlin is startled, spotting him unexpectedly right there. A chill runs down her spine as she recalls their last encounter. He threatened her then. Now she wonders, why is he even here? Does his faction seriously not have a single doctor of their own? If he finds out they're here, it's game over. He'll probably order them surrounded, so she has to leave, and fast. The man tries to barge his way right into the room, but Dr. Zhao intervenes, declaring there's a patient in that room. She sternly tells him to move to the other side instead. Returning, Zhao is startled, demanding, "Yunlin, what are you doing?" She's trying to lift Ken, but the woman protests, he can't be moved. Yet Yunlin insists, they have to get out of here, now. Suddenly, the door flies open. It's the man from Faction 17. He whips out his pistol, and without hesitation, he fires. But Xiao instantly throws herself on top of the injured man. He shouts furiously that those two took out dozens of his men, and now he's going to finish both of them right here. The man declares he's already sent a signal to his faction. Xiao explodes in anger, shouting, he absolutely cannot kill anyone here. He's her patient. If he dares touch her patients again, he should never come back for her help, ever. She is absolutely furious, and she declares she's serious, refusing to let anyone disturb her patients. The man finally calms, assuring her he won't disturb her patients. Then, he tells Yunlin he'll grant them just a few more days to leave. He warns he'll have his people block off the entire area. He points menacingly at the pair. He guarantees, with his word, that they won't escape, because once they leave, it'll truly be the end for them. Suddenly, the system informs Qin. He's evolved and gained a new talent. The boy reflects, barely able to believe he's even alive right now. He sacrificed 3 years of his life just to evolve to level 5. Qin is utterly bewildered, and the system clarifies. To defeat that powerful opponent, he unconsciously sacrificed the very energy of his own life. The voice marvels. It never imagined Qin would become an evolutionist, purely through sheer willpower. Qin demands, "Who's speaking?" The voice replies, "It's just an old man," and explains his evolution will unlock even more system functions. Qin, still confused, asks why he was given this system at all. Then the voice confidently declares it believes he can take it all the way to the very end, and at the journey's ultimate end, they will finally meet. The day quickly passes. Dr. Zhao exclaims, "It's pure magic. He was fully healed in just a single day." She's absolutely never seen anyone recover with such speed. But Yunlin then asks, so why hasn't he woken up yet? Zhao admits he should have been awake by now, wondering if he just needs a little motivation, and just like that, she punches him. He jolts awake, absolutely stunned. Qin gapes, "Are you a times monster, Why would you do that?" The doctor calmly states he's recovering quite nicely. Yunlin then tells the boy to get dressed. A short while later, Qin asks if Faction 17's members have them completely surrounded, and Yunlin grimly confirms it. She explains times usually take on Shusong, but she's still recovering from their last brutal clash. Angrily, the boy declares he's heading out to deal with them personally. Yunlin offers to join him, but Qin tells her to stay behind and focus on her recovery. He grins, assuring her he can handle them all by himself. Outside, one of Siasun's men questions why they don't just storm in and wipe out the two of them right now. Xiaosun replies that he made a promise to Dr. Xiao. Another man suggests the doctor must eventually go out for medicine, and they can use her absence to bait them out and stir things up. Xiaosong agrees, it's a solid plan, and orders them to proceed. He commands his men to arm themselves and take down Qin, but to leave the girl unharmed. Suddenly, the doctor's door swings open. A shocked Axisong stares as Qin emerges, standing right there. Qin declares they had no reason to come to him, because he's already come to them *them. Seeing the boy, Axisong is absolutely incensed, he dared to appear. He furiously orders his men to finish him off. But then, several energy beams ignite, encircling Qin. He looks utterly confident as his status panel activates. Qin can now instantly see the power levels of his opponents. They're all level 1, except for Shu Song, who clocks in at level 3. Meanwhile, Qin himself is a level 1 perfect evolutionist, and the system boosts his speed and strength using his unique abilities, skyrocketing his chance of victory to a whopping 90%. He instantly blurs into motion, striking down enemies left and right, until he finally reaches Xie Song and lands a devastating punch. All the other men crumple to the ground, leaving Xie Song absolutely speechless and seething. He angrily yells that the last time he saw Qin, he was nothing but an ordinary human. The boy calmly retorts that if he'd used weapons, every single one of them would be dead right now, but he's graciously giving them a chance to live. Qin then orders them to kneel and bark like dogs. Later, at the merchant's hideout, the merchant presents Qin with all the gold he could possibly gather. Qin confirms it's precisely what he needed, and in return, hands him several cans of precious food. Our hero departs, firmly instructing the man to keep stockpiling gold on his behalf. Confusion washes over the man. Qin's demand for gold is truly baffling. Normally, folks are just trading food cans for those valuable zombie cores. Our young protagonist now possesses a whopping 20 kilograms of pure gold. He informs Jen Lin he's stepping out to grab some vital supplies. His mission? To diligently search for additional food and precious water. Then, with a determined gaze, the boy initiates the dimensional jump. He awakens suddenly, a distinct knocking at the door piercing the silence. He opens it, revealing none other than the concerned Zhang Laoshu. Filled with profound worry, she immediately pulls Qin into a tight hug. The boy, sensing her unease, asks why she's so incredibly nervous, and the girl tearfully reveals he's been completely gone for days. He quickly conjures up a plausible excuse. He claims he was deep in some business, totally without cell signal. The girl's frustration bubbles to the surface. She's clearly upset. She passionately tells him he absolutely must let her know before vanishing again. She was literally seconds away from calling the police. Qin, somewhat flustered, nervously assures her he understands completely. Then, to make amends, he announces he'll give her a gift as an apology. Zhang Luxi, though, immediately protests, claiming she doesn't want anything, and that he really shouldn't be spending money on her at all. Qin, with a confident smile, tells her there's absolutely no need to worry, because he's managed to rake in quite a bit of money over the past few days. They should go shopping, and she can freely choose whatever her heart desires. Deep inside the mall, Zhang Luxi exclaims they're in a super expensive store, but Qin utterly ignores her, insisting she pick absolutely anything she wants. Because now, he has enough money to buy not just one, but several times of them. Zhang Luxi, astonished, can't help but ask how he got so incredibly rich. Turning to the clerk, Qin asks her to show him their very best merchandise. She gracefully hands him a stunning pearl necklace. Qin tenderly places the beautiful necklace around the girl's neck. She presses a sweet kiss to his cheek, saying she absolutely loves it, and that she'll truly cherish any gift he ever gives her. The boy confirms, "I'll take it," and asks the clerk to wrap it up beautifully. Qin then says he'll make a quick trip to the bank to deposit a few things, and promises he'll be right back. Moments later, at the bank, the boy asks if they buy gold, and the teller quickly confirms. Then, she casually asks how many grams he's looking to sell. The boy simply unzips his backpack for the banker to see. In a separate room, the bank manager comes rushing in. He profusely apologizes to Qin for making him wait so long. Then he eagerly asks to see the gold Qin has brought. The boy calmly tells him to just check inside the backpack. He is utterly shocked by the astonishing sight before him. Qin then tells the man to test if it's real, confirming it's a full 20 kilos. A little while later, the manager asks Qin to sign a document, officially completing the exchange. As Qin calmly departs, a bank employee instantly asks the manager how much they paid the boy. The manager replies that the gold boasted an incredible 99.6% purity, valued at an astounding 6.6 million in cold hard cash. Ken returns to the luxurious store, and what he finds there utterly startles him. Jiang Luoxue is locked in a fierce argument with another woman. She fiercely declares that the necklace belongs to her, but the woman retorts that, since she hasn't paid, she has no right to it. Ken steps in, urgently asking what's going on. Jiang Luoxue passionately accuses the woman of stealing her necklace. The woman defiantly shoves money into the clerk's hands, and loudly declares her intention to buy the necklace. But then, Ken calmly offers a gleaming piece of solid gold, firmly stating his wish to buy the necklace himself. That single piece of gold could easily pay for dozens of those necklaces. The woman, absolutely furious, declares the gold must be fake. The clerk intervenes, stating the necklace was already reserved, so even if the woman pays right this instant, she still can't have it. The clerk wraps the jewelry and hands it to Jiang Luoxue. The woman, seething, storms out of the store in a towering fury. Jiang Luoxue, victorious, suggests to Ken they head to the market for some leisurely shopping, and he readily agrees. But suddenly, a can violently strikes Ken. It's a sinister group of men, their faces twisted with malice. A vengeful woman dispatched them, targeting the couple, and one of the men is absolutely enraged, shouting that they brazenly stole his girlfriend's necklace. The group advances menacingly, stating they're asking for trouble. Ken swiftly pulls Jiang Luoxue behind him, shielding her. The girl frantically tells Ken to run, but to her utter surprise, nothing happens. Ken calmly turns to Jiang Luoxue, suggesting they head to the market. Confused, she asks where the menacing group has gone. She looks, only to see every single one of them lying unconscious on the ground. Ken simply states he has no idea what just happened. Jiang Luoxue and Ken are shopping peacefully, until the girl's uncle abruptly appears. She immediately questions how he knew where she was, and if he had secretly put trackers on her phone. The man coldly asks if she has already forgotten her promise to her father. He then commands her to return home with him at once, but Ken bravely steps in front, stating she doesn't want to go back, and angrily orders the man to simply leave them. The man sneers, declaring Ken is utterly useless to Jiang Luoxue. Her father is already searching for a proper husband for her. Once he finds one, she will be married immediately. The man then turns to Jiang Luoxue and asks if she remembers what her father said he would do if she refused. Her father threatened to have someone buy Ken and throw him into the river. With her head bowed low, Jiang Luoxue softly says she understands and will go back with him. But Ken, with sudden resolve, tells him to wait. He asks if Jiang Luoxue could be with him if he became truly wealthy. The man simply scoffs, mocking him openly. Wait, you mean more times than 6 million in the bank? He quickly cuts Ken off, telling him to stop dreaming, and don't come back until you're pulling in 600 million a year. Ken's mind immediately races, fixating on that staggering 600 million. He realizes that's exactly the fortune he'll need to win over Jiang Luxury. He'll gather that sum, no matter what, and then he'll make her his. At base G4, a man urgently asks the soldier if he found it, and the soldier's answer is a resounding yes. The Earth Alliance, in return, demands thousands of black crystals. The man's eyes flash with fury at the sheer absurdity of the price. He roars, asking if they're trying to bleed him dry. The soldier calmly explains that, if he can't meet their price, they told him to forget it, as others are ready to snatch it up. Despite the exorbitant cost, the man reflects that, if he can acquire it and present it to the right person, he'll unlock immense support, and everything will become his. Determined, the man declares he'll do it, and orders the soldier to secure the item. Meanwhile, far away, Ken cheerfully announces his return from his trip. He's absolutely buried under a mountain of bags and suitcases. Yulin stares, utterly baffled, at how he could possibly return with even more asterisk. A bewildered Ken starts listing all the strange things he managed to acquire. Yulin, bewildered, asks why in the world he bought so much flour. The boy, with a kind smile, says it's all to bake them delicious desserts. He recalls her mentioning she once dreamed of becoming a pastry chef. The girl firmly states her sole mission is to protect Ken, and right now, there's simply no time for baking desserts. Ken gently steps closer to her. He reminds her that she still hasn't fully healed from her injuries, and insists she should rest and recover safely at the base, with a reassuring smile. Ruyo boldly declares she's hitting the road right alongside him. Ken agrees, but Yulin quickly intervenes, vehemently stating that won't happen. She glares at her sister, demanding to know what she's plotting now. And if she's trying to get Ken killed out there on the road? The accused girl asks Yulin why she'd ever think her so cruel. Ruyo explains she's tired of freeloading and wants to contribute. She's determined to cooperate fully with Qin Xuan. This time, the boy confirms they'll be setting off tomorrow. Qin arrives at base G4, noting with curiosity its incredibly narrow entrance. Ruyo explains it's designed for defense, easy to hold, tough to attack. It's the best way to guard against both zombies and other enemies. Inside, two men carefully carry a mysterious box. The chief's eyes gleam as he asks if that's times the treasure. He immediately orders them to open it up for him, but inside, resting ominously, is a stone staff. He scoffs, claiming it looks utterly ordinary, questioning if it's a fake. Just as he reaches out, threatening to touch it, they scream at him, "Don't! That staff," they warn, "is lethally poisoned. Even an evolutionist can be gravely affected within minutes of contact. Even a formidable level 5 evolutionist can only handle it for a mere 15. Moments later, the man is utterly aghast at its potent toxicity. He can't fathom why anyone would desire such a deadly substance. He then demands confirmation of the item's authenticity. The soldier quickly affirms, "Yes, Commander." They even tested it on 5 non-evolutionist individuals. Every single one mutated violently shortly after mere contact. The man smirks, a satisfied grin spreading across his face as he states, "It always feels better when my subordinates handle things with such competence." Suddenly, a voice shouts, urgently calling for the commander. 2 traders just arrived, seeking to make a deal, and they're carrying a whole bag full of precious canned food. His eyes widen in excitement. "A lifesaver," he exclaims, "especially since I'm utterly broke." Meanwhile, Kin and Ruio patiently wait for the commander's arrival. The girl admits to Kin that she's never been to this particular base before. He reassures her, stating he needs money fast, so there's no need to be afraid. The commander bursts in, radiating eager excitement. He swiftly apologizes for keeping them waiting. "I hear you've brought some items to trade," he eagerly states. "May I see what treasures you possess?" Kin calmly unzips the bags, revealing their contents. The commander is utterly speechless, his jaw dropping. "Just one of these cans is worth an absolute fortune," he gasps. "There must be nearly 100 here." He subtly signals his guard, then asks what they desire in return. Ruio declares their demands. "We want zombie cores, gold, and a selection of fine jewelry." Suddenly, the soldier slams the door shut with a heavy thud. Ruio, a forced smile playing on her lips, asks why he did that. The commander assures them, "Oh, it's nothing serious at all. I just want to properly discuss the true value of everything." Then, without warning, the commander barks orders for his soldiers to seize the duo. Ruio screams, "Kin, why are you just standing there? Run!" Kin simply takes a deep, deliberate breath. He silently wonders why people in this apocalypse always resort to such treachery. All he wanted was to conduct his business peacefully. With a sudden blur of motion, Kin weaves through the soldiers at incredible super speed, leaving them utterly bewildered and frozen in shock. He scales the wall with astonishing ease, his hands gripping the rough stone. His incredible leg strength now enables him to execute incredibly powerful jumps. What's more, his movements have become astonishingly precise. He can now land devastatingly strong strikes with incredible speed and accuracy. In the mere blink of an eye, he effortlessly takes down his opponents. The commander is left absolutely speechless after witnessing Kin single-handedly defeat all his soldiers. Even Ruyo stares, wondering how Kin could possibly be so powerful. In utter desperation, the commander stammers that it was all just a big misunderstanding. But Kin is in no mood to hear his excuses. After receiving a thorough beating, the man whimpers in pain, admitting he made a grave mistake. Kin simply asks, "Why did you force my hand?" adding, "I really don't like doing this." The commander then declares he'll grant him anything he desires, and fulfill the exact trade he seeks. An enraged Rubio demands, "Does he truly believe they'll trade after setting us up like this?" But Kin insists they will. Rubio asks if he's an idiot, wondering how he could ever trust that man. Kin explains he's realized that in this brutal, apocalyptic world, there are many wolves disguised in sheep's clothing. But if they're properly tamed, business can work just fine. The commander agrees, proclaiming that for masters like Kin, only unwavering respect exists. The man then guides the duo, eager to show them the trade's resources. He reveals the box they had only just received. Kinna asks, "What is that? Just a broken stick?" and declares that's not what he asked for, eyeing him nervously. The commander stammers he spent all his savings on that stick, so he has no choice but to trade it. The man assures him the stick is unique, a precious treasure. Using it can significantly increase your damage. He tells Kin, "Go on, try it out." The boy begins to pick up the stone staff, asking, "Is it really that powerful?" Meanwhile, the commander reflects on the boy's apparent stupidity. In 5 seconds of holding that item, he'll be poisoned. He smiles, certain that Kin is already dead. But Kin stops, telling the man, "You test it." Trying to dodge the situation, the man says it's better if Kin tests it himself. The boy refuses, telling him to test it instead. The commander hesitates, and Kin asks, "What's wrong?" Kin grabs the staff with a cloth and tells the man to hold it. He backs away, terrified and furious. Kin shouts at him to hold the item with his bare hands. The object falls near the commander's foot, and he is terrified. Kin asks, "Why are you scared? Does he think the boy doesn't know what that is?" The boy says he gave the commander a second chance, but he didn't value it. So if that's the case, he won't be able to blame him. Rubio tells Kin to kill him. The commander tries to say something, but Kin grabs him by the neck. He tries to beg for his life. Kin stares at him with hatred. He remembers the girl he saw hanging. The man tries to breathe, but can't. Kin sees the justice chief, Kichi, asking him if he's enjoying the feeling of holding a life in his hands. The boy is startled. Then let's go. As for the commander, then. Kin turns his back, barking at Rubio to grab their things. They're leaving. The girl demands to know why Kin won't kill him. After he literally tried to take them out earlier, she probes if he simply can't bear to see the man suffer, pointing out he could just poison him or cut off his head. Kin snaps back, seething, ordering her to stop talking immediately. Then, Kin seizes the stone staff, claiming it as compensation for the commander's attempted murder. Rubio, however, reflects on the boy's cowardice, because he can't even bring himself to kill a single person. He possesses many abilities, yet they're utterly useless. That boy simply can't protect her sister. As they prepare to leave, the commander nervously begs them to wait. He implores if Kin can possibly save his base. The girl angrily retorts, asking if he thinks they're a charity. The commander desperately begs for their help, promising that if they do it, they can take absolutely anything they want from the base. Visibly worried, the man confesses they're on the brink of death, and if no one helps, the entire base will be utterly destroyed. Rubio sharply asks if he's still trying to fool them, declaring the man is practically asking to die. The man explains that to get a level 5 evolutionist to help them, they sent copious supplies, but the others still demand more. Now, they have nothing left to do but steal. He urges him to follow, insisting that if he sees, he'll truly understand the gravity of it. The man leads the duo to a ditch filled with several burned bodies. The commander somberly reveals, those were his men, all tragically killed in just a single day. Kin demands, why? The man replies that, every day, they lose more men, and it's not due to outsiders at all. No, it's all because of the base leader. To avoid the terrifying spread of disease, they're forced to burn bodies daily. If you dare get too close, you can feel your stomach violently turn from the stench of burning flesh. Rubio exclaims, is their leader insane? If he keeps going like this, he'll wipe out everyone in the entire base. The man grimly agrees, stating that's why he decided to bring down the leader. Kin questions if that's why he poured so much money, trying to secure a level 5 evolutionist's aid. He confirms it, but warns that one level 5 isn't enough. They'll need at least 3 working together. Their leader is a terrifying level 7 evolutionist. The base leader stalks through the streets, killing and terrifying everyone in his path. With just a single move, he can snatch anyone's life away. He declares, everyone must die. At the base, men gather before 2 powerful evolutionists. One of them declares, our third level 5 is missing. He sharply asks the commander if he's trying to pull a fast one. The commander quickly denies it, insisting he'll explain everything. I don't have another level 5, he admits, but I have someone who transcends levels entirely. The evolutionists exchange confused glances. One of them points, asking a soldier, is it him? He's nothing but a level 4, he scoffs dismissively. But the soldier quickly clarifies, no, the super evolutionist isn't me. The commander then introduces Qin Shuang, asserting he's incredibly strong. The man glares intently at the boy. So, he can fight a level 5 evolutionist? He challenges, skeptical. The boy calmly replies, I've done it before. At this, the man bursts into raucous laughter, exclaiming, that's an absurd joke, seriously. Commander Lai has been completely fooled by a child, he scoffs. Ever since the apocalypse began, he continues, no one has managed to surpass level 3. And Qin thinks he can surpass level 4? The boy concedes, the last time I fought a level 5, I really did get lucky. I'm not sure about my ability to surpass levels, he admits, but I'm willing to try. If I lose, he states, I'll give up. Qin adds, and if you lose, I'll compensate you with 100 cans of food. He then asks, what do you think of that? Notably, the boy is wearing a glove that blocks poison. Commander Lai urges them, let's not waste energy. He asks them to forget about this potential fight. But the evolutionist retorts, if Qin doesn't prove he can surpass level 4, he's out. I won't risk my life for a kid. Sometime later, Qin reminds the man, this isn't a fight to the death, it's just a competition, he clarifies. The man nods in agreement. They stand face to face as someone signals for the match to begin. The man charges forward, lunging straight for Qin. But the boy swiftly defends himself with a poisoned stone staff. The staff echoes. Qin reflects. That punch was really strong. Besides that, he thinks, the man is incredibly fast. I'll need to use my best ability right away. The man sneers. Qin, you can move a little, dodging some of my punches. But you're still far from surpassing. Level 4. The man delivers a brutal knee strike. Qin falls to the ground, wondering, are all level 5 seconds monsters? The boy scrambles away, and the man yells for him to stop dodging like a coward. Qin looks back and sees the man closing in rapidly. This is my chance, he thinks. I'm going to end this in one strike. The boy charges forward, slamming his stone staff into the man. But he doesn't even flinch, Qin demands. How does that feel? It hurt a lot, he retorts, revealing this move is called Bloodline Annihilator. The man, however, remains utterly still, observing everything intently. Commander Lee turns to the other evolutionist, asking, is your older brother married? But he dismisses it, telling the commander not to worry. His brother will absolutely handle everything. Concerned, the commander warns, that staff is highly toxic. He then asks if the man's brother can truly withstand its power. Suddenly, enveloped in a radiant blue light, the man hurls the staff far away. Along with it, Qin crashes hard. Breaking the very ground, the man charges straight at him. He unleashes a powerful overhead strike, punching Qin directly in the face. He declares to Qin, you lost. He admits the boy possesses impressive skill for a level 1. However, beating a level 3 or a weak level 4 is hardly impressive. Even so, throughout the entire fight, he could only rely on brute strength, completely lacking any technique. The man advises him to go home and train much more. The man then calls for his brother to leave, causing the commander to panic. The man then reminds the commander they'll keep their word. As long as the times actual times third, level 5 shows up, and not just a kid. Someone laughs. He's right. It's a strange new person who declares, that brat is useless, adding, Commander Lee should have called me instead. Qin is utterly shocked, as the creature has brazenly stolen his staff and glove. The person then claims Qin is using the staff all wrong. The boy completely freaks out, yelling, that zombie is talking. The person, highly offended, shouts back, I'm human. Qin apologizes, explaining his head spun too fast, which completely confused him. Commander Lee is thrilled to see his brother, How Jamie. He asks if he's finally decided to help. How Jamie replies he isn't there for times at all. No, he's here for that lovely staff he's been searching for so long. Qin protests, that staff was given to me. Outraged, How Jamie asks the commander if that's true. The commander confirms he bought that staff for How Jamie, with a hefty sum. But please, he begs, you must accept helping us. The weirdo then says he'll accept. The commander asks him to calm down, explaining he had no choice, but if the boy decides to stay and help, he will be greatly rewarded. Qin declares he can stay and help, but on one massive condition. The boy states that once this is all over, all trades made by the base must go exclusively through him. He will be the sole supplier. The man questions. The base needs food and medicine. Can Qin truly provide everything asterisk? Qin confidently confirms, saying he sells everything cheap. They just need to pay him in gold. That sounds like a solid deal, the commander declared, readily agreeing. The level 5 evolutionist winced, skillfully masking his pain. A little later, everyone was gathered, ready to strategize. The commander expressed his profound gratitude for their willingness to assist. Now, he would unveil the intricate plan to restore their communication. The commander began with a round of crucial introductions. First up, an evolutionist introduced himself as Fang Wu. His incredible ability? To render himself completely bulletproof. Next, his brother stepped forward, introducing himself as Fang Wen. A formidable level 5, he could freeze anything with a single touch. Then, Hojami chimed in, presenting himself. Another, level 5. He let out a mischievous giggle. A young one, Kid, announced himself as a level 1. His unique power allowed him to gather incredible energy. Ruio, a level 2, declared her ability to calculate with computer-like precision. With introductions complete, the man delved into the daring capture plan. Their target, the base's elusive leader, Yi, a level 7 powerhouse. His terrifying ability allowed him to liquefy his entire body. This very power made his capture incredibly difficult, almost impossible. The strategy? Lure him into a highly secure, secret room. First, Hojami would unleash gases to paralyze his nerves. Fang Wu, Qin Shuang, and with them, the guards would move in to restrain him. Meanwhile, Fang Wen would unleash his potent freezing ability. Then, they'd activate the intricate mechanism. He would then be sealed within a specialized containment box. Fang Wu nodded, declaring the plan seemed solid. Ho Jiami chuckled, amused they'd finally uncovered his secret ability. The man then inquired about the plan's immediate execution. The commander stated they couldn't endure any further loss of life. Thus, the operation would proceed at dawn the very next day. The next day dawned. Commander Lai successfully lured the leader in. The moment they stepped into the mysterious room, the door slammed shut. The leader sneered. "Commander Lai? Planning my demise?" Instantly, the leader lashed out with a menacing, fluttering liquid. But Fang Wu bravely stepped forward, shouting to Lai. "Get back!" The leader, now enraged, prepared his next move. Hu Jiami attempted to strike from behind with his staff, but his attack was swiftly blocked. Qin pulled him to safety just before a devastating blow landed. Hu Jiami, grateful, thanked Qin, admitting he should have been kinder. Then, surprisingly, yelled at Qin not to touch him. Fang Wu lunged forward, aiming a powerful punch at the leader. Yet, he was stopped cold, and the leader shockingly managed to cut his skin. Everyone watched in disbelief. Something had breached his bulletproof defense. The leader, smug, revealed, "High-pressure, high-speed liquid, can pierce through absolutely anything." And suddenly, Fang Wen advanced on the menacing foe. He instantly froze the dangerous liquid the leader used to attack. Then, Fang Wu seized the chance, throwing the leader far away. Enraged, the leader roared and furiously attacked Fang Wen. But Qian, quick as a flash, dives in and rescues him. As he lunges forward, poised to strike the leader, Fang Wu roars, "Stop gawking around and fix your eyes on me." The man lands a powerful punch right on the leader. He bellows. "The leader's form has shattered. This is our chance," Fang Wen exclaims. "This is the moment." Qian swiftly brings him to Ye, who immediately starts to freeze him solid. But a swirling vortex of water suddenly blocks his attack. Qian asks, "Is he gone?" But the man replies with a firm, "No." It looks like the leader dispersed, scattering his form to escape. The viscous liquid splatters onto the floor. Commander Lai shouts for the guards to protect the door at all costs. "Do not let Yai escape." Just then, the leader begins to reform. He's now completely surrounded by the surging liquid. Fang Wen, perplexed, mutters, "What is he doing now?" Lai's face pales, recognizing the terrifying move Yai is about to unleash. The commander yells for the soldiers to take cover behind their shields. Yai begins to unleash a devastating cutting attack in all directions. It cuts through everything, piercing even their shields. "The captain is hit," Fang Wu bellows. "Everyone, take cover behind me." Yai continues his relentless assault. Lai yells, "They broke through. Now is the moment." That last move severely drained Yai's energy. So, Yai will remain in his liquid form for a critical 10 seconds. This is Fang Wen's chance to make his move. Qian rushes him in close, and the man begins to freeze the leader solid. Iggy, caught in the ice, begins reverting to his human form. Fang Wen states, "With 10 seconds at my disposal, I should be able to freeze everything completely." Iggy is utterly encased, surrounded by a fortress of ice. Fang Wen meticulously finishes the job. Qian, with cautious optimism, says, "It looks like it worked." They remain in stunned silence, their eyes fixed. But then, a horrifying sight. The ice begins to crack. A desperate Fang Wen shouts, "He's breaking free!" Suddenly, Hub Jun Mai steps forward, telling Fang Wen not to worry. "I'm here," he proclaims, injecting a potent liquid into the ice. His powerful toxin can spread through the entire body. With a chilling grin, Hub Jamie says, "Yi Yi will sleep forever, and without his antidote, no one can ever escape." Finally, an unyielding, solid block of ice forms. The captain, relieved, declares, "It worked. The leader has finally been defeated." That night, in a festive hall, the commander and the others raise a toast, celebrating their battle victory. He extends his thanks to everyone for their unwavering help, and declares the base is finally free from that tyrant's reign. To show their gratitude, they've prepared a magnificent feast for all to enjoy. Li also proudly announces he invited some beautiful women to chat with them. Qian and Fang Wen immediately grow nervous. Hub Jamie seems incredibly excited, but when they actually see how beautiful the women are, the whole place absolutely buzzes with excitement. Amidst the lively chatter, a woman approaches Shin, asking if he's the fabled hero of their base. She can't help but comment on his surprising youth. Observing the scene, Ruiao rolls her eyes, thinking, men really are all the same. Hours later, the festivities reach a peak, and everyone is delightfully, thoroughly drunk. The commander, seeing the state of things, kindly orders everyone to be escorted to their rooms. Two helpful women gently guide Qin to his room, carefully setting him down on the bed. They chuckle, finding him rather adorable for getting tipsy so easily. One of them notices a bead of sweat. Then another, he's really flushed. She declares he absolutely needs a cool bath to refresh himself. Meanwhile, Fang Wen is deep in conversation with two lovely ladies. He gushes that Captain Lai truly gets him, like no one else. And just like that, they decide to continue their fascinating talk, perhaps in a more private room, all night long. Elsewhere, Hong Jimin lets out a peculiar, high-pitched giggle. He slyly remarks, "Those girls Lai brought are absolutely stunning, aren't they?" The ladies nearby jump, startled by his sudden odd presence. He quickly reassures them, "Don't worry, I wouldn't dream of harming you." In Fang Wu's room, he promptly dismisses the girls, declaring, "All right, that's quite enough for tonight. You can leave now," he adds, then decisively shuts the door right in front of them. Back in Kin's room, the girls are gently wiping him down with a cool, damp cloth. One softly observes, "Looks like he's out for the count. He'll sleep straight through the night." After all, the commander specifically told them to ensure he was well cared for. They decide to finish cleaning him up quickly, then leave him to his peaceful rest. But then, something unexpected catches their eye. And just like that, their plans change. They decide they'll definitely be staying to keep Kin company through the entire night. Morning arrives with a jolt, as a sharp slap rings out, right across Kin's face. It's Ru Yao, looking utterly unimpressed. She scolds him. "Looks like you had way times too much fun last night. Time to wake up." Then she demands, "Just how long do you plan on lounging around here, anyway?" Grabbing him firmly by the ear, she barks, "Get up, you pervert." Suddenly, a flurry of yelling erupts from inside the room. Meanwhile, Fang Wu and Fang Wen are making their way through the corridors. Fang Wen winces, clearly struggling with aches in his back and legs. His brother asks with concern, "Are you all right?" The younger man nods, assuring him he's fine. Commander Li approaches, surprised, asking, "Leaving so soon, everyone?" He tries to persuade them, "Don't you want to stay a few more days with us?" But the brothers politely decline, explaining they have other pressing matters to attend to. Kin chimes in, promising he'll personally fetch the supplies the base urgently needs. He assures them he'll be back within 3 short days. Hong Jimin interjects, scoffing, "Being a mere merchant? That's far too small time for someone like you, Kin." He then boldly asks, "Why don't you join me instead?" He sweetens the deal, promising, "Follow me, and I'll teach you the secret to evolving your levels at lightning speed." Fang Wen immediately cuts in, sternly advising Kin, "Don't you dare trust a word he says." He points out, if his methods were so amazing, wouldn't Hong Jimin himself be far more evolved by now? He then adds a chilling detail. "I once saw Hong Jimin with a much younger boy, and where is he now?" He finishes, just as Fang Wu tosses something small to Kin. Kin catches it, looking puzzled, and asks, "What is this?" Fang Wu explains, "It's a walkie-talkie, a way for us to stay in touch." He adds, with a knowing look, "Our organization could truly use talents like yours, Kin. If he wants in, all he has to do is speak into the device." Then, they bid farewell, and 3 days later, a man dramatically announces to their new leader, Lai, that Kin Huang has returned. The man eagerly asks if he brought all the supplies. The soldier confidently replies, "It's better if you see for yourself." Kin brought not one, but 3 times massive trucks with him. Lai is utterly speechless. He asked for a time-slot asterisk, but Kin truly delivered it all, in just 3 days. The boy tells Lai that he brought absolutely everything, and now he asks him to verify it. They immediately begin organizing everything. One of the workers gasps, "I've never seen so many supplies." With these incredible resources and fertilizers, the base will finally be self-sufficient. No one will ever go hungry anymore. Lai asks Kin, "Are you a god? How did you manage to get so many supplies?" Kin changes the subject, telling Lai to just pay what he promised, and he'll always bring whatever is needed. A soldier hands a bag to Kin, stating, "That's your reward." The boy questions, "Why is it so little if he brought 3 whole trucks?" Then Lai reveals, "That's a bag of black crystals, far more valuable than the zombie cores he had originally promised." Kin holds a shimmering crystal, and his system informs him that one single crystal can carry 100 times ability points. He's absolutely shocked that such a tiny piece holds so much potential. It's 50 times better than a mere zombie core. Lai says he also has the gold he promised and calls Kin over. The man admits they searched but couldn't find much gold. He opens a wooden crate, absolutely full of gleaming gold bars, and asks if it's enough. Kin confirms it is, and thanks him graciously. Later, back in the hideout, Kin tells Yunlin and Ruio that he'll be gone for a few days. They agree, and the boy returns to the real world with his impressive box of gold. It's much heavier than his previous backpack, by far. Under the lid, Kin surprisingly finds a painting. It looks like an ancient, priceless piece of art. He attempts to read the name, but it's written entirely in English. Kin reads the name Picasso and concludes, "What a strange name." He casually hangs the painting on the wall. Another day dawns, and two men intently observe a painting. One of them comments, "The piece is quite weird," adding, "But the 200 million I spent on it was absolutely worth it." Another man mentions that Jiang Laksa is currently on the blind date that they carefully arranged for her. The man instructs Uncle Jiao to keep a very close eye on his daughter and ensure she doesn't cause any trouble. Jiao agrees, then asks, "What should I do about Qin Shuang?" Yet, the source of his mysterious gold remains untraceable. He suggests the only logical step, contacting the police. But the man quickly interjects, telling Xiao there's no need to involve the police. He reveals he was the one who authorized the gold purchase. That boy, with his excellent connections, is essential for acquiring more gold. However, Jiang Laksui absolutely cannot end up with him. The man demands a truly capable and worthwhile son-in-law for his family. So, at their highly anticipated blind date, the boy, meeting Jiang Laksui, asks if she enjoyed the restaurant he so carefully picked out. She replies yes, prompting him to remark that her father mentioned she'd been spending far too much time cooped up at home lately. He then grandly invites her to his prestigious family's private island. But Jiang Laksui quickly shuts him down, stating it's simply not necessary. She's clearly not interested, yet he persists in trying to persuade her. The man, undeterred, asks where she would prefer to go. Perhaps an extravagant trip to another continent, he suggests, but she refuses, growing more serious with each passing moment. She declares, "I'll be honest with you. She only came to this date under duress, completely against her will. She has absolutely no interest in keeping in touch with him." Jiang Laksui stands abruptly, declaring the boy to be nothing but a playboy. So, since their meal is officially over, she won't waste another precious moment of her time. She simply walks away, leaving the man utterly irritated. He mutters, accusing her of being completely ungrateful. Later that night, Jiang Luxui finally returns to her home. Her father is waiting, angrily announcing he heard all about her disastrous dinner. Furious, she demands to know why he's even there. The man questions if she won't even call him father after everything he's done. Jiang Luxui coldly tells him to leave. Right now, he has nothing to say to her, and if he dares show up again unannounced, she threatens, she'll call the police. Her father retorts that if she keeps scaring everyone off like this, she'll drive away all the eligible candidates from prominent families. Absolutely furious, Jiang Luxui shouts that he's only treating her like a mere object, all for his own selfish gain. She already has someone she truly loves. Sternly, the man declares that boy is a complete nobody, and will never make her happy. Besides, he has no intention of leaving the family business in her incapable hands. Jiang Luxui challenges him, asking how he knows Qin isn't qualified, and she sharply reminds him that he was a nobody in his own youth. She doesn't care about the business, not one bit. She just wants to be happy. The man asks if she'll still act like this, even if it means Qin Shuang's untimely death. If she doesn't obey, that boy will simply disappear. The girl cries out that her father is relentlessly driving her toward death, just like he dragged her mother to her tragic end. She declares that's his ultimate goal. To do the same to her asterisk. The man explodes, yelling at her to shut up, but Jiang Luoxue roars back, her voice shaking the air, proclaiming he's the monster who drove her mother to madness. A brutal slap echoes as he strikes her face. Her eyes burn with a chilling, fiery hatred. Meanwhile, far from the chaos, Ken is peacefully jotting down his shopping list. Suddenly, an unexpected ring pierces the quiet of his room. He puzzles. Who could possibly be calling at this late hour? It's Jiang Luoxue. He immediately asks why she didn't just call first. He was already planning to surprise her with a visit tomorrow. His excitement bubbling, he declares it won't even take a year. Soon, he'll have more than enough to earn her father's reluctant approval. She leans in and kisses him, sending a jolt of nervousness through the boy. As she draws even nearer, Ken hesitantly pulls back, asking her to wait. He immediately senses something's amiss, asking if anything happened. His mind races to her father, wondering if he's involved. The girl whispers, telling him to cast aside all worries and focus only on her. Jiang Luoxue moves close, her voice soft as she confesses how much she missed him, and implores him to pull her into the tightest embrace. Later that night, Ken finds himself incredibly nervous in front of Jiang Luoxue. She playfully asks for his help with the delicate adjustments to her outfit. He helps her, and she settles onto the bed, glowing with happiness as she thanks him. Ken is overcome with shyness, his mind captivated by her breathtaking beauty. The two decide to spend the entire night immersed in conversation, distracting themselves, simply passing the precious hours lying together in bed. Ken reflects on his 20 years, a life never truly lived, always struggling. But now, in her presence, everything feels utterly transformed. It's Zhang Luoxue, a soul of unparalleled kindness who sees him for who he is. He marvels at his incredible luck, that someone as radiant as her could ever fall for an ordinary man like him. From this moment, his sole mission is to shower her with happiness and protect her. When he glances over to where she should be peacefully sleeping, Ken finds a mysterious envelope, his heart immediately sinking in confusion. He tears it open and begins to read the devastating words within. She writes that she's fleeing to a distant, unknown land, unable to reveal her whereabouts. She desires to live far from her father's grasp and spare Ken from her suffering. So, with a heavy heart, they must part ways. But she refuses to abandon the man she loves and simply run away. She vows to return only when she's strong enough to finally confront her father, and to make absolutely sure he won't ever forget her. After all, Zhang Luoxue made the first move just last night. He should wait for her promised return. Ken is left utterly speechless. Sometime later, he finds himself back in the harsh reality of the post-apocalyptic world. He stumbles into the hideout, his voice hoarse as he announces his return. He's in terrible shape, utterly consumed by depression and bone-deep exhaustion. Yunlin looks at him, her voice laced with concern, asking why he looks so utterly broken. Ruyu steps forward, asking if his trip yielded no vital supplies. Ken replies, stating he brought them food, even more than he managed last time, enough to sustain them, perhaps, for a good few months. Then, he simply states he'll be away for a while again. Confused, Ruyo asks, "Aren't you going to sell these supplies? And weren't you just trying to earn more gold?" The boy replies, utterly heartbroken, that even gold feels meaningless now. The girls are absolutely stunned. Yunlin muses, realizing this must mean Kin has a girlfriend. Ruyo admits she never expected him to actually have one. Kin explains they hadn't even officially started dating before she just left. He questions why she couldn't even bother to say goodbye. She even went as far as canceling her phone number. Now, he has absolutely no idea where to even find her. Kin starts to turn away, but Ruyo quickly stops him. She asks, "Isn't this just a breakup though?" Then tells him to just go find someone else. The boy insists she just doesn't understand how he truly feels. He's utterly broken. He has no energy to even think about someone new. The girl grabs his arm, pulling him closer to her. Kin gets nervous as Ruyo declares, "As long as you bring me tasty things, I might just reward you." Kin is instantly distracted. The girl internally muses that he certainly doesn't seem like someone lacking energy now. Then she shoves him away, stating, "All right, that's enough." She's already given him plenty of attention. Kin looks downcast once more, whining that just that won't cheer him up. Yunlin interjects, asking if he actually accepts her attention. Kin eagerly says yes, but confesses he truly wants a hug. Ruyo munches on a piece of bread while her sister gives Kin her full attention. He embraces her tightly, making the girl loudly complain. But Kin protests that it's barely been 30 seconds. Ruyo watches the scene, finding it quite amusing. Meanwhile, far from this chaotic scene, a soldier asks Captain Lai if they genuinely need to go through with this. The risk of thawing Yi to extract the dark energy is incredibly high. If he wakes, the consequences will be utterly unimaginable. Lai states their base was respected only times because of Yi's immense power. Now that everyone knows he's gone, Base G4 could be seized at any moment. They simply cannot wait much longer. Lai then orders them to fetch Hao Jumai. The soldier agrees, and swiftly leaves the area. Lai approaches the frozen ice structure. The man muses he doesn't know what Yi encountered to drive him insane, but it happened at times, the opportune moment. For too long, he refused to expand their territory. Yet his power could have let them dominate the surrounding regions. His indecision ultimately brought him low. So now, Lai wants his power for himself. He plans to use that very power to control all this land. Far away, Yunlin complains that Kin is already getting on her nerves. Suddenly, something beeps inside her backpack. The girls are instantly confused by the unexpected noise. Kin's hands dart into his own backpack. It's the walkie-talkie Fang Wu handed him. Ruyo shouts, warning him not to answer yet. Responding now means they'll pinpoint the base. Kin swiftly declares he'll leave before answering. He uses his incredible speed to bolt from the spot. The boy rockets across the city, ascending to a building's summit. He connects the walkie-talkie, his voice asking, "Is that Fang Wu?" Kin apologizes for not getting in touch earlier on his end. Fang Wu dismisses it, saying he doesn't want to discuss that. He urgently needs Kin's help but promises a fitting reward. It seems they're in dire straits and desperately need his special abilities. A massive horde of zombies made off with a batch of supplies. Worse yet, some people are trapped within. Kin must get there as swiftly as possible. The man gives him the exact location. The boy fixes his gaze toward the direction he must go. There, the zombies are relentlessly trying to attack. The people trapped inside sit, consumed by despair, on the ground. They don't even have any bullets left. The zombies relentlessly keep trying to break in. One of the men announces the base already called someone to help them, and their rescue should arrive soon. Kin arrives at the location, looks around, and is suddenly hit by something. The boy immediately falls to the ground. A woman calls Fang Wu, declaring the kid he found is very careless. Fang Wu tells her not to treat him badly. The boy might be useful. The woman retorts, "That's what we'll see." She then tells Kin to follow her. Meanwhile, several trucks are moving on the road. A driver tells Chief Fu they truly got lucky this time. He never expected to discover so many medical supplies. Since Kichi died, the position of Chief of Justice is now vacant. The guy asks if Chief Fu thinks he'll get the position when they return, but he replies that he's simply doing his job, without thinking too much about it. Suddenly, the trucks violently crash. Someone yells that it's red zombies. Several men get out and try to shoot the monsters, but they can't take them down. The driver gets out of the truck and holds the zombies with his elastic arms. That way, the others can shoot without the creatures dodging, but the shots end up damaging one of their tanks. Chief Fu says it's not a problem, and they can transfer the resources from one truck to another. From the top of one of the trucks, a man sees something. It's a horde of zombies just 800 meters away. The creatures are approaching quickly. Chief Fu yells for them to load the medical supplies and get in the car. "Hold on, the fuel tanks are still in the Other Times truck." But Fu retorts, "We don't have time. If we run into that horde, it's game over for all of us. We can worry about the fuel times later." Everyone piles into the car, but as time races on, their fuel gauge plummets. The driver urgently informs Captain Fu, who promptly barks orders to stop, and everyone quickly evacuates the vehicle. Fu grimly asks, "How much further can we possibly go on this fuel?" Someone estimates about 10 kilometers. Another suggests, maybe 15, if we're lucky. But they're still a daunting 30 kilometers away from the Earth Alliance base. Fu acknowledges, "I know you haven't rested in days, but there's no time to relax. We times have times to find gasoline." A man speaks up, "There times should times be gasoline nearby, just 5 kilometers in that direction." He quickly suggests, "We should split up. The vice captain should lead the fuel retrieval team." The vice captain, also their driver, nods in agreement. Meanwhile, a different group, far from them, cautiously picks through abandoned cars, also desperately searching for fuel. One of the men complains, "We must have gathered enough by now." The vice captain orders them to regroup with the others. But suddenly, several of his men are swarmed by zombies. Others open fire, and a soldier screams, "Everyone, run!" The vice captain frantically orders, "Get out of here, run! It's too late for those who've been bitten." He shouts, "Don't shoot, you'll only attract more." But the zombies were simply too numerous. They had no choice but to keep firing to escape. And now, they're completely out of bullets. Inside a cramped truck, the vice captain tries to calm everyone. "Just breathe, slowly for now." But outside, the zombies begin their relentless assault, banging furiously on the vehicle. Panic erupts inside as the monstrous horde tries desperately to breach their sanctuary. The vice leader tries to reassure them. "The base. They'll save us." Fang Wu explains the new plan. 2 people will lure the main horde south, while Fang Wen will divert a smaller portion of them to the west. Qin then asks, "What should I times do?" The man replies, "I'll help you with the rescue operation." The group moves out, ready to put their daring plan into motion. Before them lies an overwhelming number of zombies. Suddenly, a sound car roars into view, blasting incredibly loud noise. From inside, they yell, "Hey zombies, follow the dance. Let yourselves be filled by this sweet, sweet melody." The horde is successfully diverted, Fang Wu quickly tells them. "Now, move forward." Qin questions, "Why are there still so many zombies times here?" Fang Wu explains, "Some of them are deaf due to decomposition." The man declares, "I'll hold these zombies off." "Qin, you start the rescue." "But the door is locked," the boy frantically yells. "Open the door, quickly." They swiftly unlock it. Qin stares, utterly shocked. "Wait, wasn't it supposed to be a dozen times people?" Fang Wen demands to know why Fu is the sole survivor here. Once the rescue mission concludes, the entire group reconvenes. Fang Wen's eyes widen in disbelief, seeing only a single figure. He demands, Where are all the others? Fu grimly recounts that just last night, he and his entire team were brutally ambushed by forces from base G4. Every single person perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. Fang Wen, seething, snarls. So, it's just times you times then, and no supplies? He continues. If we had only known this sooner, we never would have mobilized such an enormous force. Fu reveals he'd also dispatched a small squad to retrieve gasoline, but now they're seriously trapped and in grave danger too. Fang Wen retorts that their lord only paid for ×1 times rescue mission. Another will cost extra, he states, but Fu insists. This is an emergency. If no one helps them, they're going to die. He's even willing to cover all the additional costs personally. Qin boldly declares he'll be the one to rescue them, but Fang Wen quickly reminds him. We never agreed to times that asterisk. Qin shoots back. Didn't Fang Wen promise to pay me? Well, asterisk this times is the reward I want, he proclaims. Fang Wen mutters, unsure if Qin is a genius or an utter fool. Turning away, Fang Wen relents, telling Qin he can go rescue them. His younger brother is utterly outraged by Fang Wen's decision, questioning if he truly grasps the monumental danger involved. Suddenly, a chilling silhouette of a zombie appears on a nearby rooftop. Fang Wen flinches, as several more immediately emerge into view. The entire group is utterly stunned. Someone exclaims, "Why are so many times red times zombies appearing all at once?" One of the terrifying creatures lunges directly toward the group, but the woman swiftly intercepts, grabbing and annihilating the monster. Yet, several more are already closing in on their position. Fang Wen admits, it's highly unusual for so many to appear simultaneously. His brother screams for everyone not to waste any energy, but to make a break for the car, as Fu and Qin also leap into action. Qin yells back, "We can't! The car is completely surrounded by a dense horde of zombies." Fang Wen is startled, utterly confused by the situation. They had already lured the zombies far away from here, but it seems they've inexplicably returned, and in numbers far greater than they'd ever encountered. The towering horde is absolutely immense. Fang Wen urges them not to panic, as low-level zombies can't climb. They need to prioritize taking down the red zombies first. The group immediately begins to systematically clear the creatures from the rooftop, relentlessly fighting until every last one is dispatched. Fang Wen then states, "Now, the real challenge is figuring out how to escape this monstrous sea of zombies below." Suddenly, one of the zombies sinks its decaying fingers into the wall, beginning to climb. Horrifyingly, several more immediately follow suit. Qin yells, "The zombies are climbing. They're just like that giant monster he saw when he first arrived in that world." Fang Wu yells that it must be a joke, that giant zombies are also appearing in groups. Man says they're doomed, there are 6 of them. The woman says, this is unusual. First a level tri-red zombie ambush, now level giant zombies. That usually wouldn't happen. Fu says the situation with the zombies is bizarre. It's as if they can think and have plan to catch the enemy all at once, like they're an army. A man says, it seems there's only one option left. Kitten looks confused and points to a place. There's something wrapped around a building. It looks like a huge smoke creature, with countless legs wrapped around the building. The man lowers his glasses and says, "That's bad, can only be a zombie king." Some people manage to resist the zombie toxin through their willpower, but some evolved into a grotesque form. In the zombie king, he can command hordes. A man shouts for them to run. That's a level 3 zombie king, but it's not close enough yet. They can still escape. Fang Wen dodges a blow from a giant zombie. He complains that the monsters are climbing the building very quickly, and the woman tells him to leave while she deals with the zombies. But they're surrounded, and don't want to leave anyone alone. Fang Wen asks if Qin can jump to the next building. The boy says yes, but he can only carry one person at a time. Captain Fu puts his hand on the boy's shoulder, and says he's counting on him. Qin tells him to hold on tight. The zombie king begins to approach. The boy prepares his jump. The monster emits a kind of sonic scream that hits everyone. It's a terrible sound. Fu complains that his head hurts. Ken notices he can't use his abilities. A giant zombie hits the woman. She falls to the ground injured. The others are also affected. Ken realizes no one there can use their powers. Then he remembers the bullet of perdition, but the system informs that the target is too far away. Trying to protect the woman, Bang, who is bitten by a giant zombie. The boy concludes there's only one way to fix this, and asks the system to use all his black crystals and zombie cores to evolve. The system comments that evolution may fail, and asks if Qin wants to proceed anyway. The boy confirms. Then, Qin's evolution begins, as the others are attacked. But some evolutions fail as the fight against the zombies rages on. They're winning, yet the zombie king is rapidly approaching. Qin's fury ignites as too many evolutions are failing, and the system itself is agonizingly slow. The system finally finishes, and Qin is now a level 4 evolutionist, and gained a phenomenal skill. Super focus and clear mind. If he uses this, the Zombie King's terrifying sound won't affect him. His mind is already calmer than ever before. Even abilities he previously didn't know how to use are now perfectly clear and at his command. Fang Wen shouts for someone, anyone, to save him. The gigantic zombie prepares to finish him off. Fang Wen braces himself for certain death and hopes he won't reincarnate in this cursed apocalypse. Fang Wu bravely stays in front of the girl, protecting her as he's brutally hit several times. Qin attacks another zombie targeting a group member. He violently rips the monster's head clean off. The zombie holding Fang Wen suddenly falls lifeless. The man asks, bewildered, if Qin saved him? The Zombie King is letting out a deafening shout, but something orders him to stop and raise his finger. Qin's expression turns deadly serious. The zombies below become violently agitated and start growing wings. They instantly jump onto the building at terrifying speed. Qin notices they're jumping much, much higher, and moving even faster than before. One of the Zombie King's horrifying abilities is to cause sudden mutations in common zombies, giving them powerful skills right before they die. Exploding forth, the winged zombies start climbing the building. A woman shouts for them to return to their positions to fight, but the creatures deftly dodge past them. Fang Wen is terrified because they're not paying attention to the group. They didn't even notice they're going straight for Qin Chuan. Everyone rushes forward at incredible speed. They gather around the boy. Fang Wen is worried and shouts for Qin, but a huge explosion erupts, sending the zombies flying away. Qin complains it was too close. He even thought he was going to die. There were just too many zombies attacking at once. Utterly shocked, Fang Wen asks how he took down so many zombies with a single move. He questions if Qin's ability wasn't actually speed. Fang Wu says he noticed something different, and asks if Qin is now a level 4 evolutionist. The boy confirms and says his special ability is not speed, but energy accumulation, he shouts. Fang Wen demands, how is it possible he's level 4? He was just level 1, not long ago. Qin quickly tells them, don't talk about that now. He orders the group to run while they still have a chance. He'll hold off the dreaded Zombie King. One brave soul asks if Qin can handle it alone, offering to stay and fight. The boy explains that if they stay by his side, he'll only be burdened with worrying about their time's safety. Qin quickly crouches, beginning to collect cores from the fallen zombies. Qin reveals he has a secret escape plan, so he's not going to die. If things get truly dire, he intends to use dimensional jump. So, if the group stays, it will only make things far worse. They must leave, now. Sometime later, explosions continue to rock the top of the building. Qin keeps fighting relentlessly, even though 2 grueling hours have passed. At least his stamina is vastly higher now, thanks to his evolution. By then, Fang Wen and the others should already be far, far away. He spent much of his energy fighting off those smaller creatures, all to ensure the group's ultimate escape. Now, he must focus on what truly matters. Qin points directly at the Zombie King, openly mocking it. He scoffs, saying the monster is just controlling weak zombies, and doesn't seem to like him very much. But if it truly wants to finish him, it should come here and face him in person. The Zombie King visibly gets furious and charges directly at Qin. Just as the boy thought, the monster could understand him. With a single, quick attack, it knocks down the entire building. Qin is completely surprised. The boy actually gets excited because the Zombie King is quite fast too. He wonders how that monster can possibly be only level 3. He needs to cut it off at the root, quickly. When they fought the Mad Leader before, he concentrated his power to simulate a formidable water blade, one that even cut Fang Wu. He might try something similar now. He just has to concentrate everything to its absolute limit. Qin uses all his immense power to strike the Zombie King. The monster agonizes. It seems to have worked. Far from there. The Mad Leader lies unconscious, immersed in a tank controlled by Hao Genmai. He fills the tank with his potent extraction liquid. In 3 days, Yi will have all his dark energy extracted. Li asks if that's all. Hao Genmai states he's done this many times, but never on a high-level evolutionist. But Li must be patient. In 3 days, I'll have all of Yi's energy completely drained. Fang Wen's group flees swiftly in their cars. The walkie-talkie rings. It's Qin, asking how they are. Fang Wu says they've already rescued everyone there. The Zombie King ordered all the zombies to attack Qin, so it was much easier for them to do the rescue. Qin's heart soars with relief. He was so worried about the group. He never imagined they'd rescue everyone with such incredible speed. Fang Wen quickly reassures him, telling him not to fret over any injuries. The rescued survivors have more than enough medicine to recover. Plus, the effects of the poisoning are almost completely neutralized. Then, Fang Wu pivots, wanting to know all about Qin, and asking how the boy is doing. But Fang Wen calmly reminds his brother that if Qin had time to contact them, then everything must surely be just fine. The boy confirms it, then urgently tells them to find a secure place to meet up. The Zombie King's core can astonishingly grant 10,000 skill points to the system. Qin had initially worried about being reckless by using all his points. He never anticipated finding a whopping 10,000 right inside the Zombie King. Suddenly, without warning, Qin dramatically faints. His energy utterly depleted, he slips into a deep, unconscious state. Meanwhile, a car races down the road, carrying Fu and the mysterious girl. She questions Fu, demanding to know exactly where he's taking her. After all, the Earth Alliance lies in the complete opposite direction. Fu calmly replies that this specific route is far better for supply, transport, and boasts significantly fewer zombies as they draw closer. Up ahead, a man readies a bazooka, muttering, "They've finally arrived." He fires, directly hitting both vehicles with devastating force. The cars explode in a fiery blast. Fu stumbles from the wreckage, coughing heavily. He declares that mere fire couldn't harm him, but explosions? Those would. That blast almost took him out too. The man and his group approach, offering a quick apology. They claim they had absolutely no other choice in the matter. After all, taking down those formidable four is an incredibly difficult feat. If they get a golden opportunity to capture them all at once, they certainly shouldn't waste it. Still, they admit they only managed to capture them thanks to Fu's help. Now, they'll be escorting them all to Camp 17. Qin remains utterly unconscious on the ground, as two new figures cautiously approach him. One wonders aloud, is Qin just sleeping? And was he really the one who took down that fearsome level 3 zombie king? The other insists, it's far too dangerous for him to stay here, urging, we need to get him out of here, now. Time utterly flies by, and Qin remains fast asleep, until someone playfully pulls his cheek. He jolts awake, absolutely furious, and lets out a frustrated shout. Two mischievous little girls immediately scamper away, jiggling. Qin is utterly confused, wondering aloud, what on earth is this place? Qin asks, bewildered, did I really sleep for 10 whole days? That's an incredibly long time. His next thought is for his allies. How are Fang Wu and the others? He declares, I need to contact them immediately. The woman coolly informs him that they confiscated his walkie-talkie. You cannot use communication devices while inside the base, she explains. Qin sharply tells her to hand the device back to him. I'll contact the group the moment I leave this base, he insists. The woman raises an eyebrow, asking, do you truly intend to just leave like that? Is that really how you treat those who rescued you? She challenges. The boy, a little sheepish, quickly apologizes. He declares he'll lavishly repay them for their incredible kindness. Then, he inquires if they're in need of any vital supplies. She graciously replies that his generosity is truly appreciated, but that's not their most pressing need at this very moment. What they truly require are mighty individuals, just like Qin. The association, you see, has a crucial favor to ask of him. Qin eagerly declares he'll do absolutely anything. Just ask away, but he must speak with his friends first. Filled with excitement, the woman offers to send someone with him outside the base, allowing him to use the walkie-talkie from beyond the walls. Qin can't help but wonder why no one is responding to his calls. The woman accompanying him suggests they might have simply lost the device, but now, they absolutely must head back to the base. Their formidable leader is eagerly awaiting their return. The young man grimly realizes he won't be leaving anytime soon. They now stand before an absolutely colossal building. Qin immediately questions where exactly they're taking him, and why he isn't meeting their revered leader right now. The woman explains she had intended to tell him sooner, but before he can even think about meeting their leader, he desperately needs a bath, as he hasn't had one in days. She bluntly adds that he smells truly awful, then hands Qin a bathing kit. She escorts him to a bathhouse, stating she'll wait for him just outside. The boy enters, and Qin immediately wonders if he truly smells times bad. He himself can't detect any noticeable scent whatsoever. However, inside the bathhouse, he spots a woman. Qin is utterly surprised, and quickly apologizes for entering the wrong place. He then moves to a different section, and thoroughly enjoys a good bath. The boy finally relaxes, sinking into the warm bathtub. Suddenly, an overwhelming amount has happened. He hasn't even had a moment to ponder his broken heart. It appears he desperately needs to stay busy. Right now, his singular focus should be on making money. If he assists them, he should definitely secure another business partnership. Suddenly, several more people begin streaming into the place. All of them are young girls, absolutely thrilled for bath time. Kin is utterly taken aback. He's completely confused, wondering what on earth is happening, and why they're all women. Kin frantically covers his head with a towel, hoping they won't spot him. Remarkably, no one seems to have noticed his presence yet. Kin realizes he needs to escape this situation as soon as humanly possible. A girl sits right next to him, immediately complaining that the water is too hot, but another girl playfully calls out to her and promptly pushes her into the water. This is Kin's perfect chance to stealthily get out of there. However, a woman suddenly stops directly in front of them and calls out to her team members. She proudly declares that their mission's success is entirely thanks to the team's rigorous training, and that their unwavering courage made them incredibly strong. Then, to everyone's surprise, the woman boldly proposes a towel fight. She wants to see how the team can handle a spontaneous, unprepared fight, with absolutely no prior preparation whatsoever. Two girls are determinedly trying to open the bathhouse door, but the leader dramatically declares it's locked tight. The key to their freedom, she reveals, dangles right around her neck. Only the ultimate victor will be strong enough to claim it. Now, they have precisely 3 minutes to secure a battle partner. Girls immediately flock to the captain, eager to join her formidable team. Others quickly pair up, readying themselves for the impending brawl. Then the woman bellows, announcing that the 3 minutes are officially up. She demands to know if everyone has successfully found a partner. One girl sobs, admitting she couldn't find anyone to team up with. It seems the team now has an unfortunate odd number of participants. Everyone perceives her as too weak, completely shunning any alliance with her. The girl desperately pleads with the captain, asking if she can still participate. The captain then reveals there's still one person standing alone. She gestures toward Kin, who's been discreetly hiding away in a corner. The boy is left utterly stunned. He's disguised himself to look like a girl. He stammers, asking if the captain could possibly be talking to him. Everyone mutters in confusion, protesting that he's not even part of their team. The captain, undeterred, orders Shin to step forward and join them. He reluctantly agrees, and she then warns all the girls that they are strictly forbidden from using their special abilities. With that, the brutal duels are officially underway. The girls immediately clash, launching into a frenzy of attacks. Those who have harbored long-standing grudges seize this perfect chance to finally settle their bitter scores once and for all. Kin's partner ponders aloud why no one seems to want to duel them. The boy simply admits he doesn't know the reason either. Meanwhile, the formidable captain relentlessly dominates opponent after opponent. Her partner is absolutely ecstatic to be on such a powerful team. Soon enough, almost everyone has been soundly defeated and eliminated. Only 3 valiant groups now remain standing. She challenges the vice captain, asking which group she wishes to face next. The vice captain scoffs, questioning if she even needs to be asked. She then boldly calls out the captain, challenging her to fight. She prepares herself, and an epic showdown between them immediately erupts. The two attack from multiple angles, unleashing a barrage of varied strikes. The captain attempts to hurl the vice captain fiercely to the ground, but she deftly manages to catch herself, narrowly avoiding impact. Kin watches, utterly impressed by their incredible skill and speed. They move with astonishing, blinding speed. Their partners gasp in concern when the captain takes a precise hit to the neck. The woman ultimately concedes defeat, declaring Xiao Hui has grown incredibly strong. Then the captain announces there's just one formidable pair left to conquer, and if she emerges victorious against them, she'll be the ultimate winner. Kin's partner then urges him to go first. Kin gets a surge of excitement, boldly declaring he will fight. His partner queries if he's ever fought a real battle before. Kin confesses he's never fought before, and if he steps into the arena now, his carefully maintained disguise will be completely exposed. The girl then declares she'll go alone, bravely advancing on the vice captain. She confidently declares she's learned a flurry of new moves. Yet, in a flash, she's instantly defeated. The vice captain snatches the key, stating, Kin's partner, Twain definitely needs a lot more practice. Everyone is absolutely thrilled to finally get out of there. Hunger pangs strike, and they quickly decide to grab a bite. The vice captain then asks the captain, did you intentionally let her win? The woman flatly denies it, remarking, Shishio, she's grown strong, but still carries a lot of insecurity. Ken discreetly watches them all make their exit. He realizes he needs to leave this place, and fast. And his partner stands, her eyes catching a thread emerging from Ken's towel, and she decides to pull it. Ken's disguise tumbles away, and he instantly panics. The girl, utterly stunned, starts screaming for the captain, but Kin quickly pulls her away before she can finish. The captain and vice captain then make their departure. Kin quickly explains to the girl he didn't end up there intentionally, but she continues to shake, prompting Kin to threaten her. The girl finally calms down. Kin relaxes, and asks her to just listen. He quickly explains that he's definitely not a pervert. But before this wild incident, far away, A week prior, Ruyo urgently asks her sister where she's going. Yelan answers she's going in pursuit of Kin, because he's expected back within 3 days. A worried Ruyo declares she'll go with her too. The two promptly head towards base G4. Ruyo states they should be able to get Fang's contact there, even if Kin's exact location remains unknown. Lai speaks to the girls, confessing he doesn't know Qin Shuang's whereabouts. But if anything were to happen to Qin, it won't bode well for me. So I'll dispatch my subordinates to find him, and they'll secure Fang's contact information as well. Yomlin thanks him, but her sister says absolutely nothing. As they leave, Yomlin asks her what's bothering her. Seeing as she appears quite frustrated, Ruyo replies, "I'm not entirely sure why, but something here feels very strange. The captain is acting quite differently than before. His magnetic shield is floating wildly, completely uncontrollably. They must get Fang Wu's contact and leave for another location." Meanwhile, far away, Fang Wu's entire group, caught in a sudden ambush, is completely trapped. The woman complains bitterly. They've been trapped for a whole week. They're receiving food, but absolutely no information. As footsteps approach, she instantly falls silent. A man approaches, telling her she still has quite a strong temper, even though he already warned her to stay calm. The group is utterly surprised. They recognize exactly who they're seeing. It's the group leader, who then asks what he's doing there at night. Yumlin and Ruyo make a daring escape, leaping right over the wall. Ham Jamie, incredulous, asks if they'll truly just let them get away. The captain, however, has a different perspective. Keeping them locked up would only stir up even more unwanted suspicion, but deep down, he truly doesn't want anything to happen to Qin Shuang. With their incredible resources, they have all they need to prosper. Your mission is simple: follow them secretly and report every single update. As the girls put distance between them, they hit the open road in a car. Ruyo urges Yunlin to catch some rest, knowing she's been driving all night. They refuel with instant noodles, and Ruyo can't help but exclaim how delicious they are. Yunlin wholeheartedly agrees, adding that if it weren't for Qin, she never would have even tried something like this. Then, Ruyo gets personal, asking Yunlin how she truly feels about Qin Shuang. Does she like him? Yunlin can only confess that she genuinely doesn't know. For so long, everything in her life has revolved around Ruyo and her protection. But with Qin, for the first time, she feels like she can finally relax. Not hearing from him for so long fills her with dread, making her fear he's in danger. Or perhaps, he simply grew tired of them and decided to leave for good. Yunlin, with unwavering determination, declares that it doesn't matter. She just wants to see him again, no matter what. Yunlin then asks Ruyo, hadn't she wanted to kill Qin? What suddenly changed? Ruyo, with an unexpected directness, simply replies, "He's not bad." Yunlin, smiling brightly, tells her sister to treat him well when they finally meet again. Yunlin then playfully adds that Qin actually thinks Ruyo is incredibly cute. He even told her personally, "Just so you know," and Yunlin agrees. But suddenly, in the middle of the road, the car sputters to a halt. Yunlin immediately asks her sister if it can be fixed. But Ruyo's answer is a disheartening, blunt no. They'll need to find other cars of the same model on the road to scavenge for parts. Ruyo groans, complaining that this car always times lets them down. To make matters worse, Fang Wu's faction is only 10 kilometers away. Yunlin quickly suggests they just find another car, but her sister, surprisingly, doesn't want to. So they head to a parking lot, searching for the exact part they need. And just like that, Ruyo spots exactly what they're looking for. But then, something approaches in the distance. It looks like a strange tricycle. Yunlin yells to her sister, warning her that someone is definitely approaching. The tricycle stops, and it's none other than the leader of Fang Wu's group driving it. He declares with a smirk that he doesn't steal women, but he's utterly shocked when he discovers they actually want to find Fang Wu. He then says, "I'm heading there right now." The man surprisingly invites them to hop in and go together. With a shared glance, the girls climb into the back of the truck bed. Ruyo, with a worried expression, tells Yunlin that getting into a stranger's vehicle is absolutely not a good idea. Yunlin points out that he even has a photo with Fang Wu, but her sister quickly retorts that a photo certainly doesn't guarantee he's a good person. Then Yunlin, with a dangerous glint, simply says if he turns out to be a liar, she can just kill him. And Ruyo, without hesitation, actually agrees. Inside the vehicle, the man catches every single word. Later, we cut to the intimidating Faction 17 headquarters. Their leader demands to know when their summoned guest will finally arrive. His subordinate reports he might show up late afternoon, or perhaps not at all. The intel they received was notoriously unclear. Enraged, the leader threatens him fiercely for spouting such utter nonsense. Meanwhile, at a bustling market, Fang Wu's friend's tricycle rolls into view. He parks, declaring they're nearly at the infamous Faction 17 territory, and they should just wait right there for his return. The man's heading off to retrieve Fang Wu and the rest of their crew, but if he doesn't make it back by the very next day, they're free to leave. Then, someone announces Shikeo's arrival to the leader. Shikeo steps forward, offering a quick apology for his tardiness. One of Faction 17's members reassures him, saying it's perfectly fine. Oh, and they're simply delighted to finally see Shikeo. He invites the man to sit, mentioning he's even prepared a meal for him, but Shikeo, with a grave expression, sternly refuses their offer. Shikeo asserts they kidnapped his people and forcibly dragged him here, so, no. He absolutely will not dine with them. Shikeo orders them to quickly state their demands, because he has zero patience for their insignificant little group. And then, the faction guy declares he knows Shikeo's group would do anything for cash. They want Shikeo's people to flat-out refuse any aid to J4, because Faction 17 plans to invade them. Secretly hidden just outside the bustling market area, Yunlin strains to catch a glimpse of the tense drama unfolding within, and asks her sister if maybe they should just wait back in the car. Rubio replies they don't even know if that guy recognizes Fang Wu, plus it's definitely not safe to simply wait out here. If they stay hidden, they'll easily spot him when he finally leaves. Unbeknownst to them, someone is silently watching the two running. It's a man with a sniper, loading his rifle, preparing to take a shot. But then, he is hit in the head by one of Li's men. The man quickly tells the sisters to halt their movement. He warns them that from this very spot onward, it's Faction 17 territory, and he simply can't help them anymore. Rudy is absolutely outraged that the J4 man is trailing them underground. Deep below, Fang Wu's entire group is now imprisoned. The woman questions Shikeo again, demanding to know his dealings with Faction 17. Shikeo urgently tells them they need to leave immediately, and reveals two girls are anxiously waiting for them, hidden in the bushes. It's Yumlin and Royosi. They quickly arrive at the waiting tricycle. That's Fang Wu's team. They quickly climb into the truck bed, and Fang Wen asks Shikeo when he'll finally replace that worn-out electric tricycle. But it was a cherished gift, left behind by his beloved wife. Yunlin and Ruoyu then emerge from their concealed hiding spot. Sometime later, Fang Wu frantically tries to contact Shin with the walkie-talkie, but all he gets back is chilling, deafening silence. Yumlin anxiously asks if something truly terrible has befallen Qin Shuang. Fang Wen declares that's probably not the case. With his incredible strength, he can easily protect himself, and instead, he's likely returned to find them. Fang Wu volunteers that he and his brother will join the search for Qin Shuang. They'll meticulously map the Zombie King's territory for any clues. They set off on what will be a 3-day journey to that location. There, the Zombie King lies lifeless on the ground, likely defeated by Qin a full 10 days earlier. And even witnessing it firsthand, it's still hard to believe Qin defeated such a monster all alone. Ruyo is utterly shocked that the boy possessed the strength to defeat a level 3 Zombie King. Fang Wu explains the boy wasn't at the same power level as their last encounter. His power grew at an absolutely astounding speed. Meanwhile, the J4 soldier quietly observes everything. Fang Wen notes they found no trace of Qin here, so they must look elsewhere. Ruyo asks them to wait, while she conducts her own search. The girl activates her super information processing ability. She discovers Qin's handprint on the ground, and traces show 2 different people approached. Judging by the distinct grip marks, there are also marks indicating Qin was dragged away from this spot. Ruyo now understands exactly what happened 10 days ago. Qin was likely taken by the climber aides. If that's the case, Qin should be safe, as they are a group known for not harming innocents. Fang Wen quips that he's not answering the walkie-talkie, and the girls in that group are quite pretty, so Qin might have simply decided to stay there. The J4 soldier mentions they've been traveling for a very long time, and would appreciate a break to eat something. Everyone agrees, and the sisters quickly prepare instant noodles for all. Fang Wen leaves the group and enters a nearby building. Inside, someone suddenly approaches him. It's Li's soldier, and Fang Wen asks if he also came there to urinate. He then boasts that Captain Li certainly knows how to handle things, sending someone to look after Qin's companions. Therefore, they'll receive a discount the next time they're hired. But suddenly, the man catches Fang Wen completely off guard. His ability causes evolutionary beings of the same level to lose their powers and mobility, while within his domain. Li had ordered his soldier, Wu Yong, to protect those girls and help them safely find their group. Yi Yi had been easily captured by Fang Wen's abilities. Now that he possesses Yi Yu's power, the only one who can truly threaten him is this young man. It is Wu Yong's critical duty to find Fang Wen and capture him. This young man's ability has incredible potential, and could prove extremely useful to them. Wei Young recalls Ho Jiang's boisterous laughter. He firmly seizes Fang Wen, intent on dragging him away. Just then, Fang's walkie-talkie tumbles from his pocket. A distinct beep emanates from the other side. It's Qin, urgently trying to contact the group. He had specifically returned to meet with their leader. Suddenly, a young girl approaches. She asks if Twency actually caught Qin in the women's restroom. The girl emphatically confirms it. She reveals he even gave her a precious lollipop to silence her, but she adamantly declares she would never sell herself out. The vice captain's voice cuts in, demanding answers. Is this truly the kind of man the captain brings into our ranks? And she insists they can't tolerate someone who completely disregards the rules here. He must be expelled. But Twency counters, saying they just need to teach him a lesson. Ken shouts, telling her not to be crazy, that it was all an accident. He yells that he saw a woman in the men's bathroom, so he genuinely thought he was in the wrong place. He looks back and spots the very person he found in the bathroom. Ken shouts, "That's her, the one I saw in the men's restroom." The young man replies, confirming he was in the men's bathroom, and if Ken hadn't seen him there, he wouldn't have mistaken the restroom in the first place. But the person calmly tells Ken to stop yelling, and then reveals that he's actually not a woman. Ken is utterly speechless. A girl explains, it was all a misunderstanding, and Ken truly didn't do it intentionally. She asks who, then offers to untie the boy herself. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ken gives a firm knock on a door. A woman greets him, clearly happy, and apologizes for earlier. She hands him the Zombie King's core, the one he bravely killed. Ken is utterly shocked he hadn't stored that core earlier. He could have lost it. The woman explains a core like that is incredibly valuable, and Ken should definitely keep it safe and sound. Ken reflects that not only did she save him, but she also went and returned the core to him. In this harsh world, finding such a kind group is truly rare. The girl invites Ken to sit down so they can finally talk. He sits beside her, and Ken immediately offers to help with whatever they need. But the woman cautions that what she's about to ask is extremely dangerous. She needs to lay out the full situation first. They stumbled upon that very base, soon after establishing their Climbers Assistance Organization, and that was absolutely crucial, because a hydroelectric station was located there. But she quickly noticed the entrance to the hydroelectric plant was completely blocked by something. They immediately sent Xiao Hui to check the situation. Deep underwater, at the water's murky bottom, she found something horrifying, a pile of giant zombies, horribly bloated with water. She promptly fled the scene upon seeing them. They exhausted every option, trying to eliminate those zombies. Yet, every effort proved futile, and a horrifying toll of over 10 lives had already been claimed. Kitten reveals he's encountered these chilling zombies before, and immediately probes into their dangerous threat level. The girl warns they're level 4 terrors, incredibly swift when submerged. The young man admits he's never witnessed such a sight himself, leaving him uncertain if he can possibly overcome them. He insists on taking a closer look first, to truly gauge the threat. They lead Ken straight to the ominous hydroelectric plant, revealing exactly where the submerged zombies lie in wait. He declares he'll descend himself to investigate the depths, but the girl immediately gasps, questioning his sanity. She shouts he'll face certain death if he dives in unprepared, adding that they always descend, as a team. Ken assures her it's fine, confident he can simply escape danger. With a splash, the young man plunges straight into the water. He begins his swift descent into the murky depths below. There, Ken is confronted by truly monstrous, giant zombies. This is proving to be a genuinely terrifying challenge. He must get closer to glean vital information about these creatures. Ken closes in. These are level 4 aquatic zombies, creatures that rarely migrate, yet move with incredible agility underwater, unleashing powerful water jets to blast unsuspecting humans. The young man considers handling just 1 or 2 of them, but then he sees it. There are hundreds times down here. Meanwhile, a massive zombie stealthily closes in from behind him. Our hero spots the lurking zombie just in the nick of time. He quickly grabs its teeth, but the monster's bite proves incredibly powerful. Despite its colossal size, this zombie moves with chilling silence, leaving even the surrounding water perfectly undisturbed. Ken playfully nicknames the zombie a water-loving radish, declaring he's certainly not so easy to swallow. The young man quickly gathers immense energy in his leg, then takes a massive leap, pushing off the very creature's mouth. Ken gazes down at the horde, concluding he simply can't tackle so many. He knows he'd better make a swift escape, and fast. Outside, the worried girl anxiously wonders why Ken hasn't resurfaced. Suddenly, the young man bursts forth from the water. She quickly tosses him a ladder, as he exclaims, "We're so lucky. The zombies can only crawl along the reservoir bottom. They can't swim up." The girl reminds him, Did times warn him just how dangerous it was. Ken begins to peel off his bulky diving suit, but as he struggles with the stubborn suit, his underwear hilariously decides to come right off with it. The girl immediately explodes in anger, chasing him down, but Ken desperately tries to justify the embarrassing incident, claiming the diving suit was simply too tight. Ken later reconvenes with the leader of the operation, who immediately asks if he successfully reached the reservoir's bottom. The young man confidently confirms that he did. He boldly declares he knows exactly how to handle these monstrous zombies. The only catch? He needs a very specific underwater weapon. The captain's eyes narrow, asking if he's truly serious. The vice captain skeptically questions if a mere rifle could ever be enough. She quickly warns Kin not to get overly confident here. But Kin, with a knowing smirk, smoothly reassures her, saying, they've navigated far more dangerous predicaments before. Like that one time he and Yunlin were absolutely swarmed by hordes of zombies. He obliterated hundreds with just 8 precision bullets. So, 20 shots should be more than enough for these colossal giant zombies. The captain, however, states they have no underwater rifles. She then inquires about their supply of depth charges. But alas, they've already tried those with disappointingly limited success. The young man then asks if that's truly their only times aquatic weapon type available. Kin quickly asks the system if his precision bullets can be rigged with explosives, but the system delivers a blunt, unequivocal, no. They only work with fast projectiles fired from regular, conventional weapons. The young man is visibly shocked, his mind racing as he tries to figure out his next move, especially since he's already confidently assured everyone he could handle this. Suddenly, Kin gets an idea, and he asks the captain if she can lend him a hand. She warmly tells him to simply call her Yulu, and assures him she'll assist him in absolutely any way she possibly can. Kin then requests her help to quickly construct something specific. He immediately begins rapidly sketching his design onto a piece of paper. Yulu, examining the sketch, says the mechanics seem surprisingly simple, and she can build it today. Later that day, they make their way back to the expansive reservoir. Kin, now armed with a powerful crossbow, tells the others to wait for him. This improvised crossbow is capable of firing incredibly high-speed projectiles, meaning, yes, it perfectly meets the system's strict criteria. Kin immediately plunges into the water, rapidly swimming down to the murky bottom. He then commands the system to load 20 rounds of precision bullets. This powerful action comes at a cost, consuming a hefty 1,000 ability points. Kin skillfully shoots the colossal giant zombies, targeting various weak points. 20 lethal shots are precisely fired. Now, he faces a tense 20-hour wait for the bullet's full effect to manifest. But the relentless zombies outside have spotted him. Above, the girls nervously await his return. Suddenly, a gargantuan explosion rips through the water, violently throwing Kin out. He's completely disoriented, wondering what on earth just happened, and if his precision bullets weren't supposed to take ages and ages to finally take effect. The system calmly states their timing is, unfortunately, unstable and utterly uncontrollable. Kin's fury boils over, declaring he'll absolutely never use those unpredictable bullets again. Below, the vice captain can't resist mocking him, a smirk on her face. Far away from the chaos, Rudy calmly finishes off her noodles. She promptly grabs another bowl, while Yunlin complains about Fang having vanished. But Rudy retorts that he was the one who took an eternity in the bathroom. Then, Fang Wu gets up, declaring he's going to go search for him himself. Inside the building, he begins his focused search for his brother. His eyes quickly spot the walkie-talkie, abandoned on the floor. Fang Wu bursts back, announcing Feng Wen is missing, and he even found his walkie-talkie, abandoned. Rubio insists she heard absolutely no strange sounds in the last few minutes. The man muses, finding it incredibly odd that Feng Wen vanished without a sound. He must have been snatched right when his guard was completely down, but no one else was seen going inside. He saw them clearly, with his very own eyes. He can't help but wonder, is this the boss's doing, or another group's? But Feng Wen would never, ever, leave without a warning. Yelman declares this is gravely strange. Feng Wen could be in serious danger. He absolutely must inform his companions immediately. Feng Wu reminds them of his promise to find Qin Shuang. The girl assures him it's fine if he's with the climber's assistance group. He should be perfectly safe there. Wei Yang explains, Catherine Lai sent him specifically to look after them, so Feng Wu really doesn't need to worry a bit. The man agrees. Later that night, Wei Yang spots someone lurking behind a tree, demanding to know their business. It's a man identical to him, a perfect double, who asks if Wu doesn't notice something profound. He claims the captain has changed drastically since meeting Hao Jiamei, and the same exact thing happened with leader Ye Ye. But Wu Yong dismisses it, calling it mere speculation, arguing the captain's true dream is to unite all humanity. and to protect everyone from the zombie hordes. The man challenges, "If Wu Yong doesn't believe me now, I'll search for proof. I've been helping them since childhood. I absolutely won't let Hao Jamie ruin everything we've built." Yamlin approaches Wu, asking who he's been talking to so intensely. He quickly replies he was just reporting to base, stating they're heading to the Climbers Assistant Group's territory. The next day, he then asks her, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Yamlin responds that she simply can't sleep as long as anyone else is still awake. Meanwhile, at the bustling Climbers Assistance base, Ken is receiving urgent care, still reeling from the explosion's damage. Captain Yulu gently warns him, "This might sting a little, but it's essential for your full recovery." A woman approaches, praising the young man for his exceptional hard work, and even though it didn't quite work out, they truly appreciate all his valiant efforts. Ken declares, "I'll find a way. I refuse to accept defeat from those arrogant, swollen-headed zombies." The vice captain warily asks if he's planning another explosive stunt. He bristles, getting visibly angry, and insists he will absolutely, definitively, solve the hydroelectric problem. He thinks, "They'll see." He had wanted to save that zombie king's core for a truly critical moment, but now, he simply can't wait any longer. His dignity demands he takes care of those zombies right here, right now. The young man then called out to the system, wondering if the zombie king's core held any other secrets, beyond just charging up ability points. Kin asked. The system's no-ment Kin immediately decided to charge it up. With a massive 10,050 ability points now at his disposal, he pondered using those 10,000 points purely for evolution. He could hit level 7, Kin quickly realized there was no point. Installing, telling the system to upgrade a bold 10 times. But the evolution failed. Kin, undeterred, tried another 30 times, only for it to fail once more. He then pushed for 50 more attempts. Kin's hope surged. Yet again, it just wouldn't work. Furious, he heard the system's query. "Do you wish to keep trying?" Kin reflected, realizing he had so few points remaining. If he risked evolving just one more time, he'd lose absolutely everything. Elsewhere in the base, a young woman approached the leader, reporting, "There are 3 people at the gate right now, claiming they've been searching for Kin for quite some time." The leader swiftly authorized their entry into the base. The massive gates creaked open, and the trio stepped inside. The leader stated she'd heard they were friends of Kin, then asked if they belonged to any particular faction. Yumlin quickly replied, they were freelancers, factionless, and free. Ruyo urged them to call Kin, claiming they had an urgent matter to discuss. Smiling, the leader assured them they could speak to him personally, then asked Chuanxi to guide them onward. Chuanxi motioned for the sisters to follow her lead. Ruai muttered that it was exactly as she'd expected. Kin had totally forgotten all about them. She scoffed, questioning why they should even bother following someone like him. Nalan retorted that after they saw Kin, then they could simply leave. Chuanxi pointed to a room for the two, revealing Kin was inside. Yumlin made a move to enter, but hesitated. Ruyu pressed her. "Open the door!" But Yumlin refused, instead starting to walk away, reasoning. "At least we know he's fine, so we should just go." Ruyu's face fell with sadness. But then, someone swung open the door. It was Kin. He practically bellowed upon seeing Yumlin. He bombarded her with questions, how she got there, if she had enough food. He really thought he'd heard her voice just a little while ago. Ruo immediately griped, asking if he had any idea what they'd endured. Yumlin scolded her sister. Kin, utterly confused, asked what had happened. Smiling, Yumlin assured him it was nothing, as long as he times was okay. After getting the full update, Kin demanded, "Who captured Fang Wen?" Yumlin replied that she had no idea, but Fang Wu had gone after him. The young man added, dismayed, "I never expected you'd face so much danger just to find me. You should have contacted us sooner." Kin then declared he'd speak to leader Kia Muyo, declaring the water station repair will have to wait just a bit longer, as he's committed to helping Fang find his missing brother. With purpose, they depart the base. Gremlin admits she never expected the leader to agree so readily, without a single flicker of trouble. Kin insists she's a truly good person. Meanwhile, inside a car, Fang Wen is tightly bound. He discreetly searches his wrist for something, then presses a hidden button. Instantly, Fang's walkie-talkie begins to beep insistently. It's Fang Wen's secret transmitter, broadcasting his current location. This advanced transmitter is cunningly hidden right beneath his skin, only activated when danger strikes or in dire emergencies. The signal pinpoints Fang Wen's location, the formidable J4 base. A soldier under Li approaches him, reporting Fang Wen's arrival. The commander beams with satisfaction, ordering Hoja Mei to be summoned. Concerned, the soldier hesitantly asks if his chief's body is truly all right. Ever since Yi Yi's powerful energy was transferred into him, his health has noticeably deteriorated. Lai brushes off the concern, declaring he's perfectly fine and healthy. This is merely an initial rejection reaction, he states calmly, and I simply need to take a suppressive medication for a while. Nervously, the man voices his unease. Lie. You trust Hojami far too much. He has no logical reason to help us without receiving anything in return. Lie sharply cuts him off, ordering him to stop talking. He acknowledges the soldier's worry, but stands firm. I have my reasons, he asserts. We must remain absolutely focused on our ultimate goal, creating an impenetrable, safe fortress for everyone. Only that way will people no longer fear zombie attacks, and humanity truly evolve. This is their grand, shared wish for the future. But humanity remains tragically divided into warring factions. So, initially, power must be seized by force. They must establish absolute control over every single faction. Only then can humanity truly become stronger. Only then will humans finally unite, and together, they can build that impenetrable fortress. His mission, he confirms, is therefore complete. Ken mentions that Yunlin informed him Wu Yong kept everyone safe. Wu Yong confirms this, adding that he only refrained from entering due to his strained relationship with the climber's assistance. Now, I'll be taking my leave, he states. Ken remarks that he never realized Wu Yong's leader was so incredibly loyal. And next time we do business, Ken proposes, Ken will personally deliver 10 tons of rice, absolutely free. He then activates his walkie-talkie, contacting Fang Wu to assure him he's safe and sound. Fang expresses immense relief at hearing he's safe. He then cautiously asks if anyone is currently with Kin, emphasizing his desire to speak privately. Kin agrees, then swiftly steps away from the group. Fang Wu reveals the grim truth. J4 has captured his brother. Kin's voice sharpens. Are you certain? Fang Wu grimly confirms it. Kin then presses for Fang Wu's current location. Fang Wu replies he's positioned right outside J4's base. He's also informed their organization about the situation. Upon their arrival, they'll launch a full-scale raid to rescue him. Kin warns Fang Wu, don't act recklessly. J4's defenses are too strong. He urges him to wait, so they can plan this together. Fang Wu argues, fearing that waiting could further endanger his brother. Kin acknowledges Fang Wu's deep concern, but he reassures him, if J4 wanted Fang Wen dead, they wouldn't have bothered bringing him to their base. He suggests they wait 20 hours. In 20 hours, it'll be early morning, the perfect time for a surprise strike. Plus, Kin will already be inside, ready to provide critical support. Fang Wu, swayed by Kin's logic, agrees to wait the 20 hours. They hit the road, traveling swiftly by car. Kin tells Li's soldier he wants to personally thank the captain. The soldier confirms, the captain wishes to see you. So, Wu Yong will personally escort them to the J4 base. Meanwhile, at the J4 base, Captain Li is racked by a violent cough. A disturbing purple fluid appears on the cloth he clutches. He questions Hojami, shouldn't my medication be relieving these symptoms? And wonders aloud why such chaotic energy surges within him. Hojami calmly replies that the captain shouldn't rush the process. Everything unfolds at its own pace, after all, and your body simply needs time to adapt. Hojami then hands Li a mysterious vial, declaring, this is the new medicine you must take. Li swiftly takes it. And Jamie immediately asks, do you feel better now? An excited Li exclaims, the medicine acts so quickly, he barely took it, and already his chaotic energy is stabilizing. Hojami simply replies, good. From now on, whenever Li's energy begins to spiral out of control, you can drink that later. How? Hojami, now alone, mutters that he needs to report his progress. He ponders, will the Witch Queen finally reward my efforts? Grabbing a tablet, he initiates a call. A woman answers, and Hojami immediately grovels, praising the Witch Queen. She coolly asks for an update. How is the experiment progressing? He eagerly reports, everything is proceeding splendidly, and if there are no unforeseen complications, we'll finally unleash the perfect combat machine. This time, the Witch Queen herself praises Hojami, and she promises, if it works, I shall reward you handsomely. Hojami boldly requests, if I succeed, may I receive a tight hug from you? She laughs, finding him amusing, and agrees. If you complete this experiment successfully, I shall grant you whatever times your heart desires. Yet, she's heard countless empty promises from so many before. They always confidently assure her they can deliver, only to try her patience until it's utterly worn thin, and not a single soul has produced results that meet her exacting standards. Take Dr. John, for instance. He utterly disappointed her, so the woman mercilessly finishes him. The formidable Witch Queen siphons away Dr. John's vitality, draining him until every last spark of his life force is extinguished. She smiles, a picture of bliss, as she casually drops John's lifeless form to the floor. At least John proved useful before his demise, she coldly remarks. Then she orders his remains to be swiftly removed. The queen then calls forth her trusted subordinate, Huang, and instructs her. If the experiment yields success, she is to personally retrieve it from Hojimai himself. The subordinate complies. Meanwhile, at base G4, Captain Lei welcomes Qin with open arms, and the young man expresses his heartfelt gratitude for the captain's care. The captain waves off his thanks, telling him to make himself comfortable. It was his duty, after all, and he certainly wouldn't want to lose such a valuable supplier. Hojimai then greets Qin, remarking on how much stronger he looks, and Qin, curious, asks why he's also at the base. Lei explains that Hojimai is providing him with some necessary medications, and Qin begins to piece together the full picture of what's truly going on. He then announces he's brought several boxes of exquisite wine to properly enjoy the night. Hojimai playfully insists Qin must later spill his secrets about getting so strong. In the grand hall, they all gather, ready to drink and celebrate. Hojimai comments that the wine is wonderfully sweet and utterly delicious, but warns them it's notorious for causing terrible hangovers. He boasts that even 2 cups weren't enough to get him drunk. Lei agrees, proudly declaring his own impressive tolerance, but admits that after just 3 cups, he can't even stand upright. Qin laughs, admitting he never expected the wine to be quite so potent, and wisely decides to stop drinking before it's too late. He then asks Yunlin and Ruoyu to help him back to his room. Once in the room, Qin urgently whispers to the girls, Fang Wen is at this very base. He couldn't tell them earlier due to Wu Yong's constant presence. As they absolutely must find Fang Wen's hiding place before 3 a.m. Fang Wen is already waiting for them outside the base. So, Qin instructs Yunlin to discreetly follow Captain Lei. He then tells Ruoyu to follow Wu Yong, as he might possess crucial information. Qin himself will shadow Hojimai. They'll escape, then regroup in Qin's room precisely by 3 a.m. Yunlin stealthily follows the captain. Ruoyu, meanwhile, tails Wu Yong. Qin shadows Hojimai, who discreetly enters a code into a hidden wall panel. Qin observes from a distance, then watches as Hojimai slips through a secret door. It's exactly as Qin had suspected. Qin follows him inside, entering a mysterious room bathed in an eerie purple glow. There, Hojimai is cackling madly as he busily prepares his strange potions. Hojimai mutters to himself, I'm running dangerously short on time. He needs his medication to calm his raging energy and get back to business. The success of this experiment is absolutely paramount. He's just about to hit the 2nd adaptation stage. Once he achieves the 3rd stage and downs that potent brew, he'll undergo a shocking mutation, doubling his strength. He can't help but wonder who Hong Jimi is even talking about. But then, something truly shocking catches his eye. It's a gigantic tank, holding Yi's submerged form. A chilling thought hits him. Are they conducting human experiments here? And was Fang Wen snatched up for the very same dark purpose? Then, Yi suddenly snaps his eyes wide open. Ken is utterly stunned that Yi is actually alive. Yi mouths a silent plea, begging Ken to save him. Ken scoffs internally. No way he's helping. Yi just tried to kill him. His communicator suddenly blares to life. It's Lai, screaming for Hajime to get more medicine here. Now. Because the energy inside him is going utterly chaotic again. Struggling at a desk, Lee is rapidly losing all control. His body starts to terrifyingly transform. Yumlin watches, hidden in the shadows, observing everything. She wonders in horror what's happening as Lai's back twists into something grotesque. She can't help but question if he's even human anymore. Huang Jiangmei reassures Li that he's on his way. You have to last, please, until then. The commander is now closing in on the 3rd stage. He exits the secret room. Fast. Qin seizes this golden opportunity to hunt for Fang Wen. He finds gruesome animal remains scattered everywhere, and jars of preserved embryos. Qin wonders if these twisted things could be human, but quickly dismisses it as impossible, as they clearly have wings. He pries open a metal box. Inside, Fang Wen floats, eerily suspended in liquid. Qin yanks him out, desperately shouting for Fang Wen to wake up. Fang Wen still has a pulse. He's alive. Qin decides he needs to get Fang Wen out of here, now. He passes Yi's tank again, and a surge of anger hits him. But he can't, times just leave him there. Ken grumbles he's only saving him because he just can't bear to watch. But Yi better stop trying to kill him. Yi stares back, his gaze intensely serious. But he doesn't move an inch. Ken asks, can't you walk? Ken takes a long, resigned breath. He decides to carry both times of them, wondering how he ever ended up in a situation carrying 2 naked, unconscious men. Back inside the base, a shadowy figure approaches the gate. The guard questions him. What are you doing here so late? With one swift, brutal movement, the man slashes the guard's throat. He then wrenches open the gate. Outside stands a massive, armed group. They are members of Faction 17. Elsewhere, the woman tells Fang, "We can't enter tonight." He agrees, stating that all they can do now is wait for Kin. Suddenly, a noise. They peer closer, observing. Several cars appear, unmistakably. Faction 17s. They've already mobilized and are on the move. A sniper quickly eliminates the tower. Guards. Meanwhile, another member scales the wall to join the assault. He signals the faction, all tower guards neutralized. The path is clear for them to advance freely. A man approaches Wu Yong, but the instant Wu Yong turns, he's shot. Ruvel watches intently as the man commands his team inside. Faction 17 follows, hearing him declare, "The captain is upstairs." On the ground, Wu Yong astonishingly stands, despite a bullet to his head. His wound instantly heals, and the bullet drops into his palm. Rulio suddenly realizes she's seen these people before. They are none other than members of Faction 17. Meanwhile, inside the captain's luxurious quarters, Lai takes the medicine meticulously prepared by Hao Junmai. After he drinks, Hao Junmai asks if Lai feels any better. Lai confirms it. Hao states they're nearing the third treatment stage. Success is within reach if they simply endure this. Hao Junmai muses how Li took the third stage medication, without any rejection at all. Truly excellent news. Suddenly, a furious burst of gunfire erupts. Faction 17 is clearly here to eliminate Lei. Machine gun bullets relentlessly riddle the door, tearing it apart shortly after. The faction leader is utterly shocked that not a single bullet struck Captain Lei. Li calmly asks if he's affiliated with Faction 17. Kong Wujiang is surprised. Lei knows his name. Kong replies, he's not merely Faction 17's leader, but now the reigning leader of the J4 base too. In the corridors, Ken continues to carry the two men. He spots an explosion and someone violently thrown aside. Kong Wujiang himself crashes hard to the ground. Lai threw him. The captain now stands, facing Kong. Water energy swirls powerfully, surrounding his body. Kong Wujiang immediately recognizes that energy. It belongs to a level 7 evolutionist. Ken, thoroughly confused, wonders why they're suddenly fighting. He had specifically asked Fang Wu to wait. Moreover, he doesn't even recognize this person. He quickly decides, don't seek logic here, but instead, exploit this chaos to escape. He dashes towards the exit. Once past the gate, he can contact Fang Wu, but something blocks his path. It's a magical stone staff. Jenny says he noticed someone acting suspiciously, then asks if that's why Ken invited them for drinks. He then commands Ken to drop the two people he's carrying, declaring they're incredibly important to him. Ken simply turns away, continuing his hurried stride. Hajime questions, "Are you trying to escape?" He thrusts the staff forward, slamming it into Ken's back. Ken's legs tremble violently, and he almost collapses, but he miraculously stays upright, immediately breaking into a run. Ken feels a searing pain where the blow landed. The dreaded zombie toxin begins infiltrating his body. Hajime then throws the staff with incredible force, shattering the gate directly in Ken's way. Hao declares Ken won't escape unless he returns the captives, and Hao will then allow him to leave. Ken insists he doesn't want to fight, reminding Hao they were once battle allies, but if Hao insists, then Ken grimly states he has no choice. He gently sets Yi Yi and Fang Wen onto the ground, declaring he'll deal with Hao. Hajime retorts that Ken talks too much. He's already imagining Ken, expertly dissected. Ken immediately activates his unique ability. A surge of energy gathers menacingly in his hand. Hajime activates his devastating toxin ability, eager to gauge Ken's newfound progress, boasting that even the formidable Fang Wu wouldn't stand a chance. A mere drop of his potent poison can immobilize a towering giant. Once struck, the toxin will swiftly paralyze Ken's every movement. Ken gravely acknowledges the chilling truth, but with a surge of resolve, he immediately rushes toward Hao. Hao Junmai unleashes a fierce attack, but Ken dodges swiftly, landing a powerful, gut-wrenching blow to Hao's stomach. Ken declares his intent to end this quickly, with Hao Junmai left stunned and on the ground. Ken then picks up Fang Wen and Ya Yi again. Elsewhere, on the opposite side of the base, Lai and Kong Wujiang confront each other from across the battlefield. Kong Wujiang declares Li's power to be absolutely impossible, since Lai shouldn't possess Yisu's fluid manipulation ability. Elias. Finally, the truth dawns. Why Yi was suddenly killed by his own people. Lai, the thief, had stolen their leader's very powers. Kong Wujiang states, Yi, a level 7, was a fool, to be foolishly murdered by his own subordinates. Someone as formidable as Yi should never have trusted Lai. Lai retaliates, unleashing a ferocious water attack. It rushes forth, a formidable wave aimed straight at Kong Wujiang, but he vanishes in an instant. Lai is left completely stunned. Kong Wujiang instantly reappears right behind Lai, placing the chilling barrel of a gun against Lai's head. He asks mockingly, "Were you looking for me?" Kong Wujiang pulls the trigger, unleashing multiple shots. He accurately strikes Li's head several times, but to everyone's shock, the bullets simply pass straight through his head, that has completely morphed into liquid. Kong Wujiang quickly realizes that Li's power grants him the power to transform his entire body into water. Lai lunges, attempting to strike Kong Wujiang once again, but Kong Wujiang instantly vanishes, only to reappear right before him, looking serious. Lai immediately grasps that Kong Wujiang isn't merely fast, his movements are utterly impossible to follow. A concerned Kong Wujiang admits he can't defeat Li with traditional methods alone. After all, he's a formidable level 6 evolutionist, boasting the astonishing ability to teleport up to 500 meters. Lai unleashes a furious flurry of attacks on Kong Wujiang, but Kong Wujiang, appearing in countless places, effortlessly evades them all, and with each miss, Li's frustration truly begins to mount. Kong Wujiang acknowledges that Li's ability is undeniably amazing, and was never factored into their carefully laid-out plan, so he'll need to concoct a new strategy to stop Lai. But for now, they might as well have a little fun. As time ticks by, Lai continues to unleash wasted strikes, desperately trying to land a hit on Kong Wujiang, all in vain. Lai snarls, swearing they'll see how long Kong Wujiang can truly keep this up. Kong Wujiang quickly deduces that Li boasts exceptionally high stamina, and thus, winning by simply exhausting him is utterly impossible. Suddenly, the members of Faction 17 make their dramatic appearance, declaring they've already dealt with everyone on their side, and Kong Wujiang is genuinely shocked to see them. Kong Wujiang, surging with excitement, immediately moves towards them, but Lai immediately unleashes a brutal strike on the three. In a flash, Kong Wujiang teleports. One of the guys swiftly conjures a protective shield with his ability. Instantly, Kong Wujiang reappears behind Li, firing a shot right into his head. But once again, Lai transforms his skull into water, and the bullets simply pass right through. Kong Wujiang shouts, exclaiming that this is their moment. One of the Faction 17 members swiftly unleashes his unique ability. He conjures a powerful, swirling vortex that instantly ensnares Lai. Kong Wujiang shouts excitedly, exclaiming that it's absolutely brilliant, and commands his subordinate, "Don't let Lai escape." But the subordinate quickly warns that he can't hold him for long. His power, after all, is just wind control. True to form, Lai begins to transform into liquid, and Kong Wujiang desperately shouts, "Don't let him escape." Then, he commands the other to grip Lai with all his might. The other guy manifests two powerful steel hands and firmly grabs Lai. Kong Wujiang, beaming, tells the whirlwind user to hang in there, because he'll be right back to finish this. Inside the powerful seal prison they've meticulously created, Lai struggles furiously, trying to break free from his confines. The guy who trapped him is barely managing to keep him contained. Kong Wujiang zips past, confirming, "I'll be right back." He grabs something nearby. It's a massive flamethrower. Kong Wujiang unleashes a barrage of steel hands. His sinister intent? To roast Lai alive. Meanwhile, chaos has utterly erupted. Inside Base J4, Ken leaps from a wall, carrying two men as he darts through the bushes. He's making a beeline straight for Fang Wu. The man is absolutely stunned to see Qin Shuang with Fang Wen. Qin explains he rescued Fang Wen, but couldn't rouse him emotionally. Fang Wu thanks the young boy, who insists there's no need for gratitude. He would have rushed to save him regardless, he declares, because Fang Wen is his dear friend. The woman then lifts Ye Yi, urgently asking who that person could be. Fang Wu instantly recognizes him, a wave of shock washing over him. He marvels at how Ye Yi ended up here, in such a terrible state. Qin Shuang bolts back towards the base before offering any explanation. He shouts that Yunlin and the others are still trapped inside. He absolutely needs to help them. Fang Wu tries to ask about Yi Ye, but Qin dashes away, without uttering another word. Yunlin bursts into the room where Rubio is already waiting. She anxiously asks if her sister found clues about Fang Wen. Yonglin shakes her head, but reveals Faction 17 has invaded. Kong Wujing is battling Li, and the situation looks dire. Things are certainly not looking good. Rubio insists they must flee, but Yonglin's heart aches with worry for Fang Wen. Ken bursts into the room, declaring he's already saved Fang Wen. They need to escape this place, and fast. Throughout Base G4, everything is exploding or engulfed in flames. The rogue faction members are mercilessly wreaking havoc on the civilians. A young man watches the horrifying scene unfold from a distance. A man collapses, screaming, shot mercilessly in the leg. Rubio grimly notes that Faction 17 invaded her home and did the very same. The people here will meet the same cruel fate as her own. A small child is brutally dragged away by their hair. The faction members sneer and laugh, mocking the terrified people. One brute drags a girl away, then viciously slaps her face. The man sneers, telling her to obey if her little brother is to live. The girl is terrified, her eyes welling up with tears. But before she can even react, a swift intervention occurs. He's suddenly smacked right in the face with a frying pan. Kin delivered the blow. He crouches before the girl, asking if she's okay. Her brother rushes in, embracing her tightly in relief. Kin departs, urging them to stay safely inside. He drags the unconscious Faction 17 member along with him. A little boy asks his sister, "Who was that incredible person?" But she doesn't know Kin, and she completely forgot to thank him. Inside base G4, a powerful strike from Young One fells a young man. The poor fellow collapses, utterly unconscious, to the ground. Rubio announces the area is now completely clear of Faction 17 members. Yumlin reminds them there are still 7 more places to clear. Kin declares they must go, expel the remaining Faction 17 members. Captain Lai has been capturing people for horrific human experiments. Kim's got no intention of playing hero for him. But Faction 17? They're slaughtering innocents, running wild like rabid dogs, unleashed. They can't let these rabid dogs rampage freely any longer. So, Kim's about to hunt them down, one by one. Kong Wuzhen cackles as he tries to incinerate Li, but his eyes snap to Wu Yang, soaring toward one of his soldiers. Kong Wuzhen roars a warning for his soldier to watch out. Just then, another fighter snatches Wu Yang with a blast of wind. But then, someone slices the fuel line right off Kong Wuzhen's flamethrower. It's Wu Yang, swift and silent. Kong Wujing erupts in fury, screaming, "They broke my flamethrower!" Yet his subordinate quickly assures him not to worry, because Lai doesn't seem to be moving anymore. Suddenly, the young man wielding wind power senses something very strange. His own body begins to be eerily consumed. Kong Wujing also feels an unsettling drain, pulling at him. It turns out Lai is absorbing all the moisture around him to recover. Far away from the chaos, someone's trying to wake up. A drowsy Hajime, stirring from slumber. It's the girl the Witch Queen sent specifically to retrieve him. She remarks, judging by his sorry state, he seems to have failed yet again, and his precious experiment is clearly being roasted. Hajime sits up, chuckling. He'll be just fine. If Lai can't survive an attack from Faction 17, he muses, then his experiment truly will have failed. From afar, Lai unleashes a massive explosion. Kim watches, seeing the colossal blast erupt from Lai's direction. Flames and smoke billow ominously into the sky. Members of Faction 17 are hurled violently through the air. Kong Wujing himself slams hard against a distant wall. Lai has transformed into a grotesque water creature. He's taken on a terrifying, new form. Kong Wujing stares, utterly astonished by the sight before him. Wu Yang gasps. What in the world is that? They all wonder aloud. Is that Times Thing asterisk? A zombie? Hajime and the girl dash swiftly through the winding corridors. He halts at a balcony, peering toward Li's exact location. His experiment. It was a complete success. He's created an artificial zombie king. The water creature, Lai, begins to lumber forward slowly. Wu Yang breathes. Is that still the captain? Kong Wujing can't even begin to identify what times that horrifying thing is. This is bad then. Kong Wujing bellows for his comrades. Get out of here. Now. They protest. We fought too hard to get here. We won't flee. A furious Kong Wujing snaps back. Stop being idiots, and escape. Lai crouches low, then unleashes a powerful, earth-shattering leap. He lands in a blur behind the two, seizing them by their throats. Kong Wujing panics, frantically firing at the monster, but his bullets harmlessly phase through, utterly useless. Gripping them both by the neck, Li drains them dry, leaving them husks. But one fighter retaliates, severing Li's arms. Kong Wujing screams at them to flee, now, but Li snatches them both before they can even get away. This time, he brutally encases their heads in a watery sphere, suffocating them to a gruesome end. Enraged, Kong Wujing roars at Li to release them, but Li retaliates, piercing him with a brutal water jet from his back. The man stares, utterly incredulous at what just happened. He was impaled mere moments after teleporting in. Li flings him far away. Meanwhile, he continues to absorb the vitality from his fallen foes. Weon observes Li, noting he's actively draining his opponent's moisture. Is that truly Li? or has he fully transformed into a zombie? Then, Wunang declares that if he dares to attack them, then he's nothing more than a mindless zombie. Lee brutally drops the lifeless bodies of the Faction 17 members. Wunang asks, "Lee, do you recognize them?" But the monster just glares, then immediately lunges to attack. He mercilessly pierces one of them right through the chest. Qin charges in from behind, aiming to strike, but the zombie king swiftly dodges the assault. Kinan is utterly stunned, and wonders if that zombie has eyes in the back of its head. The zombie quickly retaliates, attacking Qin. The boy narrowly dodges, but realizes this creature is far faster and more agile than Yi Yi. He continues to frantically dodge the relentless zombie, all while pondering what this monstrosity truly is. From above, How Jimmy beams, utterly thrilled with his new creation. The girl remarks, "It's truly impressive, certain the Witch Queen will be delighted to hear this news." How comments that the zombie is merely a mutation, a horrifying combination of a level 4 and a level 7 evolutionist. Yet, it still operates with a level 4 core. This is their very first successful creation of this new species. It's more than just a regular zombie king. Even if it isn't quite a level 10 zombie king yet, How Jimmy is fully capable of creating one of those as well. Kitten continues to deftly dodge every single attack hurled his way. Wenang states, confirming his suspicions, the captain has undeniably become a zombie. His wounds are rapidly healing. If not for their symbiosis ability, he would have never survived that ordeal. Wu Yong possesses the symbiosis ability, meaning if one of them lives, the other will too. Wu Yong declares they must gain control of the captain, otherwise, everyone present will perish by his monstrous hands. Wunang must have the abilities necessary for that then. Wunang says, he can only silence the abilities of people on levels similar to his, and now Li possesses the energy of a level 7 evolutionist seriously. Wu Yong says that just having Yi's energy doesn't make him a level 7 evolutionist, but regardless, they need to try. Wunang says, he understands, but he can't even get close to Lei. Yunlin and Ruo Yu approach, saying they can help them. Rudolph says she has a way to get close to the zombie hub. Jimmy watches everything from afar, and comments that he didn't think he would be strong enough to dodge attacks from a level 4 zombie king, or becomes curious about how Qin managed to evolve so quickly. Now Hao wants to capture Qin Shang to study him up high. Yunlin and the others move quickly. Ruo Yao says the position should work, and there's no time to explain the plan to Shin, but the boy is already attracting the zombie king's attention. Her sister will throw them the first chance. They see an opening in the zombie's guard. Wunang is confused about how young man managed to throw him so far, but she says she's carried heavier things before. Rudy O says she doesn't know how long Qin will be able to hold on, so they need to hurry. She watches the zombie king closely, looking for an opening. The girl tells her sister to stay alert for her command. Younglin gets ready. She lifts Wunang high. On the other side, the girl with Hao sees the group and asks what they're doing. Hao Junmei comments that they seem eager to throw their lives away, and shouldn't blame him if that happens. Then he sees Wunang being carried and remembers his ability. Hao panics and searches for something, saying Wunang won't destroy his experiment. Rubio keeps her hyper-focus, and she finds an opening and tells her sister to throw. But Han Jamai blows a whistle immediately. The zombie king turns and sees the group. Rubio yells for them to dodge quickly. An attack comes at them, but Qin grabs the water tentacles. He complains that the zombie didn't even get distracted, fighting him with his strength. He makes a super jump and rips off the tentacles. Ken says now they'll see how the monster fights without tentacles, but the water Ken holds dissolves and he begins to fall. Ken's head is wrapped in water. Yumlin is shocked that the zombie king can move his tentacles, even without being physically attached to his form. Wenang warns that the zombie king's power is as formidable as ever. It can absorb all moisture from any human nearby. Yumlin bravely attempts to shoot the monstrous fiend, but Wenang shouts that it's absolutely useless. The bullets merely pass right through its watery form. She desperately urges her sister to quickly devise a plan, because if this continues, Ken will surely perish. Suddenly, the boy just vanishes into thin air. He slips between dimensions, reappearing back in the real world. Phew, that was a terrifyingly close call. He was nearly wiped out. Hojumi stares in shock, bewildered by Ken's sudden disappearance. He can't help but wonder if the boy possesses two distinct powers. Ken inwardly decides he must return quickly, as this battle is far from over. With a flash, he bursts back, materializing in the exact same spot. The monstrous zombie king is utterly bewildered. No one, not a single soul, comprehends what just transpired. Ken expertly weaves, dodging the zombie's frantic blows. He coolly states he merely needed a moment to recalibrate, but now, he vows, it won't ever lay a hand on him again. Ken continues his relentless evasion, weaving through every attack. The boy realizes that simply dodging this monster won't cut it. Since it's composed of water, intense heat should be its ultimate weakness. Ken then understands that by intensely focusing his inner energy, he can unleash a blazing, powerful heat source. He once vanquished a zombie king with such a blow before, so this challenge shouldn't be too overwhelming. However, he desperately needs time to gather and charge his power. Yet, in this dire situation, he'd be dead before he even begins. Hojumi wonders if Ken possesses the same ability as Kong from Faction 17, but the girl swiftly corrects him, stating it's not quite the same. Kong could instantly teleport from one location to another, while Ken merely vanishes and instantly reappears in his original spot. Helga May makes her exit, pausing only to ask, where exactly is he headed? He confidently declares he's had quite enough fun for now. Now, they must swiftly deal with these troublesome elements and deliver the perfect, successful final product to the formidable Witch Queen. Ken internally muses that this is his very first attempt at this intricate plan, and he has absolutely no idea if it will actually succeed. He'll slip back to the real world to charge, then return once he's truly prepared. If this strategy works, he'll finally crush the zombie king. The zombie lashes out, attempting to land a devastating blow on him, but Ken times poof times vanishes once more. Yumlin gasps in utter surprise. But then, something strikes her. It looks suspiciously like a blowgun dart. Ryu immediately becomes frantic with worry for her sister, just as Hojumi sinisterly approaches them from behind. The man calmly states it's merely a powerful sedative, all because they foolishly decided to complicate things. Already, Wu Yang and Wu Neng lie motionless, unconscious on the ground. But defying him, the girl fiercely seizes a powerful weapon and raises it high. She fixes her aim exactly where Ken vanished, waiting. He's bound to reappear at any second. Ken bursts back, supercharged with an incredible surge of energy. The zombie spots him, the girl instantly pulls the trigger, and the bullet takes flight. Ken's gaze snaps directly toward her, but in a flash, Ruyo throws herself in front of the gun, taking the devastating shot. Ken is utterly stunned as Ruyo collapses to the ground. The boy screams her name as both sisters lie still on the cold ground. Hojunlai watches, utterly taken aback. He roars a name and charges forward, his hand blazing with raw energy. He seizes Hojunlai by the throat, demanding to know what he's done. The man, astonished, wonders what kind of power this truly is. How can a mere level 4 evolutionist wield such intensely concentrated energy? Hojunlai insists. Ruyo isn't dead yet. If they cease this fight, there's still a chance to save her. But the bullet struck her squarely in the chest. Hojunlai states that Ruyo willingly jumped in front of the gun. They never intended to hit times her asterisk. If Ken lets him go, he promises to help her. Ken releases the man, but a water attack narrowly misses him. Hojunlai suddenly remembers, the zombie king is still present. He uses his whistle, and instantly, the creature halts. The zombie shrinks back to human size, standing protectively before him. Hojunlai smirks, remarking, he hadn't expected such obedience. He gloats that his genetic technology has clearly succeeded. Ken realizes the zombie is completely obeying Hojunlai's commands, and can only wonder what in the world is truly happening. Hojunlai laughs, telling him there's no need to worry. The zombie won't be attacking him any longer. Continuing their fight now would only be fruitless for both sides. Moments later, Hojunlai injects Ruyo with an anesthetic toxin. This will temporarily stop the bleeding for exactly 2 hours. During that critical window, Ken absolutely must find a doctor. The sedative he administered to the other 3 will also wear off in precisely 2 hours. But given the sheer chaos engulfing the city, it's incredibly unlikely Ken will find a doctor in time. Hojunlai turns to Hu Meng, instructing them to depart. The girl, however, gazes intently, thoughtfully, at Ken. He returns her gaze with an undeniable, burning hatred. Then, Hojunlai, Hu Meng, and the zombie king swiftly make their escape from the area. Sometime later, far from the city's turmoil, a frantic, insistent knocking echoes at Dr. Zhao's door. The woman opens it to find Ken, holding Ruyo protectively in his arms. She's been shot, he cries. She needs help, immediately. Dr. Zhao wastes no time, rushing to prepare the operating table. Ken asks, his voice laced with desperation. Will she be all right? Zhao curtly orders him out, demanding no distractions. With a heavy heart, the boy reluctantly leaves the room. He recalls how a human tried to shoot him, but Ruoyu shielded him. But he puzzles over her actions, as she always seemed to hate him. This boy, once confident in his strength, even dreamed of becoming a hero. Yet, he couldn't even protect those closest to him. Inside the room, it all feels like a cruel joke. Tao Hao intensely works to operate on Ruoyu with speed. She successfully extracts a bullet fragment, a small victory. But too many fragments still remain embedded, and her current equipment is woefully insufficient for such a delicate surgery. Tao Hao then leaves the operating room. Qin immediately asks for an update on the surgery's success. She sadly admits it failed, explaining her equipment isn't sufficient. Ruoyu desperately needs to be transferred to a superior medical facility. Qin demands to know where this better place is, vowing to take her himself. The woman reveals the nearest suitable hospital is within the Earth Alliance facility. Meanwhile, at the bustling Earth Alliance headquarters, a man strides into a room, immediately demanding an update. Another man, notably with a bionic leg, is already seated. From his bench, he tersely orders the newcomer to begin speaking. The soldier reports that 3 individuals are currently outside the city's perimeter. One of them has been shot, and they are urgently requesting medical assistance. In exchange for aid, they've offered any supplies they possess. The man remains silent for a tense moment, then orders them to let them through. Elsewhere in the city, Hao, Jamie, and Humeng are driving a car. He expresses his gratitude for the shots she fired earlier. Otherwise, he believes he would have suffered significant losses. Humeng, confused, points out that Ruoyu blocked the bullets. And they haven't. Hao Jamie clarifies that's precisely what caught Qin's attention. If he had unleashed all of that immense energy, it would have spiraled into an absolute disaster. He absolutely cannot afford to make a single mistake, especially not with his first true successful experiment. Hu Meng concedes that even though Qin is incredibly powerful, he still couldn't escape the 3 of them. But Hao Jamie replies that the opportune moment hasn't arrived. Good seeds, he explains, should only be harvested once they've grown into great trees. And that boy, he muses, is truly peculiar. And Hao Jamie is intensely curious about how far he can truly evolve. They should patiently wait until the perfect fruits finally ripen. For then, he will become an incredibly valuable medicinal ingredient. Far from their plotting. At the doctor's hidden base, Tao Hao asks Qin, her voice filled with concern, "Haven't you had prior conflicts with the Earth Alliance? And are you absolutely certain you wish to go there?" He affirms his resolve. Ruoyu's grievous wounds simply cannot wait. With a heavy rumble, the massive gates finally open. Qin instructs the doctor to remain outside and wait for his return. The moment Qin steps inside, the gate swiftly slams shut behind him. He immediately comes face to face with none other than Kichi. He's alive, but a tense silence hangs in the air around him. Then, with a slow turn, he faces them. A soldier steps forward, offering to guide Qin to their leader. Without hesitation, Qin follows close behind. The leader greets him, noting it's been far too long since their last encounter. He then reveals he's been eagerly anticipating Qin's return. He absolutely adored the canned meat and was keen to trade for more supplies. Qin confidently replies that he's brought an even larger haul this time, plus enough provisions to ensure the leader's complete satisfaction. Consider them gifts, a sincere apology for his previous impoliteness. The leader lights up with excitement, declaring he won't stand on ceremony. There's no need to dwell on past grievances, he insists. After all, even Qin himself has stumbled before. Qin expresses his relief that the Lord is so understanding. He then reveals his friend is gravely injured and in urgent need of aid. He came seeking immediate assistance, and the Lord, considering the generous gifts, declares he certainly won't refuse to lend a hand. However, he also requires a significant favor from Qin. If Qin agrees, the Lord promises to send his finest doctor for his friend's treatment. Qin readily accepts, assuring him it's no problem at all. The Lord then explains that his men recently discovered an ancient mine. Analysts confirm it holds vital mineral resources they desperately require. The elevator, thankfully, can be easily repaired. But after the first exploration team descended, they lost all contact. Another crew was dispatched, but ultimately, 3 teams ventured down, and none ever returned. Consequently, a chilling fear now grips anyone asked to enter the mine. Yet, the mine is crucial to him and must become operational. Even so, despite all the wealth and resources he offers the miners, they steadfastly refuse to descend. So, the Lord hopes Qin will venture down, uncover the truth, and rescue those who disappeared before him. Qin, ever fearless, replies that it's absolutely no problem, provided he can leave his friend in the city to receive proper treatment. No issue, the Lord agrees, promising to send someone to fetch her promptly. Meanwhile, Qin must accompany his subordinate directly to the mine, where he will provide all the necessary details. Arriving at the mine, Qin begins his descent. He feels as though he's been walking endlessly, searching for any sign. Yet, he's found absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. 30 long minutes have already slipped by. The profound silence has left him utterly disoriented, his sense of time lost. Suddenly, something in the distance snatches his attention. The tunnel ahead branches, splitting into 2 distinct paths. He wisely decides to mark the wall, ensuring he won't lose his way. Then, he ventures cautiously down one of the paths. Kin continues his trek, still finding nothing remotely strange. He can't help but wonder if this entire situation is a cruel joke. Just then, a faint sound reaches his ears. It's like a woman crying. Kin cautiously approaches until, in a shadowy corner, he spots a figure. A lone woman is discovered, engulfed in deep, heart-wrenching sobs. Ken instantly asks if she's okay, but with no response, he wonders who she could be. How did she end up here? Could she be a ghost? Ken yells out, demanding her attention, insisting he's talking to times her asterisk. Are you a ghost? Or maybe even a zombie? He presses, desperately. But the mysterious woman remains eerily motionless, silent. The boy's anger flares. She must be deliberately trying to scare him. But he's not easily fazed, he can totally handle her. Ken cautiously approaches, until his flashlight beam finally lands on the girl. When she turns, the horrifying sight of her face sends shivers down his spine. It's ghostly white, with deep, hollow black eyes, like empty abysses. Terrified beyond belief, he instantly turns tail and bolts. Wait, the girl calls out, revealing she's actually human. It was just the flashlight, and Ken's fear making her appear so terrifying. Startled, the boy stares at her as they both tentatively sit down. Ken, still a bit miffed, points out, "If you're really human, you really should have said something much sooner." The girl explains she genuinely thought he was just a hallucination. That's why she ignored him, having been alone for an incredibly long time. She truly believed she would die in this desolate place, all by herself. Ken's expression softens. He asks if she has food, and offers her his own. Grateful, the girl quietly thanks him for his kindness. The boy observes that she definitely doesn't look like a minor. So, what exactly is she doing in a place like this? She confirms she's not a minor. To Ken's relief, she explains they had to come in here to escape the relentless zombies. Ken's curiosity sparks. Are there others with her? Suddenly, the girl throws her arms around him in a tight hug. Ken, surprised, asks if she's okay, but she just shivers, complaining about the intense cold. She asks, can she please just stay close to him for a bit? Ken reminds her they can't afford to rest for too long. He has a crucial mission that he must complete. The girl confesses she hasn't seen another living human in ages. She just wanted to feel his warmth for a few precious moments. Nervously, Ken hesitantly agrees. She thanks him, then inches closer, near his neck. She softly repeats how long she'd been all alone. But Ken notices something unsettlingly strange and suddenly shoves her away. "What are you doing?" he demands, alarmed. She brazenly replies that she likes him, suggesting they live together. Then, without warning, the girl boldly kisses Ken right on the mouth. As she leans in again, the boy violently shoves her back, yelling for her to stop. She stares back, a look of utter confusion on her face. Ken declares she's definitely a ghost, trying to drain his life energy. The girl quickly insists that she is not times a ghost. She argues that she has her own warmth, a telltale sign. Something true ghosts simply don't possess. Ken is visibly confused, but he begrudgingly agrees with her logic. But then, she tries to inch close to him once more. The boy swallows hard, firmly shaking his head and saying, "No, he has far too many important things to do first." Deciding swiftly, he resolves to whisk her away, finding her a sanctuary. Together, they journey deeper, venturing through the echoing tunnel. The girl pipes up, wondering how much longer their trek will continue. Her legs are aching, leaving Ken utterly perplexed. He was so sure this was the path, he even marked the very walls. She winces in discomfort, prompting Ken to quickly ask what's wrong. To his surprise, the girl is barefoot. She reveals her shoes were lost during her desperate escape for survival. Without a second thought, Ken hoists her onto his back. A small smile plays on her lips, as she calls him incredibly kind. As they walk on, the girl playfully tugs Ken's ears, noting their redness. Ken shouts, startled, telling her fiercely not to touch them. His poor ears are throbbing. The girl pouts, telling him to forget everything she said about him being kind. "You're just mean," she declares, leaving him utterly flustered. He protests, explaining he only asked her to stop touching his ears. But the girl simply grins, insisting it's all in good fun. Ken then pleads with her not to squeeze him so tightly with her legs. He begins to realize that with every step they take, they seem to be getting even more lost, a worry creeping in. Nervously, she asks if they're now stuck in some spooky ghost maze. Ken shrugs, admitting he knows nothing about ghost mazes, but he did somehow team up with a rather crazy girl in red. She gasps, offended. Then, something startling occurs. Ken jumps, as a menacing group of men suddenly appears, approaching them. Ken quickly assumes they're survivors, asking if the group is all right. He then expresses relief, saying it's good they're all together. One of the men inquires if Ken is also lost within the labyrinth. They claim to have found the exit, the way out, urging him to follow them. Fearfully, the girl whispers urgently in his ear, "Don't go with them." She's absolutely terrified, convinced they're not human at all. Ken quickly deduces, it's odd they know where the exit is, yet they chose to come through this time's treacherous path. If their true intention was to rescue him, there'd be no logical way they could have known he was even here. He glances back, and the girl is nowhere to be seen. She simply vanished. An icy chill creeps down his spine. Ken can't help but wonder if she truly was a ghost after all. Ahead, the men repeatedly tell Ken to follow their lead. One states that this mine is a treacherous maze, and he won't ever make it out of here by himself. A sly smile forms on Ken's face as he agrees to go with them. He's determined to uncover who these mysterious figures truly are. Ken trails the group, completely unaware that behind him, the mysterious girl in red stands perfectly still. She watches, unmoving, as Ken walks farther away. She murmurs that she wanted to play with him just a little longer, and she did warn him. After walking a short distance, one of the men announces they've finally arrived. A blinding light bursts forth before them. Could this be the fabled end of the tunnel? Ken's mind races. Asterisk. Is this truly an exit? Asterisk. Or have they been lying to him all along? Don't just stand there, Ken. Hurry up, one of them shouts. Ken moves towards the group, but as he takes a step, he spots something unsettling. What times is that? A village. Ken can't fathom where it suddenly appeared from. One of the men announces to the chief that they've brought another new member to their village. Children immediately swarm Ken, eager to play, but the village's aged chief gently tells them to settle down. Still, the children excitedly cling to Ken's hands. He muses that, ever since the apocalypse began, everyone has been constantly terrified of starvation or zombie bites. Yet, these people here seem utterly serene, a tranquility he's never witnessed throughout the entire apocalypse. Inside a rustic wooden house, Ken finds himself at a table laden with food. An old woman serves him with a smile, hoping he enjoys the meal. He asks, "Do you have farmland here?" The woman confirms, "Indeed, that's where all our provisions come from." With a wide smile, the woman urges Ken to eat. She piles his plate high, strongly insisting he takes a bite. Ken prepares himself to finally take a bite, but he suddenly stops. The woman is staring at him with a disturbing intensity. "Just take a bite," she insists, her voice low. Ken's unease rapidly turns into genuine fear. Meanwhile, within an old, creaky wooden storage shed, a grotesque creature, a mutant zombie of sorts, lies in wait. It appears to be made of several fused, writhing bodies. The old woman enters, solemnly addressing this deity. "Another person has arrived in our village," she whispers. "A strong young man." Indeed. She expresses her joy, seeing the village flourish with more people, all thanks to him asterisk. "Your presence has always kept us alive, and we are forever grateful." With a heavy cleaver, the woman slices a piece from the creature. It falls, raw and pulsing, into the tray she holds. She then devoutly thanks it for its gift. And times meat, horrifyingly, is what was served to Ken. The woman, back at the table, vehemently insists Ken eat, but he politely deflects, claiming he's not very hungry. "I made this especially for you," she retorts, sternly. "Won't you even take a single bite?" Ken, increasingly nervous, apologizes again, firmly refusing to eat. The bizarre atmosphere has completely stolen his appetite. He simply can't muster the courage to take a bite. The old lady's smile returns, chillingly, as she says, "It seems Ken truly isn't hungry. Very well, I'll prepare something else for your dinner." She then calls the children over and hands them the food. They happily begin to feast on the meat. Ken observes, noticing the children are perfectly fine eating that. Maybe he's just worrying far too much. Elsewhere, Ken corners a miner, asking how to reach the Earth Alliance base. The man retorts, "Ken, you just arrived and already want to leave? Doesn't he want to settle down and stay?" Ken just laughs, stating he has no plans to stay. He has far more important things to do. The man then reveals the only way out is the very path they came from, but he can't guarantee Ken will survive it. But it's precisely thanks to that mine's difficulty that they're safe and secure from zombies. They're incredibly grateful to the village chief who rescued them. He asks why Ken wouldn't want to stay, explaining the village has more than enough resources to live. Ken muses that this village is a true paradise for those who suffered. Still, something about it just doesn't feel right. That night, a man informs the village chief that Ken has disappeared. He then asks if Ken might have gone back to the tunnel. The old man declares that's impossible and orders them to retrieve him. If he's not rescued, he could be trapped in the cave forever. The man replies, "But chief, It's almost time. The old chief then agrees, saying they can't keep the deity waiting. They'll greet it before they search for the boy. Inside the shed, where the grotesque monster is kept, the villagers gather, and the old man declares they're there to pay respect, and ask it to keep providing them with enough food. The villagers extend their arms toward the deity. The creature then releases its tentacles. They reach out, touching the villagers, and attach to their arms, absorbing what they have. The monster is pleased. The old man says, "That's all." He tells the creature not to be disappointed. More people will arrive soon. The new miners also need to meet the deity. The old man orders them to be brought in. The miners arrive. One asks why the chief wanted to see them. The old man declares it's time for their initiation ceremony. 3 enter, and the door slams shut behind them. One jumps in fright upon seeing the creature inside. The others are shocked, shouting that it's a mutant zombie. The group tries to flee, but they are blocked. One asks if the people here are crazy, proclaiming, "That thing is a giant zombie." The old man tells them to calm down. He insists the creature won't hurt them. He's standing right next to the monster, and it does nothing to him. That mutant zombie truly doesn't even touch the old man. The village chief tells the miners they don't need to be afraid. He says it's okay to approach, and the men slowly begin to walk closer. And the old man asks, "How was your dinner?" One of the men declared it absolutely delicious. It was the first time he'd tasted truly fresh food since arriving in this village. The elder then recounted how, in his youth, you could find wholesome, quality food everywhere. But that was decades ago, long after the apocalypse struck. A staggering 90% of all animals were infected, and only a select few were protected, leaving normal folks to eat infected meat. But eating it means you won't live a day past 40. He admitted he had to consume that meat once himself. If he hadn't made it to this very place, he'd likely be long dead by now. It was all thanks to his encounter with that Time's creature. This village exists solely because of the deity. As long as they regularly offer blood to the deity, it continues to produce abundant, fresh meat for them. That's why there's always food here. The miners gasp in shock. One man asks, "Were we eating that Time's meat?" And the old man confirms it. It all comes from the monster in there. All because they offer fresh blood as a vital part of its diet. It's even producing more meat now. The old man adds, "All that pink, fresh meat is perfectly edible." The men are utterly disgusted. But the old man relentlessly continues, revealing the delicious meal they just had for dinner came directly from the deity. The monster makes strange noises as more flesh grotesquely grows from its skin. The 3 miners immediately vomit. Someone violently grabs one of them, who panics as the old man coldly states, "It's time to offer blood to the deity." The 3 are forcefully restrained and dragged closer to the creature. The monster's horrifying tentacles snake toward them, and they are terrified. Meanwhile, Ken trudges onward through the oppressive night. No matter how far he walks around the village, he always mysteriously ends up in the exact same spot. It seems the only possible escape is through the ominous cave. Suddenly, he hears blood-curdling screams erupting from inside the barn. It's one of the miners, frantic and desperate, screaming that the village chief is a lunatic and begging them to let him go. Ken is utterly confused by the chilling screams, but then the girl in red suddenly materializes beside him and whispers, "Wait," she gravely states, "they've already become mere fodder for the beast. It's too late." Ken is startled by her sudden appearance and demands, "Are you human, or some kind of ghost?" The girl asks, "Do you truly wish to escape this place?" He confirms, and she reveals, "Ever since you first entered, you've only been walking deeper into the realm of the dead. There's no way out. This village is part of a grand lie. Once someone enters, they can never leave. To survive, they must offer their own blood. So, if Kim truly wants to escape, that's the only way. You must go in and kill the creature. Once it falls, this entire place will just vanish into thin air." Ken snaps, "You popped out of nowhere. Why should I believe a word you say?" The girl challenges him, "Go on in and witness it with your own eyes." Inside, blood-curdling screams erupt as Ken and the girl race toward the window. She reminds him triumphantly, "See, I told you it was all true. These villagers are sacrificing their very own blood to feed that monstrous zombie. And then, horrifyingly, they're eating the tumors that grow right off it. Otherwise, they truly have nothing else to eat." Ken absolutely roars for them to stop this instant. The girl screams, "Don't you dare act yet," but suddenly, she hasn't even finished explaining her plan. But Ken unleashes his power, furiously yelling for them to release those men. He swiftly slices right through the zombie's grotesque tentacles. The old village chief is suddenly seized by pure panic. Ken shouts that this zombie is absolutely disgusting, and he'll kill it. Then the old man screams, a desperate, heart-wrenching, "No!" And shockingly, He throws himself right in front of Kin's strike. Kin, horrified, ends up wounding the village chief. Kin is left utterly speechless, gaping in disbelief. He never thought someone would actually risk their life for a zombie. The old man desperately begs Kin not to hurt the beast. Kin yells, "That's not a god. It's just a zombie, feeding on their very blood. That thing must die, or they'll all perish." Then, the elder reveals, it's not a zombie at all. It's his brother. He remembers his brother, and the pure joy he felt when he saw him. He had just bought food for them, giving his little brother a sweet apple. The boy innocently asked when they could talk to their parents again, but the man gently told him to go back to his cartoons. Time passed, and then the zombies absolutely overran everything. The man desperately tried to get his little brother to be quiet, but he was too terrified, and everyone fled in a panic. The man bravely led the group and decided they should rest. His brother asked what they'd do if the monsters actually caught them, but he vowed he was there to protect him, no matter what. The child finally fell asleep, just as the zombies came. The boy woke up in absolute terror. His brother was valiantly fighting off the monsters. He was trying to hold them back, but the door wouldn't hold much longer. The man shouted, a desperate cry, that he had been infected, and frantically told them to grab his brother. "And run!" a woman screamed. "Jong-hoon!" His little brother was desperate, clinging to him. The boy said, tearfully, he wanted to stay with him, but Jong fiercely yelled at them to go. The child cried hard, and his brother urged Xiaolu to survive. As long as he lived, there would always be hope. The woman gently took Xiaolu by the arm and led him away. The boy kept crying, sobbing for his brother. The door shattered as zombies burst in, swarming all over John. A short distance away, Xiaolu collapsed to the ground, utterly heartbroken. The woman quickly told him this was no place for a moment's rest. The boy urged the group to go, not to worry about him, but the woman immediately tried to lift him up. If they didn't hurry, they'd all be left behind. Xiaolu choked out that his entire family was gone. If he hadn't been such a burden, his brother would still be alive. He declared that he had caused everyone's death. The woman suddenly slapped him hard across the face. She commanded him to keep going, and put an end to this despair. Then, she demanded if he'd forgotten his brother's last words. That Xiaolu must live. That as long as he was alive, there would always be hope. He didn't just need to survive, but to fulfill his brother's last wish. 10 years later, rain poured down relentlessly. Xiaolu was inside an outpost, far from safety. The zombies were on the verge of breaking through. A man declared that if they were accidentally infected, they'd all be in serious trouble. The group's doctor advised them to stay put until the rain ceased. That doctor is Jung Lu, now 22 years old. He diligently helps care for all the group members. The group acknowledged that without Zhang, they wouldn't have advanced this quickly. A skilled doctor is worth more than 3 evolutionists. If they keep doing this well, they owe him a drink when they return to the faction. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed. The group startled. Zombies were invading. One of them cried, "It's impossible!" I scouted the building. There were no zombies. Another yelled for them to grab the supplies and get out. Someone else shouted, "There's no time to grab anything!" They immediately started fighting the surging zombies. The doctor yelled for them to prioritize carrying the wounded. But there were simply too many zombies. John fell to the ground, immediately swarmed by the monsters. He screamed, as death stared him right in the face. But then, something absolutely unbelievable happened. A zombie suddenly stopped right in front of him. All the other zombies ceased their attack. John stared, utterly confused. He looked up and recognized that the zombie protecting him was his brother. He slowly stood, staring intently at his brother. Far away, the boy was terrified. The expedition group returned with a massive haul of supplies. Everyone gathered quickly to help carry everything in. A man complained loudly that one of the boxes was far too heavy. The man declares, "It's the last box," instructing him to carry it. Excitedly, he exclaims, "I'll leave that one for the doctor." A sharp, mysterious bang echoes from inside the box. Months later, a man urgently questions the doctor, begging to know if he can save a dying soldier. The doctor somberly replies, "There's nothing more he can do." He then covers the body, instructing the soldier to leave. He'll personally take the corpse to the morgue. He wheels the stretcher through desolate hallways to a secluded room. The doctor enters a chilling room filled with bodies, sighing, "Finally, someone died this month. My brother must be absolutely starving." Despite the constant casualties of the apocalypse, finding suitable bodies remains a gruesome challenge. The zombie then lurches from the room, hungrily approaching the body. The creature offers a grotesque smile as the boy murmurs, he's injected enough sedative for the man to sleep peacefully. He then tells his brother, "Eat slowly now." But the zombie eats with frenzied, savage violence. As always, it devours every single thing. The next day, a man confronts John Liu with a crucial question. Whispers are spreading that his patients' bodies show unsettling discrepancies in certain areas. So, he demands access to the medical files for inspection. The boy gets flustered, stammering that he may have mixed up the dates. Besides, he's juggling far too many patients to manage. The man nods, conceding, "That's true." Amidst this chaos, keeping everything perfect is a tall order. So, he instructs John to keep up his vital work, assuring him he'll take care of the issue. The doctor gratefully thanks the hospital director. Later, the doctor delivers yet another body, remarking that his brother's appetite has vastly grown. If this keeps up, people will inevitably notice. But not to worry, he intends to find a definitive solution. He urges the zombie, "Eat quickly." The creature is now barely human in its ghastly form. Suddenly, the door abruptly swings open. The doctor is startled, horrified to see it's the director, who demands to know if this is all Jean Lou's fault. Strewn across the floor are gruesome pieces of the dead patient. The boy frantically claims, "It's not what it looks like, I can explain everything. That zombie won't hurt either of them." The director shouts, "We cannot let that zombie escape," and immediately barks orders for the guards to be called. But the doctor frantically screams, "No, don't do that. Listen to me." Suddenly, John's brother lunges, striking both of them. The zombie takes them both down in a single, devastating blow. Ultimately, the director's death didn't help John escape. Because the guards had already arrived, they had no choice but to flee and hide deep within the mine. But his brother committed no wrong. He merely protected him. The old man desperately begs Kin not to harm him, proclaiming that without his brother's immense sacrifice, none of them would have survived a single day until now. The girl in red bursts in, shouting that it's incredibly easy for him to say that, but countless innocent people were cruelly deceived within that village. Ultimately, their sole purpose was to feed his monstrous brother. An old woman calmly retorts that it was their own choice. The village chief is absolutely right. Thanks to their benevolent deity, they've all survived. Remaining here is their personal decision. The girl is utterly outraged, asking if they've already forgotten how they tried to forcibly compel the miners just moments ago. The old woman replies that the very first offering always goes like that. Afterward, it gets much, much easier. Everyone here now offers their blood willingly to the deity. She can simply ask them herself. Kin says that if that's genuinely how they feel, he won't interfere, but they absolutely must understand. He and the others don't want to remain trapped here forever. The old man replies that if Kin truly wishes to leave, they won't stop him, and he'll ask his brother to let him go. Turning to the terrifying zombie, he tells it to allow Kin to leave. Astonishingly, the creature opens a portal. Kin and the girl are utterly shocked. The girl is indignant. She'd waited for that exit for years, and had even been deep inside the zombie's very core. Kin turns to the group, asking who among them wants to leave. No one answers. Kin then asks the miners, and they respond, "It's not that bad," and they want to stay. The girl desperately urges them to leave that dreadful place. Kin reflects that if he were to kill the zombie, and forcefully make the people leave, he'd utterly destroy their current lives, because the apocalypse has made life itself worse than death. Fear and rage, that's truly how they exist. The outside world is an undeniable, living hell. A shimmering portal suddenly opens in the middle of the jungle. Kin steps out, wondering why he was the only one who left. A man approaches the Lord, stating he has something crucial to report. Kin Shuang is outside and wishes to meet, he declares. The Lord commands, "Let him in." The boy arrives, and the man asks how the mission went. Kin apologizes, explaining that for various unforeseen reasons, he couldn't complete the mission. The Lord slams the table, roaring that wasn't their deal at all. Kin was to complete the mission, and in return, the Lord would save his friend. The Lord asserts he upheld his part, but Kin absolutely didn't. Kin says he can still help get the supplies the Lord desperately wants, and he will still keep his word. Then the Lord declares, "Kin, you've already broken the deal, and not even a mountain of compensation will change that." Should Ken even think times of changing these terms, then he'll abandon his friend to the brink of death times again, asterisk. Ken's temper flares, but the Lord just erupts in laughter, claiming it was all a joke, and just like that, Ken now owes him 2 precious favors. The Lord will undoubtedly concoct a clever way for him to settle his debt, but first things first, the boy should go pay a visit to his friend. Ken hurries to the hospital, finding Ruvial confined to her bed. The doctor reports that the bullet fragments were extracted, and credits her astonishing accelerated healing, a gift of her evolutionist nature. She'll be out of bed, and back on her feet in no time. Just a week. Ken thinks he catches a whisper, asking if Ruvial is indeed his girlfriend, adding with a hushed tone, "She's absolutely beautiful." He pivots, asking the doctor if he uttered those words, but the doctor promptly denies it, leaving Ken feeling distinctly uneasy, uncertain if his ears are deceiving him, or if something more is at play. Later that night, Ken is deep in slumber. He's suddenly plagued by a strange, unsettling feeling. A peculiar sensation hints at something stirring under the blanket. He opens his eyes, immediately spotting a distinct movement. He yanks the blanket back and jumps, finding the familiar ghost girl staring back. Ken reacts instantly, delivering a firm, forceful kick. She's sent hurtling across the room, exclaiming, "Are you even times human asterisk? How could he treat a girl with such brutal force?" Ken just deadpans. "Is it just times you asterisk?" explaining he truly believed a ghost had snuck into his bed. Incensed, she whines that he times never times, stops calling her a ghost. She proudly states, "My name is Jay." Ken casually asks if she's hurt, to which Jay replies, "She'll let it slide, asterisk this time's time." Since her escape from that dreadful mind was all thanks to him, Ken attempts to burrow back into the realm of sleep, and dismissively tells her to return to wherever she materialized from. Jay pouts, insisting he shouldn't ignore her like that, then tempts him, asking if he times, isn't curious times, how she'll repay him. Jay insists she despises being indebted to anyone, it fills her with guilt, and if he simply allows her to settle the score, he won't regret it even for a second. Ken ponders her words for a moment. Then, he suddenly grabs her arm and yanks her into an embrace. She stammers, urging him not to be so incredibly hasty. Ken gently shushes her, murmuring that he hasn't slept for what feels like times days asterisk. He simply craves rest. He pulls her into a warm hug and softly strokes her head. As morning breaks, Ken stirs awake, pondering Jay's sudden disappearance. Elsewhere, the Lord commands an attendant to summon Ken Shuang at once. He reflects. If Ken managed to clear that mind times by himself, asterisk, then his victory over Kichi was far more than mere luck. Now, this boy times, truly times, owes him two favors. With Ken by his side, his base's defenses will become absolutely impenetrable. He remembers that through all these years, he times, never times, once, cut corners on security. And that's precisely why his stronghold is so mighty. A soldier strides into the Lord's magnificent hall, declaring he has a vital report. They sent their men straight to Qin Shan's room, but he was nowhere to be found. The Lord was absolutely shocked and furious. He immediately ordered them to check if the girl was still at the hospital, muttering, "It seems that boy is trying to trick me." The Lord then stormed into the streets, his rage practically boiling over. The people were alarmed, as a soldier reported. "We didn't find Qin, but his friend is still in the hospital, sir, so he definitely hasn't escaped yet." The Lord bellowed, "I ordered you to keep your eyes on Qin, and not let him escape." The boy apologized profusely, begging for another chance. The Lord grabbed his own head, muttering in frustration, "Keeping that soldier around is just a waste of resources." The guard shouted back, "I'll find Qin, I swear." But the Lord kept squeezing the soldier's head even tighter. Suddenly, Qin appeared right in the middle of the surging crowd, shouting for the Lord and declaring, "I'm the one you're looking for." Qin confidently announced he'd brought a special gift for the leader, something he simply wouldn't be able to refuse. The Lord glared at Qin Shuang, demanding, "Where were you, boy? And why couldn't my men find you?" Qin chuckled lightly, and offered a cheeky apology, explaining he just stepped out to prepare his little gift. He was just glad he made it back in time, he added, because if he had taken a few minutes longer, that soldier would have been dead times 4 hours earlier, asterisk. Qin had reflected that there were simply too many guards around. The Lord clearly didn't want him leaving, that was for sure. And from his past experiences, he knew that Lord wasn't as nice as he pretended to be, so Qin had to act fast. Then, he got an idea and made a dimensional jump. He returned to the real world, plopping down at a computer. He immediately searched for the best restaurants in the area, sifting through rankings until he found the absolute perfect spot. When he arrived, however, there was a massive line. Qin would definitely have to wait a while before getting in. He joined the queue, pondering what would happen if he just cut in. With his incredible speed, no one would even notice. But then again, that would be incredibly rude. Just then, a staff member emerged from the door and made an announcement. "We only have enough ingredients left for the next 3 people in line." Qin was ecstatic, thrilled to be one of those lucky 3. But someone appeared behind him, absolutely furious. They ranted about how long they had been waiting. The person shoved Qin and told him not to cut in line, then stormed up to the staff member, demanding, "Do you know who I am?" She calmly replied that he was some kind of online celebrity. The staff member then stated that even if he was famous, everyone still had to follow the rules. The man's face contorted in sheer fury, and demanded to know how this place could employ such utterly incompetent staff. The kid just muttered, wide-eyed, that the guy was absolutely insane. He then questioned whether someone like Times should even be a celebrity. Then, the staff member quickly told Sin to head inside and enjoy his lunch. But just as he was about to step through the entrance, the man suddenly grabbed him, clamping a hand tightly on his shoulder. Yet, he didn't utter a single word, didn't demand to be released. So, the video wraps up right here. But if you absolutely don't want to miss the next thrilling part, make sure to smash that notification bell, and I'll catch you next time, right here on Tab's channel.